Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. As for him writing books, let him write. When one's strength and status reach his level, doing something out of the ordinary is not a big deal. Besides, you guys in Hidden Leaf Village are backing him up. Basically, as long as he doesn't commit any heinous crimes or like his teacher, there won't be any problems. Kakazu's answer could be said to be very straightforward, and it was clear that he always had a long-term view. However, Kaido found his answer somewhat hard to articulate, because he felt he didn't seem to get the point he wanted. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this guy did provide an answer, which was that as long as you're strong enough and your backing force is large enough, you'll be fine. But the problem was that his whole answer was a macro answer for everyone. What Kaido wanted was actually a micro answer from an individual level. He felt that maybe he asked the wrong person. Shouldn't he ask Tsunade instead? However, thinking about the complex relationship between Jiraiya and Tsunade, he decided it's better to save his breath. It would be a case of asking but getting no real answer. Ah, how could I be so careless? Thinking of this, Kaido couldn't help but rub his temples. Recalling the awkward encounter with Yenko in the security department, that gaze as if looking at an incurable pervert, really gave Kaido a headache. By the time he figured out what had happened, he was already thoroughly bewildered, and he didn't even know how he got through those days. He always felt that people were talking behind his back, even though he knew Yanko would never reveal it. This feeling really made Kaido understand what social death meant. Although before he crossed over, he hadn't cleared his computer, and all the browsing history was still there. But after all, he was no longer in that world, and upon careful thought, let others think whatever they want. At most, he would feel a bit embarrassed and that would be it. However, now, he had personally written something not suitable for all to see, and it just so happened that his best friend of the opposite sex had seen it. This world-shattering feeling was something Kaido couldn't put into words. If there was a comparable feeling, it might be waiting for your father to finish a parent-teacher meeting. Thinking of this, Kaido couldn't help but sigh again, and Kakazu at his side couldn't bear it any longer. Maybe we should go back. You seem strange now. Kakazu said, somewhat torn, but eventually, he made up his mind. There will always be chances to make money, but being distracted might lead to mistakes. I'd rather we complete our tasks properly than have our income reduced because of your mistakes. Don't worry, it won't affect our mission. Even if we have to fight now, it won't be a problem. Kaido shook his head. His heart yearned for a battle right now to release his embarrassment. As for returning to Hidden Leaf Village, that was something he didn't even want to think about. He had finally escaped the most embarrassing moment, and now if you asked him to go back, he might as well fight with you. What he hoped for now was to stay out for a month or two, to avoid some embarrassment, which would be the best option. But how could a mission possibly last so long? Kaido also felt helpless. However, he soon thought of something and couldn't help but touch his chin. What route do you think we should take to the land of bears? We directly enter the land of rain, then pass through it. Because you said as a matter of fact, are you worried about meeting the people from my old organization? Don't worry, we won't go to their village. No, what I mean is, we go directly from the land of grass into the land of earth, then from the land of earth into the land of bears. Kaido pondered for a moment before finally speaking softly. Are you crazy? Pikazu was stunned by this news. You are a high-ranking official of Hidden Leaf Village. If you are discovered, it will be a big trouble. It's fine. Kaido shook his head, finally sighed softly. I personally add 500,000 ryo to you. How about that? Really? Pikazu's eyes lit up at this sentence. Deal. At the border of the land of earth, in an abandoned temple, the majestic statue of a deity watched over everything within its hall, instilling a sense of awe in those who gazed upon it. Temples of this kind were plentiful across the 5 great nations. Although the history of ninjas only spanned 1,000 years, the history of mankind had been passed down for an unfathomable amount of time. In ancient times, when extraordinary abilities were not widespread among humans, those who possessed such powers were considered gods. This belief persisted even up to modern times. Even Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the sage of the 6 paths, was designated as a sage due to his extraordinary powers, rather than his belief in chakra linking all people and promoting mutual understanding. In the center of the temple, a teenager, who appeared to be around 13, was sitting cross-legged in front of a mural depicting a celestial being. His face was full of zeal, his hands continuously forming hand seals, accompanied by a strange chewing-like noise. Excellent, a new piece of art is about to come into the world. This time, they will experience real art. Yes. The young boy mumbled, his eyes glowing with excitement. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and abruptly raised his head. The temple doors were pushed open, and 4 figures slowly entered the temple under the sun, their black attire adorned with red clouds leaving a strong impression. 4 of them, all looked tough. Could they be the pursuers sent by the old man? But it doesn't seem likely. The boy's eyes narrowed, an obviously unfriendly expression appeared on his face, then he shouted. Who are you? Why are you here? Is this the guy? Sasaori looked at the kid in front of him and shook his head lightly. His voice, however, remained as cold and rigid as a corpse. Why recruit such a guy? This kid has some spirit, but he looks like he is going to die young. Don't you think it's a good thing? If he dies, you'll have a new puppet to use, won't you? Orochimaru licked his lips on the side, his words sounded like he was fanning the flames. He didn't care about these details at all. He didn't really want to participate in this mission, but it was a joint operation, so he had to. He still needed the organization to fund his research. After all, he had found the direction of his research and understood what kind of power some terrifying entities possessed. But experiments required money. Therefore, he did not leave the Akatsuki and establish a hidden sound village on his own. After all, that would waste too much of his funds. His words raised Kisame's eyebrows, and Sasaori gave him a glance. The expression of the kid they were supposed to recruit had also turned dangerous. Fortunately, at this moment, Itachi Uchiha spoke with an emotionless face. This is the organization's order, and I believe there must be a deeper meaning to it. Moreover, this guy's abilities could be helpful to us. Recruit me? You guys. Wait. The blonde boy was slow to react, but he also noticed the content of their conversation. His gaze turned somewhat odd. Do you know my ability? So, you should know who I am. But then who are you? Kid, I know about you. Your name is Deidara, originally a genius ninja of the Stone Village, and a proud disciple of the 3rd Sushi Kage, Anoki. Kisame, with a giant sword slung over his shoulder, started speaking with a slight smile. But his shark-like face made his smile quite eerie. But due to your private experiments and your inability to bear Onoki's discipline, you ran away from the Stone Village to here. Recently, there have been many explosion incidents in the surrounding countries, including the land of Earth. Is that your masterpiece? It seems you know quite a lot. The boy referred to as Deidara remarked, a smile then spread across his face. How about it, isn't it great? You're not wrong. Those are all my works. Presenting my works to people and letting them see the true art is what I pursue. Works, art? Kisame questioned again, looking at the kid in front of him as if he were insane. Unfortunately, Deidara seemed oblivious to this. Instead, his eyes lit up at the mention of the topic. That's right, artworks, those are my works. Between Deidara's clasped hands, a white object appeared, looking like a spider made of clay. Looking at the spider in his hand, which began to move slowly due to chakra, he couldn't help but speak with pride. Do you see it? These refined lines, these lifelike expressions, it's simply an artwork. But my art is far more than this. My work has fluidity and shape. And it can explode, which is my favorite thing. Because the explosion elevates it, and finally embodies the original intention of my work. I can only feel art at the moment of this elevation. Yes. Art is an explosion. As he spoke the final sentence, he was completely engrossed in some sort of frenzied excitement. The mouth in his hand opened wide, revealing a fanatical smile. A cold sweat dripped down Kisame's forehead. Finally, he shook his head and chose not to speak. After all, when you chat with a lunatic, you can never outtalk them. Itachi Uchiha was silent at this moment, truly not understanding why they were recruiting this seemingly deranged guy. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was still enjoying the show, with no intention of intervening. However, Sasori was seriously observing the clay spider, and finally spoke in a low voice. Interesting, but you're crazy. Explosions are momentary, while true art lasts forever. Forget it, it's hard to explain to someone like you. Let's beat him half dead and take him away. Persuasion is really too difficult. Itachi lightly nodded, too lazy to engage with a lunatic. So he took a step forward and spoke indifferently. Indeed, it's hard to explain. I'll do it, it will be faster. As he spoke, one of his eyes changed, the three Tomoe Sharingan slowly spun, revealing a bloody and bewitching glow. That pair of eyes. Sharingan, huh? Is this guy the outcast? Deidara murmured under his breath, becoming vigilant, he wants to make a move. Itachi indifferently looked at Deidara, and then calmly said, if I win, you join Akatsuki. On the other hand, if you win, forget it, there's no such possibility. You dare to underestimate me, outcast? Deidara said angrily, clutching the clay spider with one hand and reaching into the ninja tool bag on his side with the other. The big mouth on his hand swallowed the clay, quickly forming new works. Prepare to die, my ninjutsu is supreme art. As he spoke, another hand quietly went behind him. A white clay centipede crawled out, eerily creeping down as if it had life. Almost simultaneously, he threw the clay pig in his hand, his face flashing with excitement. Get ready to experience art. Pa! Itachi Uchiha's shadow jumped backward, and the spider in the air exploded with a bang. Like high-density explosives, amidst the roaring sound, dust filled the air, a hole was blown into the temple wall, and the entire temple shuddered. Itachi Uchiha turned agilely at the moment of the explosion, landing elsewhere, still watching him with an emotionless face. Suddenly, a clay centipede bizarrely appeared on the wooden floor, binding Itachi like a snake in an instant. Deidara let out a triumphant chuckle. Hey, acting almighty, I thought you were incredibly strong, but is this all you've got? However, at this moment, Kisame's somewhat mocking voice came from the side. Kid, do you want to blow yourself up? Chapter 165. Are you all here for free meals? Have you still not found him? Inside the Sushi Kage's office in Hidden Stones Village, Onoki fiercely hammered the table, his gaze fixated on the ninjas in front of him who dared not speak, bellowing out loud. He was indeed very angry at the moment. His most promising disciple, Deidara, had run away, and it was truly a disgrace to him. What made it worse was not just the fact that the kid had run away, but he had also caused a series of explosions. Was he afraid that he wouldn't be able to continue being a ninja of the rock? Was he afraid that he couldn't go to jail? Was he trying to anger his teacher, Onoki, to death? Deidara's talent was widely acknowledged, and his determination was strong. He was also a person who would abide by the ninja code. But adherence to the code was predicated on it not impeding his pursuit of his own art. What kind of art is that? Is art played out like this? Onoki did not recognize Deidara's art. What kind of art was an explosion? It was fleeting, just like a shooting star. At least a shooting star could leave some traces and a large meteorite for study, whereas an explosion would only lead to destruction. Towards enemies, Onoki would definitely praise it as a rare form of art. But for the kid to cause explosions within his own village and on his own land, was this called art? This was damn well a terroristic act. And this little bastard ran away at the drop of a hat, causing so much trouble in the process, which gave Onoki a major headache. The troubles caused by the 7 major families of the Leaf Village had already consumed much of his energy. After all, it was a successful, classic case of rebellion. Once such a thing succeeded and had obvious reference steps and methods, it would certainly not be able to withstand the imitation and borrowing of ambitious individuals. Onoki did not want to be impeached from his position as Sushi Kage, or to put it another way, none of the 5 major ninja villages wanted such a thing to happen to them. Therefore, he had to appease the families in the village, while eliminating and erasing some things that were extremely unfavorable to him. He couldn't let others easily catch his weak points. But at this moment, his most promising and favorite disciple caused such a thing. How could he not be upset? If it had happened before, he might just have scolded Deidara a few times after capturing him and let it pass. No one would dare say anything about such a light punishment. But now he didn't dare. Who knew how many eyes were watching him, how many people were waiting for him to make a mistake? If possible, he wished Deidara would simply leave, but he was really unwilling and couldn't let go of Deidara. What he could do now was to capture Deidara before he made bigger mistakes and throw him into jail to cool down. And then he would do more work, hoping that he could be released earlier. And in the future, he would properly educate this kid, teach him what he can do and what he cannot do. But now the extremely awkward situation is, no one knows where Deidara had run off to. Every time he caused some trouble, he would hide so well that no one could catch him, making Onoki seriously troubled. Looking at the group of ninjas in front of him who didn't dare to utter a single word, Onoki sighed deeply in the end. He knew that he needed to calm down at this point. However, just then, a member of the Anbu suddenly rushed in, catching Onoki's attention. Lord Tsuchikage, there's an urgent report. After the Anbu member entered, he directly kneeled in front of Onoki and said gravely, "It's about Lord Deidara." "Speak." Onoki glanced at everyone present before he spoke. "Yes, we have found traces of Lord Deidara. He was last seen on the border." The Anbu member spoke softly. He didn't care about the other people in the office. If Onoki ordered him to speak, he would execute the order without hesitation. Borderline. Onoki frowned, but he quickly understood the meaning of the Anbu member. "You mean, he's within the land of Earth?" "Yes, that's our defensive blind spot, and no one lives there," the Anbu member quickly answered. "Lord Deidara is very clever. It's hard for us to find him hiding there until we found some people who accidentally discovered his traces." Hearing this, Onoki couldn't help but nod. Those areas were indeed desolate, and since he had been invading neighboring countries continuously, they were no longer borders in the traditional sense. Deidara had been studying with him all along. This kid must have noticed such loopholes and hid there, and it was indeed hard to find someone in such blind spots. But now that it's confirmed he's there, Onoki naturally couldn't do nothing. Even if that blind spot was particularly large, he was the Kage of Hidden Stones village, one of the 5 great shinobi villages. He could use the simplest means to capture Deidara. Notify the forces in the Land of Grass, Land of Birds, Land of Bears, and Land of Ghosts to immediately return and seal all passages strictly. Onoki gave the order in a deep voice. "We must catch Deidara, we absolutely can't let this kid escape." "Kid, do you want to blow yourself up?" Deidara naturally heard Kisame's words, but hearing them doesn't mean he would believe them. How could he easily believe the words of his enemy? In his view, this was nothing more than trying to save the one-eyed man with the Sharingan. Deidara raised one hand, his chakra surging as he was about to detonate his clay bomb. However, Itachi Uchiha, who had been watching him, still remained expressionless. Even his eyes didn't flicker. He simply stated a fact in a calm manner. "I advise you to look at yourself first. If you really detonate it, you won't have a chance to regret it. You Cyclops, don't think I don't know you. You're Itachi Uchiha, oh no, you've been stripped of your family surname." Deidara looked at Itachi Uchiha disdainfully, chuckled, and said, "You wanted to kill your whole family but ended up getting killed instead. The people you were loyal to are not good at all. Now, you're just a stray dog who has lost his family. It doesn't matter who I am, but if you keep moving, we might really have to collect your corpse." Itachi Uchiha's face also started to look a bit ugly, but he still maintained his calm and spoke. "Of course, for a man like you who speaks recklessly, there's nothing serious about dying." Now Deidara was genuinely confused, his gaze attracted by the 3 tomoe in Itachi's eyes. In an instant, as if a dream was shattered, everything returned to reality. A strong feeling of restraint came over him, and a white clay centipede appeared on his body. "What?" Deidara exclaimed in shock. A trace of cold sweat broke out on his body. If he had just detonated his ninjutsu, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "So I was asking, do you want to blow yourself up?" Kisame sighed, but there was a tone of schadenfreude in his voice. "But this can be considered as a dedication to the art you talk about. It seems not bad for you. This guy really looks like he's going to die early. I think we should find his successor in advance to avoid having to make another trip after his sudden death." Sasori also added a sentence from the side. Only Orochimaru's expression remained calm as if he didn't care at all. Kisame and Sasori's conversation completely ignored Deidara, without any regard for his feelings. But Deidara at this moment did not argue with the two, but instead looked gloomily at that one eye. "Ganjutsu, huh? But when exactly?" "Of course, it was from the very beginning. The moment you saw the Sharingan, you were caught in a Ganjutsu." At this moment, Orochimaru licked his lips, speaking in his raspy voice. "The Uchiha's Sharingan is really not a joke. He only has one, but if you encounter one with both eyes, it will be even more interesting. Golden light suddenly came from a hole in the wall. Deidara subconsciously closed his eyes, but then he looked over there. Itachi Uchiha was in the golden light, looking at him expressionlessly. The crimson Sharingan slowly rotated. Even with just one eye, it seemed strange and bewitching. With the light behind it, a sense of sanctity even appeared. Deidara stared blankly at this scene, his mind blanking in that moment. The strange Sharingan was reflected in his eyes. So beautiful. This is simply art. This is the Sharingan. However, Deidara quickly gritted his teeth and lowered his head, covering his eyes with his hand. Damn it, I'm actually fascinated by someone else's ability. Is that art? No, absolutely not. I will never accept this absurdity. Art is an explosion, only my work is true art. And besides, even if it's art, it wouldn't be the art of a family-less dog. He doesn't even have a pair of complete eyes, stop joking around. Upon reflection, the clay centipede slumped to the ground, and Itachi had turned and walked away at this point. The three tomoe in his eyes disappeared as they spun, without saying another word. Orochimaru watched the farce end and immediately turned and walked out, while Sasori also controlled his puppet shell to leave. Only Kisame turned and chuckled to Deidara, "Blonde brat, remember your promise, keep up." Watching the departing backs of the three, Deidara gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. But after a slight hesitation, he still hurriedly followed. To abide by the result of a wager, this most basic ninja principle, he still had. Speaking of which, entering the land of Earth is so troublesome, and it's so dangerous. Why do you still want to go here? Kakazu walked beside Kaido. Although he was not a talkative person, seeing the unusual expression of his golden master, he could only try to lighten the mood by talking. And he was also very curious about some things. This was not because he was gossipy, but because he didn't understand why they chose such a dangerous path. Who is Kaido? This guy is the head of the Uchiha clan and the director of the Hidden Leaf Village Guard Department. In addition, he is one of the initiators of the impeachment of the Hokage and is one of the biggest beneficiaries after the successful impeachment. And according to Kakazu's understanding, Kaido is also the biggest contributor to this event. It would not be wrong to say that he is one of the real decision-makers at this time. Jiraiya, this Hokage, is simply a puppet. This guy must have ways to bypass the Hokage to achieve his own ideas. The intelligence of such a person could not possibly be concealed, and such a person suddenly running to the territory of other major shinobi villages, once discovered, the consequences would be unthinkable. How did the third Raikage die back then? Wasn't he killed by thousands of people led by Onoki? Kaido's strength, no matter how strong it is, you haven't reached the level of Uchiha Madara, right? Is it really good to take such a risk? Because of some troublesome things, I don't want to rush back to Hidden Leaf Village, do you understand? Kaito sighed softly, looking at the road ahead before finally speaking leisurely. Although I'd like to say, as long as I'm shameless I can be invincible, but I really can't do it. What I'm talking about is not strength, but dealing with friends. Do you understand what it feels like to experience social death? I don't understand, I don't have friends, so I don't have this kind of trouble. Kakazu shook his head. His words made Kaito lose interest in talking to him. This kind of conversation ender was truly unprecedented. I have no friends, so I have no such worries, only Kakazu could probably say that. Kaito was too lazy to discuss these issues with Kakazu here. There was no point in further discussion. He glanced left and right, then asked curiously. Apart from those things, where are we going? A relatively secret route. This route used to be a village and a temple, but it's been abandoned now. Moreover, the neighboring countries are all under the influence of the Land of Earth. Kakazu spoke at a leisurely pace, seeming confident when it came to his area of expertise. So there aren't many guards on this route. There's absolutely no problem with us going this way. From what I can see, the mission is complete, so we can disband now, right? Orochimaru looked at Deidara following them and then asked directly. Orochimaru never had a good impression of such missions, especially those carried out with Itachi Uchiha. Now, he had no interest in Itachi Uchiha, having summoned Uchiha Madara and witnessed the power of this shinobi world's Azura. He had also witnessed the deterrent power demonstrated by Kaito Uchiha. He really looked down on Itachi Uchiha now. Even if Itachi Uchiha once made him feel challenged, it wasn't Itachi Uchiha who was the real challenge, but his careful Mangekyo Sharingan. The power of the Uchiha, it's really something to be both envied and feared. Orochimaru licked his lips. He just wanted to go back now and further his research. He couldn't be bothered with anything else. It had to be said that in research, Orochimaru was worthy of the praise as a once-in-a-century genius. He had great achievements in Hidden Leaf Village, and after leaving Hidden Leaf Village without the restrictions of being a ninja, his research became even broader, and he gained more results. In less than 10 years, he had completed many ninjutsu experiments. If there was anything he was most proud of, it would be impure world reincarnation and living corpse reincarnation. Each one can be said to be an unprecedented breakthrough, but the two are different after all, one being his own development and the other being a transformation. Orochimaru's most proud work was, of course, living corpse reincarnation. This jutsu, as the main direction of his ninjutsu research, successfully broke the boundary between life and death. He considered himself to have achieved an unprecedented feat. After all, this was the real means to allow a person's soul to continuously inherit and keep reviving. But the use of this jutsu also had very serious problems, that was, to find a suitable reincarnation body. The reincarnation body greatly affected the strength after reincarnation, as well as the fit between the soul and the body. This might sound similar to the impure world reincarnation, but that's the way it is. As for the real impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru had made some breakthroughs, and these breakthroughs made him very satisfied. Unapologetically, if he were to perform the impure world reincarnation now, he could definitely make the reincarnated person perform better. But this breakthrough was far from enough, and he was still continually researching and breaking through. After summoning Madara Uchiha, he acutely discovered the various problems of Edo Tensei, and solving these problems required him to put in serious effort. Take the requirements for bodies and the demands for control, for instance, these were things he needed to think about seriously. And I have more than one project at hand. I also need to work on the development of the curse seal. Orochimaru licked his lips, silently contemplating. The projects in his hand were not just the two previously mentioned, he had an even more interesting project at hand, which was the development of the curse seal. This was a power extracted from a subordinate named Jago, and then researched into sealing. This could break the conventional ninja wisdom of slowly cultivating chakra, allowing a ninja to possess powerful combat capabilities in a short time. Though not completely successful at present, like the sealings, many things need to be improved. He left one on his student, Kabuto, many years ago, but it was clearly not ideal. Moreover, Orochimaru was very sharp, he found this power so close to nature, which made him wonder if this was the so-called sage mode power. Unfortunately, he had no answers, and he had no interest in asking Jiraiya for them. However, he believed he could slowly research and obtain what he wanted. It would be nice if there weren't so many annoying tasks. Orochimaru glanced back at the people behind him and couldn't help shaking his head silently, but he knew there was nothing to say about these things. He was now contemplating whether he should go back and tell the guy with the Rinnegan that he would act alone in the future. After all, their organization usually operated in pairs, and now it was clear that an extra person had come out, so Orochimaru had to seize this opportunity. Even if it was temporary, because no one knew if someone would be recruited next time. But Orochimaru could temporarily get rid of these guys, avoiding some headaches. Normally we could disband now, but naturally, someone has to take this guy back. Who do you think should do it? Saisari looked around, then directly asked. However, this task suddenly made everyone silent. Obviously, no one wanted to take this task, even Kisame at this moment was exceptionally silent. In such a weird silence, Orochimaru was the first to walk towards the land of rice fields without looking back. He had prepared his laboratory in the land of rice fields, and the land of rice fields was close to the land of fire and the land of rain, he could get there at the earliest. Itachi Uchiha looked at Orochimaru and then walked in the opposite direction. No one knew where he was going, but it was clear he didn't want to deal with this task. As for Kisame, he shrugged indifferently and followed Itachi. He looked down on Itachi Uchiha, but as a ninja, his professionalism was high. If this guy was his teammate, then he would follow him even if he looked down on him. Of course, you shouldn't count on him to save anyone in a critical moment. After all, as a member of the Hidden Mist Village, the concept and option of saving people is not in his life dictionary. At most, he would do his best to kill this guy to prevent their secrets from being exposed. It seems you're not very popular, short-lived brat. Saisari was also indifferent when he saw this, turning his head to speak directly to Deidara, who was also silent. TCH, who knows what's up with your organization? Saisari replied indifferently, then looked at Scorpion and said, so, I'm with you? I'll take you, I don't have anything else to do anyway. Saisari nodded indifferently, after all, he was somewhat pleased to meet someone who also pursued art. Even if this guy's pursuit of art is completely different from his own, his obsessive character makes Saisari somewhat fond of him. However, just as they were about to leave, Saisari suddenly frowned and turned to look in the distance. At the same time, Orochimaru, Itachi Uchiha, and Kisame also did the same, because they could clearly feel someone approaching. But they were also curious about who would choose this place. After all, According to the routes and clues provided by Hidden Leaf Village, this place was basically uninhabited. Deodara ran here obviously for this reason, and now someone was coming. Could it be that they were unlucky enough to run into a patrol team? Everyone stood quietly, each with their own pride, so none of them planned to retreat. However, when two figures entered their line of sight, all their faces changed slightly. How can this place be so desolate? Does the land of Earth even have such a place? Walking through a barren valley, Kaido looked around and asked curiously. Although he had anticipated that the land of Earth would be barren, the desolation of this place was quite shocking to Kaido. The land of Earth is rich, this is indisputable, given the abundance of mineral resources there. But the land of Earth also has its own problems, namely that their climate environment is somewhat poor, leading to subpar farming conditions. The old man Onoki was so active in the Second and Third Wars because he wanted to give the land of Earth a chance to become self-sufficient. Unfortunately, the land of Earth didn't gain much from these two wars, but at the same time, it didn't lose much either. Especially in the Third Ninja World War, they surrendered proactively yet didn't have to pay any compensation, which didn't harm his reputation at all. He really had to thank Hiruzen and Sarutobi for this. It was such a good opportunity, and he let it slip through his fingers. Kaido didn't know what he was thinking. Without significant economic losses, Onoki wouldn't ignore the border, right? Even if the country on the other side was within his control, was it right to do so? I have no idea. The Hidden Rock Village's penetration into these small countries is much better than what you guys in Leaf Village do, because you explained while walking, glad to have diverted Kaido's attention. He couldn't stand the latter's previous attitude. Leaf Village only establishes bases to show its sphere of influence. But Hidden Rock Village directly sends in migrants to fully occupy the area. However, Onoki's actions are quite covert, and with the daimyo's help, ordinary people don't know about this. Coincidentally, I spent some time in the Land of Earth and undertook many missions from Hidden Rock Village after joining Akatsuki. So, I know more and have more information. Of course, if you want more detailed intelligence, you'll have to pay more. Kaito massaged his temples, feeling that Kakazu was simply too adorable, although his fists were becoming tighter involuntarily. However, interacting with Kakazu was similar to dealing with Shizui, no need to constantly wonder if he's hiding any information. Moreover, what's more intriguing about Kakazu than Shizui was that he was smart and, due to his age, had a lot of experience. Therefore, Kaido could communicate freely with him. There weren't many in Leaf Village who could do the same. Nara Shikaku was one, but there was still somewhat of a generation gap between him and Kaido. Yanko definitely could, but some topics weren't suitable for discussion with her. At least, some light-hearted topics for men, Kaido wouldn't dare joke about with Yanko. Given her name, Kaido worried if one day she might leave the land of fire while clutching his head. Thinking of this, Kaido shivered a bit, feeling lucky that his name wasn't Uchiha Makoto. Otherwise, who knows what kind of forced distortions of the world will might appear. Moreover, no one is named Mundo right now. There's no Uchiha or Hyuga I know or am familiar with, so I guess I won't have any issue with the Hyuga. Shaking his head, Kaido didn't feel like engaging with Kakazu. He understood Kakazu's point. Simply put, Onoki's methods were quite ruthless, and his long-term goal was to fully control the territories he had occupied, transitioning from puppet control to actual legal control. Using the gaming terminology from Kaido's past life experience playing Hearts of Iron, it's as if Onoki wanted to turn these places into his core territories, protected by the law. Even if it can't be done, all the people in the area are his own. Then, with a call to join the Land of Earth, this obviously isn't impossible either. Or set up a cooperative ninja village, wouldn't that solve the problem? Kaito mused silently. However, as they walked, his pace slowed down, and Kakazu also frowned, looking ahead. Both of them noticed some traces at the same time. What was different was that Kakazu discovered fresh signs of movement ahead, while Kaito directly felt several strong chakra presences ahead. And none of these chakras were weak, which made Kaito frown. Didn't you say that under normal circumstances, nobody would come here? Kaito asked, turning his head towards Kakazu. However, he did not stop. Normally, yes, but there are always exceptions, aren't there? Kakazu also did not stop, walking and explaining side by side with Kaito. Meeting people here wasn't a big deal. After all, no plan is ever 100% perfect, and encountering unforeseen situations during normal operations is commonplace. Though encountering people in the Land of Earth was indeed troublesome, if Kaito wasn't concerned, why should he be? This place was so remote that if their financier was recognized, they could simply eliminate the threat. By the time the Hidden Rock Village reacts, they might have already returned to the Land of Fire. It seems we have to make our financier pay more. After all, we've designed such a covert route for him, he doesn't have to worry about running into trouble. Kakazu thought to himself, walking along until his bin-like eyes suddenly narrowed. Similarly, Kaido gradually stopped his pace. Ahead of them were 5 people, one of whom wore a black cloak with red clouds. The 4 of them were staring at Kaido and Kakazu with a strange, unexplainable gaze. Clearly, they hadn't expected to run into Kaido and Kakazu. The only one who wasn't wearing the cloak, a blonde youngster, also showed a thoughtful expression upon seeing Kaido. Meanwhile, Kaido's mouth twitched a bit, utterly baffled at running into a large group from Akatsuki. However, upon seeing the blonde ponytail, he immediately understood what was happening. Only Kakazu looked somewhat confused. Although his expression remained calm, Kaido seemed to sense his embarrassment. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. The 2 groups just stood quietly, staring at each other as if they had lost their ability to think about what to do next. I think you can understand my feelings now, Kaido sighed after a while, speaking to Kakazu. It's like doing something good, but then getting found out by someone. Of course, the person who found out is your closest and best friend. You can try to empathize. It's hard to empathize, but if I were to magnify the feeling you described tenfold, I think I could understand, Kakazu finally replied after a moment of silence. It seemed that he truly understood the feelings Kaido was expressing. As Kaido and Kakazu were exchanging witticisms, each member of the Akatsuki was on high alert, even Deidara's expression was somewhat grave. Clearly, Deidara recognized who Kaido was, having been a disciple of Oinaki, he was privy to a fair amount of information. The one-eyed man who had just taught him a lesson with the Sharingan, even though the guy had 2 eyes, Deidara was still accustomed to calling him the one-eyed man. Although he seemed very formidable, the reason he became one-eyed was all thanks to the man standing before him. According to the intel, this man had casually gouged out one of his eyes, forcing him to flee. Now, Deidara was somewhat taking pleasure in others' misfortune. He had been a bit annoyed after being scolded for his Ganjutsu earlier. Seeing a more formidable person appear naturally brought him joy. Kisame, who also recognized Kaido's identity, shared Deidara's schadenfreude. Although the sight of Kaido made him extremely vigilant, he was also wondering how Kaido had ended up in this place. But considering the enmity between his teammate and Kaido, combined with his personal dislike of the same teammate, Kisame's reaction was expected. After all, their beliefs were different. Kisame firmly opposed the idea of the Kage ruling the villages arbitrarily, turning them into pawns. On the other hand, Itachi believed the village should be led by the Kage and even attacked his own clan for this reason. With such a stark difference in belief, not stabbing each other in the back was already a sign of high-level shinobi discipline. Could he really be expected not to take pleasure in this situation? Though Kakazu never said anything, he never hid his "I wish you were dead" attitude either. Orochimaru, on the other hand, seemed somewhat distracted. He already had the idea of retreating because he hadn't brought Madara Uchiha's cells with him this time. Orochimaru was an extremely pragmatic person. If he couldn't win, he wouldn't stay, and he despised pointless actions. Spending time on meaningless matters was, in essence, wasting time and delaying his research. Nevertheless, he cast a playful glance towards Itachi Uchiha, curious about Itachi's current state. Unfortunately, while Itachi Uchiha's eyebrows were furrowed, his expression remained calm, making Orochimaru feel a bit bored. After cautiously glancing at Kaido, Sasori soon turned his gaze towards Kakazu, and finally spoke after a while. "Kakazu, I didn't expect to see you here, it's a bit of a surprise." "Indeed, it's surprising. I didn't expect to run into you all here either." Kakazu shook his head, his emotions having mostly returned to normal. As long as he didn't feel awkward, then there would be no problem. Sasori stared at Kakazu, finally asking coldly, "So, can you explain your current situation, and where is Hidan?" "Can't you tell what my current situation is?" Kakazu shook his head, his voice cold and calm. "As for Hidan, that poor boy has both bad luck and a bit of a pity. He's still alive but his condition is probably not going to be good. For specifics, you should ask the person next to me, he is my current employer, and Hidan is in his hands." "Employer? Hidan is in his hands?" Sasori's gaze was locked on Kaido, his eyes flickered a bit, and his mind was considering what to do next. After contemplating for a while, Sasori let out a light hum. "Alright, I can pretend I didn't see this. However, you should know our organization can't tolerate traitors." "Perhaps, but who knows," said Kakazu nonchalantly. "When Pain invited me, he told me he could help me make money. Now that I've found a better opportunity, am I not allowed to choose? The Leaf Village indeed has more money than the Akatsuki, but I'm curious about how much they can give you." Orochimaru licked his lips and asked, "Or rather, how much can you, Director Kaido, give him?" "That depends on his worth." Kaido looked at Orochimaru with a smile. "Lord Orochimaru, I didn't expect to meet you here. You left Hidden Leaf Village so quickly, I didn't have a chance to look for you." Kaido's words immediately attracted the attention of the Akatsuki members to Orochimaru. They were unaware that Orochimaru had returned to the Leaf Village. But Orochimaru remained calm, licking his lips. "If I didn't leave, wouldn't I have been thrown into jail by Director Kaido? Just because you refrained from acting on the 5th Hokage's behalf and let me escort that old man, it doesn't mean you wouldn't act once I was done." "Very smart, you're much smarter than some people." Kaido smiled and nodded, then his face darkened a bit as he turned his gaze to the silent Itachi. "Will you speak? This time that masked man isn't here. How do you plan to die? Are you too confident, thinking you can lay hands on our people?" Sasori was too lazy to bother with Itachi Uchiha, but it's one thing to kill him privately, and another to say this in front of everyone. However, Sasori didn't seem to want to start a fight with Kaido. He tried to mediate in an unusual manner, but his eyes involuntarily looked into Kaido's eyes. "You two can settle your grudges privately, as long as we don't see it. But by doing this, you're challenging all of us. Where should I find this rat next time he hides?" Kaido raised an eyebrow, and it seemed he wasn't willing to let this matter go. "You could ask him if he wants to stay alone." Sasori glanced at the silent Itachi and found that the man had no intention of expressing an opinion. He shook his head disdainfully and said directly, "All right, it seems he's not willing. It's a very helpless choice. However, if you start a fight, are you sure you can defeat all 5 of us? Plus, don't forget that we're in the land of Earth, and it would be interesting if you're exposed. Let it be, this is Hidden Stones Village's territory, there's no need for us to fight to death here." Kaido seemed to be persuaded by this statement. He pondered for a moment before nodding. "And dealing with you 5, I don't seem to have much confidence either." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his lips, while Kisame nodded and chuckled. "That's a wise choice. If we clash here, no one would gain any advantage. In the end, it might benefit the people of Hidden Stones Village." Kakazu observed this scene thoughtfully, then nodded in agreement. Kaido let out a slight sigh. "All right, let's give this rat a break. Shall we each go our separate ways?" Sasori nodded. "Fine, each go our separate ways." With that, Kaido and Kakazu moved to the left, while all the Akatsuki members gravitated to the right, with only Deidara jumping aside to continue watching the commotion. Kaido and Kakazu headed towards the Land of Bears, while the 4 Akatsuki members synced their steps and headed towards the Land of Rain. Both groups slowed their pace and brushed past each other. The moment their backs were to each other after passing by, Kaido immediately turned around and formed hand seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Kakazu, worthy of being an old fox who could keep up with Kaido's thoughts, also took decisive action at this moment. Fire style, head incineration. The 4 Akatsuki members also struck in an instant, quickly using their most familiar and effective ninjutsu. The 6 people from both sides seemed to be telepathically linked, all launching their attacks at the most suitable moment, with the result being all their attacks colliding with each other. Boom, boom, boom. A violent roar rang out in an instant, and this desolate land began to shake as if in an earthquake. Chapter 166 What's happening? The intense roar made the returning Hidden Stones Village defense ninjas, who had already received intelligence, stop one after another. This was the border of the Land of Earth, and while it was no longer a border in the traditional sense, this kind of situation still made them alert. Of course, many of them thought that it might be the Tsuchikage's disciple, Deidara, causing some sort of commotion again. Deidara was a known explosion maniac, a fact well known to the people of Hidden Stones Village, and many didn't particularly like the guy. It wasn't that his abilities were inadequate or for any other reason. After all, Hidden Stones Village had a demolition team, and people were generally quite accepting. And his abilities were absolutely satisfactory and appreciated in the battlefield. However, the problem was that it seemed he didn't really consider anyone else. His eyes were only on those damned explosions, and his daily experiments were extremely dangerous. Imagine conducting such experiments in densely populated areas of the village. Isn't that risking lives? Nobody would object if you did this to the enemy, but doing this to your own people, isn't that madness? Deidara seemed to be aware that his actions were not acceptable, and he also seemed to sense the general dislike towards him. Hence, he simply left the village. Many people applauded his departure, thinking that they had gotten rid of a plague god. However, to their chagrin, the 3rd Tsuchikage insisted on bringing the boy back, causing them quite a headache. Why bring him back? What if he causes trouble again? What if we come back from our rotation to find our families injured or even dead? What would we do? Many ninjas harbored such thoughts. They were defense ninjas, yes, but they were also on rotation. This shift was theirs, and the next one would be someone else's. They really didn't want a madman in the village, only to return from their missions to hear of some tragedy. It wasn't just them, Even the mission ninjas within the village were worried, but they had no say in the matter. Being ninjas, they had to dutifully carry out their tasks. Captain, it's not a simple explosion. At this moment, a sensory ninja suddenly spoke. About 10 kilometers ahead, there's a very obvious and strong chakra fluctuation. If there's no accident, it must have been caused by a battle. A battle? Upon hearing this, the leading ninja's face immediately turned serious. The explosions caused by Deodara's experiments and those resulting from battles had completely different implications. Because the latter could only mean one thing: they might be facing a serious incident, or even a situation where a team is already engaged in combat with an enemy. Did Deodara make a move? The leading ninja silently pondered, but soon he shook his head and issued an order. Notify Lord Onoki. We can't make a decision on this. Report as it is. Yes, Captain. The Hidden Stones village ninja nodded immediately and then quickly ran off to convey the message. A swift hawk spread its wings in the sky and flew directly towards their command center. After all, this time all the defense ninjas from the 3 major defense zones were called, requiring a commander to direct them. And Kitsuchi, the son of Onoki, was this time's commander, and he had even arrived at the front line. Kitsuchi didn't quite understand why his father had such a massive operation to capture Deodara. He felt this was simply a waste of resources. Furthermore, mobilizing a large army would affect the defense zones. And if they deployed so many to capture one person and failed, it would be quite embarrassing. According to him, they should have figured out where Deodara was and then he could go and capture him directly. Why did they need so many people? If Onoki knew his thoughts, he would surely be furious. In fact, if someone slightly politically savvy was present, they would immediately understand the implications behind this. It was not as simple as capturing Deodara. This was Onoki showing his determination, and at the same time demonstrating his influence to those harboring malicious intentions. Unfortunately, Kitsuchi was not particularly insightful when it came to political matters. He really couldn't see this aspect. Perhaps it was because of this, that despite his old age, Onoki still held the position of Sushi Kage, while Kitsuchi, despite being at his prime, was still just a Jonin. Commander, this is a message from the Swift Hawk. While Kitsuchi was pondering, a ninja quickly entered and handed him a piece of paper. Kitsuchi nodded, then directly opened it and began reading. Soon his eyebrows involuntarily furrowed. A battle occurred. Was it our people or others? Though Kitsuchi didn't have a political mind, as a ninja, he was highly competent. Just by seeing this information, he understood a lot. He had also sensed the explosion earlier. He didn't act rashly because he was waiting for the intelligence to arrive. Now he could confirm the situation. Send an order down. Have all units dispatch their fastest maneuvering squads to completely seal off and surround that area. The main force will follow and fill in the gaps, and prepare weapons to deal with airborne threats. Deodara can fly. After a brief consideration, Kitsuchi quickly made the best arrangement. In the uncertainty of whether Deodara was fighting the enemy or his own people, he had to consider both possibilities. If it was a battle with the enemy, this meant someone had intruded, and such people must be eradicated, regardless of how many they might be. There could be no complacency. Even if these people had not entered the village, causing trouble in the land of Earth was a death-seeking behavior, and no village would let them go. If it was Deodara, regardless of whether he was experimenting or fighting with his own village, they also could not be let off the hook. Proper preparations could address all troubles. Kitsuchi's considerations were comprehensive. After all, he had participated in both the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. Yes, Commander. The ninja loudly responded and then quickly rushed out to arrange things. Kitsuchi also craned his neck, his gaze fixed in the distance. He had watched Deodara grow up, and he was familiar with his character and abilities. However, because of this understanding, he needed to be even more focused, as Deodara's strength was not to be underestimated. Flames were burning continuously, the earth was scorched black at this moment. Among these flames, countless snake corpses emitted a burn stench, kunai were embedded all over, a green aura was rising upward. But these flames dissipated quickly. After all, someone had used a water style, it could be considered as cooling down these flames. However, it was clear that whether it was Kaido Uchiha or Akatsuki, their intentions to kill were decided. They were using high-intensity ninja techniques, aimed to kill the enemy directly. For example, Kaido Uchiha, raising his hand resulted in a massive fire style. There was no room for negotiation. These guys. Deodara was still somewhat naive, he had always lived under the protection of Onoki, so he was genuinely scared by these two groups' sudden actions. Just a second ago, although the tension was palpable, no one had made a move and was still analyzing the pros and cons, the scene at least looked harmonious. But the next second, these two groups crossed paths, revealing their backs, and without hesitation, they launched an attack. What kind of people were they? As the flames dissipated, Kaido Uchiha and Akatsuki stared at each other, each keeping their guard up. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed a bit stiff and silent. Everyone remained cautious, but there was no embarrassment on their faces. "Hey, didn't we agree to go our separate ways?" At this moment, Kaido Uchiha's voice broke the silence, and his words gave Deidara a feeling of wanting to spit blood. "Aren't you the head of the Leaf Village's security department, and also the clan head of the Uchiha? Don't you have any shame? When the fight started, it seemed like you weren't forced to take action either, right? The first to act, it seems, was you guys." Saisari fell silent for a while before saying in a low voice. However, as he spoke, he quickly started to circulate his chakra, and countless puppets appeared behind him. Not just him, the Cyclops watched Kaido Uchiha and the others with a blood-red eye, while the others were also circulating their chakra constantly, obviously preparing for a big battle. Seeing this, Deidara had completely given up on trying to figure out these guys, feeling he might be too young. Just now, he really believed that these people would let it go, pretending that no one had noticed anyone else. "Nonsense, you are clearly the first to act," replied Kakazu, who seemed capable of lying without any change in his demeanor, his indifferent voice reaching everyone's ears. "Would we retaliate if you hadn't taken the first move? You really are fickle." Orochimaru licked his lips, saying just that before he focused his gaze on Kaido Uchiha. "How about this? We continue to go our separate ways?" Kisame didn't seem to want to fight with Kaido Uchiha and the others. His shark-like face showed a smile, though it looked rather ferocious. "Getting into a fight here will attract the attention of the people from Hidden Stones Village. Let's just treat it as a misunderstanding." Kaido Uchiha and Kakazu looked at each other, then Kaido Uchiha nodded and said, "Right, just a misunderstanding. Let's leave it at that." Orochimaru licked his lips, speaking directly. After all, everyone's time is precious. "I think so too," Kakazu nodded slightly. "Wasting time is like wasting money." With that, Kaido Uchiha and Kakazu began to slowly turn around, and likewise, the four members of Akatsuki also began to turn around with their movements. It seemed as if everything was about to calm down, even Deidara thought that it was the end. However, what happened next left Deidara completely dumbfounded, and he thoroughly understood that there was a significant gap between him and these people. Kaido Uchiha, Kakazu, and the Akatsuki members had just turned around, and in the next moment, they turned back as if they were highly coordinated teammates. This time, Kaido Uchiha quickly drew his ninja sword, and azure chakra spread over his blade. His eyes had turned incredibly crimson, and he swung his sword fiercely, firmly blocking Kisame's Samada. At this moment, Kakazu had taken all the masks from his body. He was not like Uchiha Kaido who could temporarily suppress his power. He was very clear about the strength of the Akatsuki members, and he knew that if he was careless, he might be finished. Therefore, as soon as he made a move, he went all out, directly using Earth Grudge Fear mode. Wind style, pressure damage. Lightning style, false darkness. Fire style, head grief. The three ninjutsu were activated simultaneously, and the coverage of these three techniques was beyond imagination due to his full effort in casting them. Whether it was Orochimaru, Itachi Uchiha, or Saisari, all raised their brows slightly upon seeing the three techniques, and then they immediately leapt away in different directions. This left a lot of space for Kaido Uchiha, allowing him to focus on Kisame momentarily. Speaking of which, Kaido Uchiha felt quite unlucky because his fear of social death led him to choose the longest route. In his anticipation, this route would take more time, so he wouldn't have to rush back to the Leaf Village, allowing everyone to calm down. However, who would have thought that because of choosing this route, he would inexplicably run into the Akatsuki group together? Normally, the proud members of Akatsuki wouldn't operate as a group, considering each one of them is extremely arrogant. Operating in small squads is only for mutual supervision, and that's already at the limit. The threat posed by them grouping together is unimaginable. Furthermore, today, to recruit a new ninja, they simply chose to come together as a group. Since they had their own tasks in the surrounding countries, they decided to come together. As a result, Kaido Uchiha and Kakazu accidentally ended up face to face with these guys. He had even wondered if Kakazu was deliberately setting him up, but when he noticed Kakazu's bewildered expression, he understood this really was an accident. Indeed, when encountering a socially fatal situation, one also becomes unlucky. Kaido Uchiha sighed inwardly, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Handling so many Akatsuki ninjas at once, even if he was now strong enough, he wouldn't claim a sure victory. However, he did know one thing, that these guys from the Akatsuki, one by one, were wary of him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made so many probes earlier, or tried multiple surprise attacks. It seems, my reputation in the ninja world is not low either. Kaido Uchiha felt amused, but the strength in his hands began to increase. Looking at Kisame, who was seriously facing him and had already started using the same Ada, Kaido Uchiha revealed a faint smile on his face. Well, I can't let you guys down. Kaido Uchiha was watching Kisame with cold eyes. His crimson eyes were already emitting a strange power. He had always admired Kisame, or it could be said that there was no ninja from the Hidden Mist village that he didn't admire. These guys either showed unyielding loyalty or possessed the perfect qualities of a ninja, something that even the Leaf village struggled to achieve. Of course, this village owes the cultivation of such ninjas to Obito Uchiha. His near-revengeful operation of destruction within the Hidden Mist village had truly crippled them, but it's undeniable that such operations also trained a large batch of excellent and bloodthirsty ninjas. Obito Uchiha's revenge was not difficult to understand, because in the end, Rin was killed by the people of the Hidden Mist village, and this grudge was deeply etched in his memory. After inheriting the resources of Madara Uchiha, how could he easily let go of the village that killed Rin? Frankly speaking, whatever Obito Uchiha did was irrelevant to Madara Uchiha, and even from the Leaf village's perspective, his actions were actually helping them. But unfortunately, due to differing stances, Kaido Uchiha never considered defying or helping Obito Uchiha. If it was before the Nine Tails incident, it could still be said. But after the Nine Tails incident, no one was willing to save this unfortunate guy, even Kaido Uchiha wasn't. Just like Itachi Uchiha, killing the enemy is absolutely fine. But when you raise your hand against your own parents and teachers, especially when they are people who love and care about you so much, if you are so ruthless, then it's beyond salvation. Kaido Uchiha holds grudges, and he is a person who has inherited a 5,000-year-old tradition from the Senju clan. Sometimes he can show his compassion and empathy, but when certain issues arise, he will never compromise. Looking at Kisame in front of him with a deep gaze, Kaido Uchiha suddenly revealed a smile. Shark face, are you from the Hoshigaki clan? I am Hoshigaki Kisame. Kisame, alone with Kaido Uchiha, didn't dare to joke around. His expression seemed somewhat heavy. I never thought I would encounter someone like you. I'm curious about how you guys have portrayed me, as you seem quite afraid of me. Kaido Uchiha's voice remained calm as he quietly watched Kisame and whispered. At the same time, the chakra in his body began to change. Of course, he felt Samada consuming his chakra. How could he not react? After all, you are the one who defeated the third Hokage. Moreover, there are quite a few people in the organization who talk about you. For example, you nearly crushed Itachi Uchiha. Kisame said in a deep voice. He felt the pressure from Kaido Uchiha, and he was a little confused about why Kaido Uchiha didn't look strong, but his power was so great. Hoshigaki Kisame himself was incredibly strong. Although Kaido Uchiha's power was not comparable to his, he couldn't put all his strength into a sword fight. If he couldn't control his power, then if Kaido Uchiha retreated, he would be done for. But such power also left Kisame feeling incredulous. Is that so? This is the first time I found out that I could be remembered by a group of rogue ninjas. But that's also an honor for me. Kaido Uchiha laughed lightly, then he curiously looked at Kisame. Speaking of which, the Hoshigaki clan is considered a large family in the Land of Water. Do you really think it was a good thing for you to defect? This was my personal decision. Didn't your clan also have an Itachi Uchiha who defected? The Hoshigaki clan really was a large family in the Hidden Mist village. Kaido didn't know this before his crossover, and only found out afterwards. Kisame, facing Kaido's question, seemed somewhat indefensible, even retorting with a question of his own, suggesting that he didn't want to answer this topic. That guy has problems in his head, you can consider him a lunatic. I don't think you see the village as belonging to the shadow, do you? Kaido replied with a light chuckle, and Kisame nodded with utmost seriousness. Indeed, I've experienced the tragic results of the shadow treating the village as his personal property. It seems my future days won't be easy. So, are you considering joining me? Kaido unsheathed his weapon at this point. Staying in such a dead-end organization is a waste for you. I think I'll pass. I don't plan on leaving, at least not at the moment. Kisame's voice became somewhat detached. At least I have no such thoughts at present. It seems we can only be enemies now. It's quite sad that you have to team up with that guy. Kaido gently shook his head, then looked at Kisame and asked in a low voice. After absorbing so much of my chakra, is your ninja sword feeling alright? Kaido's words made Kisame's face change instantly. At that moment, Kisame could feel Kaido's chakra beginning to violently fluctuate. That vast chakra, full of coldness and destruction, felt like something humans should not possess. In his hand, Kisame's Samada also emitted a sound like a wailing, seemingly proving that Kaido's chakra was not a supplement for him. Several thoughts flashed through Kisame's mind. He leapt backwards to disengage the Samada from Kaido's sword, reacting directly to the power Kaido had unleashed. However, Kaido clearly wasn't going to let him escape that easily. He charged forward, his ninja sword swinging continuously. Purple arcs of electricity danced continuously on Kaido's ninja sword, and Kisame was forced to constantly defend, now feeling greatly burdened. He truly didn't expect that human chakra could instill fear in Saimata. This was something that Itachi Uchiha never mentioned. Moreover, this guy's Sharingan was stronger, which meant that his Genjutsu abilities were likely even more terrifying. Kisame didn't dare to meet Kaido's eyes. Not being able to see his eyes led to blind spots in his field of vision, preventing him from making hand signs at will. Who knows when this guy would charge over with a slash, then he'd be in big trouble. Additionally, Kisame noticed something else. Why did the ninja sword in this guy's hand give him such a familiar feeling? Ding, ding, ding. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously, and Kisame was defensively struggling more and more. All he could think about was cursing at this guy. Why was he so strong, and yet so fast? Was this guy even human? Seems like your Saimata isn't eager to swallow my chakra, is it? At this moment, Kaito's voice suddenly reached his ears, and Kaido's ninja blade came slashing from above. Kisame immediately raised Saimata to block the onslaught, while lowering his head, not daring to glance at Kaido. Don't you think this sword feels familiar? Kaido fiercely kicked at Kisame, who seemed to seize the opportunity and swiftly slammed backwards. He finally came to a halt after a long while. However, when he was about to confirm Kaido's position, a startling chakra vibration appeared behind him. And along with it was Kaido's slightly mocking voice. This sword, it was taken from Raga. It seems like I have quite a connection with you, Mist Shinobi-ha. Kakazu, have you really decided to take action against us? Kaido and Kisame crossed paths for the first time, while Kakazu, Sasori, Orochimaru, and Itachi surprisingly formed a standoff. Sasori's cold voice came from the red secret jutsu puppet, but regrettably, Kakazu didn't pay him any heed and continued to remain vigilant. Actually, Kakazu was naturally worried about the current situation, but compared to that, he had more faith in Kaido's strength. He assumed the shark-faced Kisame must be from the Hoshigaki clan, a clan known for their vast chakra and physical strength. It wouldn't be easy for ordinary people to handle them, but they were dealing with the Sharingan, especially one with Kaido's level of strength. They were really asking for trouble. Besides, Kaido's abilities weren't limited to physical techniques. As one who had been schooled by Kaido, Kakazu had a clear understanding of just how exaggerated his strength was. Of course, this exaggeration hadn't reached the level of Madara Uchiha in the past, but it was quite unique in the current context. As long as Kaido could quickly dispose of that Hoshigaki brat and then back him up, escaping wouldn't be a problem, let alone fighting. Even though Kaido's space-time ninjutsu always caused quite a ruckus, rendering it unfit for assassinations, but being able to traverse space was enough. It's not up to me, and I'm not making any decisions. Kakazu calmly shook his head, fixing his gaze on the group in front of him and slowly speaking up. I've said it before, I'm just here to make money with clan leader Kaido. If he pays more, I follow him. It's as simple as that. Seems like you're beyond redemption. Trusting a man devoid of any shinobi etiquette. Maybe one day you'll die without even knowing how. Itachi Uchiha said indifferently. He seemed calm on the outside. But inside, he was in complete chaos. He truly didn't expect to encounter Kaido here, which gave him immense pressure. He truly couldn't forget how ruthless Kaido was when he attacked, and he couldn't forget how exaggerated Kaito's strength was. And this guy even forced the death of the third Hokage. This filled Itachi Uchiha's heart with hatred towards him, but also with great fear. However, between hatred and fear, he still maintained his composure, as both Biwajuzo and Kisame utterly dismissed him. Even though Itachi Uchiha really wanted to refute their dismissal by calling them a bunch of renegade ninjas, he knew the situation in the Hidden Mist Village, some things couldn't be changed just because he wanted them to be. This was the root of his inner turmoil. But he absolutely couldn't show his inner chaos. He still had to affirm his beliefs, at least outwardly. Because if he showed any change, the man who called himself Madara Uchiha wouldn't let him off, and even if he did change, Kaito wouldn't let him off either. Oh? What right does a stray dog like you have to talk to me? Kakazu raised an eyebrow, then spoke disdainfully. Whether he has the quality of a ninja or not isn't up to you. If you're referring to him forcing the death of the Hokage, do you have it? You were labeled a renegade ninja by Hidden Leaf Village and by the third Hokage himself. He was the head of the security department. The difference in credibility between you two is huge. Itachi Uchiha fell silent, silently watching Kakazu, his body's chakra starting to boil. Not just him, Sasori and Orochimaru too. Orochimaru really didn't want to fight, but in this situation, he had no choice but to act. Fortunately, Orochimaru gently licked his tongue. He didn't prepare Madara Uchiha's reanimation, but there were others who were reanimated. These two weren't so easy to control, but it didn't matter now. If it came to that, stalling for time would be good too. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Itachi Uchiha took the initiative. He spit out a huge fireball, while Kakazu immediately planned to use his water-style mask to defend. Kaido had indeed shattered 4 of his bodies, but Kaido killed so many Anbu at once, and it was unknown how many were severely injured. With Kaido's permission, and under the guidance of Kaido's shadow clone, Kakazu had received some replenishment, so he wasn't worried about his condition now. Just as he was about to release his water ninjutsu, Orochimaru suddenly made a move. Ninjutsu, Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. He stretched his hand forward, several snakes hissed from his sleeve towards Kakazu. The snakes entwined with each other and cooperated skillfully, clearly their intelligence was not low. Upon seeing this, Kakazu immediately moved aside, and Sasori also made his move. He manipulated the red secret jutsu puppet to crouch slightly. In the next moment, the puppet spat out a high-density barrage of kunai and shuriken, their speed making them difficult to dodge. Moreover, Kakazu, with his sharp vision, clearly noticed the green liquid on the kunai and shuriken. Obviously, they were coated with poison. Troublesome guy. Kakazu cursed inwardly, then swiftly dodged Orochimaru's venomous snakes, incidentally directing those snakes toward Itachi's fireball. He executed all of this smoothly, but alas, the opponents were experts, mastering both the quality of their ninja techniques and the timing of their releases. Even though his actions were already fluid enough and agile, he inevitably got grazed a bit. However, he didn't mind. During the dodging process, he had already utilized earth release to harden his body, so he didn't have any problems. Furthermore, because he had released such an earth-style strengthening technique, it allowed him to calmly face Sasori's poison stings and needles. Ding ding ding. Sounds resembling the collision of metal constantly echoed as Kakazu directly used his body to block those poison stings and needles. However, he couldn't just let those things hit his body. If those things really pierced his defenses, his outcome would be extremely miserable. Constantly retreating and dodging, Kakazu handled these details quite accurately. Moreover, the trio on the other side was a mess when they teamed up, which gave Kakazu a chance to find a way to cope. However, the three were extremely powerful ninjas. Despite their messy coordination, their strength was undeniable. Therefore, all Kakazu could do was continue to maneuver around them. The ground was being blasted open by their continuous release of powerful ninjutsu. The surrounding rocks were basically cleared by them. Flames, hurricanes, and thunderbolts were spreading continuously within this space. One could imagine the intensity of this battle. Kakazu kept dodging while retaliating. He no longer dared to use the earth style to resist the ninjutsu alone. Because Orochimaru and Sasori, one had lightning release, and the other even had a puppet capable of harnessing the power of the lightning release. Lightning release beats earth style, this was the truth in the ninja world, and Kakazu had no solution to this. What's going on? A junior of the Hoshigaki clan hasn't been dealt with yet. If this goes on, I'll be in trouble. Kakazu thought. The next second his face changed, because Itachi had already rushed to his face. His Sharingan had transformed, brewing a strange power in his eyes. At the same time, several giant snakes had appeared behind him, completely cutting off his retreat. And the puppet controlled by Sasori had already appeared above his head with a ninja blade. It could be said that he was completely encircled at this moment. Darn, looks like I'll have to lose a heart, I'll need to charge more for this. Kakazu muttered inwardly, his eyes glowed a dim green, and his chakra was expanding madly. Obviously, he had already prepared for the worst. However, just at this moment, a figure suddenly came crashing in. In an instant, his encircled situation was completely broken. The next moment, a violent rumbling that shook the earth and the mountains came from not far away. This speed, space ninjutsu? Kisame was astonished at the source and actual situation of Kaido's ninja sword, but what shocked him even more was the ninjutsu displayed by Kaido. The technique that suddenly appeared behind him with violent chakra vibrations, in an instant, made him realize that this might be space ninjutsu. This Uchiha can actually use space ninjutsu, which is simply unimaginable. How should one deal with such a guy? Kisame's face was now rather gloomy. He knew that being drawn into such a fight was inevitable, but the most deadly part was that this fight was entirely because of Uchiha Itachi. Without this guy, Kaido Uchiha would not have fought them. After all, strictly speaking, they had no intersection with Kaido Uchiha. Even if Kakazu was instigated, it wasn't a big deal. After all, everyone in their organization is a rogue ninja. If they could betray once, why couldn't there be a second time? Now it's good. No matter what they say, it's useless. The other side is unwilling to let him go, and they have to take the initiative to eliminate hidden dangers because of Itachi Uchiha. But to let him face Kaido alone, he really couldn't do anything. Buzz. Regardless, Kisame immediately swung his sword towards his back. His Saimata was in poor condition due to absorbing Kaido's terrifying chakra. Now it's impossible for it to provide Kisame with chakra to assist in the fight. But anyway, Saimata is an extremely sharp ninja sword. Using it as a ninja sword has no problem at all. Moreover, you actively ran to my back but didn't attack. You can't avoid this distance. Kisame thought this way in his heart, but in fact, he was also apprehensive. He can't possibly distance himself from the opponent. The speed of the opponent plus this space ninjutsu basically doesn't allow him to think of ways to use ninjutsu to attack. This is equivalent to wasting half of his abilities. What makes him helpless is that the other party is a Sharingan ninja, which means his body techniques might not work against the opponent. Can Kisame's heart not be stifled? Such frustration also caused him to have some doubts about his own attack, and his doubts were obviously correct. But just as his ninja sword was about to hit Kaido, a sudden pain came from his wrist. He was astonished to find that the other party had already grabbed his wrist. Bang! Saimata smashed hard on the ground, creating a deep hit. Seeing this, Kisame immediately shook off with force. Under his tremendous strength, he escaped Kaido's control the moment Kaido's ninja sword pierced his chest. At the same time, he exerted extra strength, allowing his body to quickly retreat. This move allowed him to create a good distance, but he was still somewhat frightened inside. If he hadn't been strong enough and physically fit, the move he just made would not have diverted Saimata's attack but would have directly broken his wrist. But it's okay, his space ninjutsu seems to cause a strong chakra fluctuation, which will tip me off. And now such a chakra fluctuation has not occurred, which means he has not followed. Since this is the case, Kisame is an extremely excellent ninja, his analytical ability is also very strong. He began to make hand signs quickly while pondering. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. Accompanied by his chakra that was as strong as a tailed beast, a source of water large enough to form a lake appeared on the arid ground. He is a shark, he is Kisame Hoshigaki, only in water is he in his home field, and the ability to use techniques is his most perfect way of fighting. Nice water style, I think you're better off with me. What can you do in this organization? At this moment, Kaito suddenly landed on the water's surface and calmly spoke to Kisame who was in the distance. All are aloof rogue ninjas, and even a stray dog like Itachi can be sheltered. What do you think you guys can do? Leaf Village is different. Although there are other clans in Leaf Village, I can say without hesitation that my say is the greatest. Whether it's resources or personnel, Leaf Village has it. I just personally value talent, and you are a talent. However, just a friendly reminder, don't kill my interest in you. You should know that I'm not yet serious in this fight. Kaito spoke big words. In fact, he was already serious about the fight, he just hadn't used some of his power yet. Facing a ninja like Kisame, if he really wasn't serious, he would be joking with his own life. But he could say anything he wanted, no one else knew, and indeed, Kaito really thought highly of Kisame. He sincerely wanted to try to recruit this guy, but it seemed to have little effect. His words had clearly silenced Kisame a bit. The next moment, Kisame's hands clapped together, and his majestic chakra began to churn crazily. This action was a response to Kaito. Water style, 4 sharks rain. Kisame slapped the water's surface with one hand, and 4 water sharks leaping vertically instantly appeared around him. These 4 sharks flew towards Kaito without hesitation, their speed was astounding. Kaito's eyes rotated slightly, he had already seen through the essence of this technique. This technique is directly linked to Kisame's chakra, as long as Kisame is not dead, this technique can split infinitely. Frankly speaking, this technique is really troublesome, but Kaito doesn't worry too much. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. With his hands quickly forming seals, flames of black and white were spewed out directly. The wild flames covered a very wide range, almost all the lake surface summoned by Kisame was enveloped, and the 4 sharks were obviously among them. The temperature became scorching hot in an instant, and the space seemed to start to distort. The thick water vapor instantly blocked Kaito's line of sight. However, this kind of fog without attached chakra didn't count for much to Kaito. He almost instantly locked onto Kisame in the distance, but he soon furrowed his brows. Water clone? Kaito gently shook his head, the next moment his gaze was fixed beneath the water surface, and then he spoke softly. You dare to play such tricks in front of my eyes? Are you too confident or do you underestimate me? Or to say, you don't know what the power of these eyes means, do you? As his voice fell, Kisame suddenly surged out from the water. His body was wrapped by a shark, and he had somehow regained his Saimata blade in his hand. The sharp chakra constantly revolved on his Saimata blade, Accompanying his swing towards Kaido, it seemed to completely shred Kaido. However, at this moment, the three tomoe in Kaido's eyes started to spin crazily, and in an instant, they had connected together. The next second, a layer of azure chakra appeared on his body, and this chakra quickly fused and diffused. In the end, the moment the same Oda touched him, this chakra had turned into a giant in the form of a skeleton. Chapter 167. Since talking is useless, then no more useless words. Kaido has always been a man of action. His early skirmishes with Kisame had given Kaido an understanding of Kisame's basic abilities. It can only be said that this guy's comprehensive abilities are really very strong. In terms of physical techniques, his power and reaction are excellent, although his speed is a bit lacking, but that also depends on who his opponent is. And there's no need to mention his technique and chakra performance, especially that water-style technique is really impressive. With his nearly perfect ninja skills, anyone with certain power would want to recruit him, as long as it doesn't harm their own interests. That includes Kaido. But since Kisame has rejected Kaido, there's no need for Kaido to be polite anymore. Especially, holding back in a fight with Kisame and going all out are two completely different situations. Kaido, with his arms folded, stood still inside Susanoo. He silently watched Kisame's Saimata blade slashing onto Susanoo. Feeling that terrifyingly ultimate power and chakra transmission, he couldn't help but shake his head. Kisame really is a monster. With such power intensity, if I didn't have Susanoo for protection, I would never dare to take it head-on. Kaido looked calm, but his chakra output was huge. After all, Kisame was no joke. Susanoo had indeed been shattered before, even Kaido himself had the experience of shattering Susanoo. Fortunately, with the intensity of Kaido's eyes and his chakra supply, his Susanoo has received a great boost in power. So even Kisame's such sneak attack did not directly break Kaido's defense. Do you think you can really hide your every move from my eyes? Although there were some ripples in Kaido's heart, he looked so calm and indifferent on the surface. He gently shook his head and then slowly spoke. I told you, I haven't been serious before because I had high hopes for you. But since you refused, I won't hold back anymore. Opportunities are scarce in life, whether one can grasp them is their own problem. Isn't that right, Kisame? With Kaito's cold voice ringing out, Kisame's shark face instantly became incredibly ugly. He could feel the chakra on Kaido, which was cold and full of destruction, becoming more dense. He immediately disregarded everything and rushed into the water. But Kaido had no intention of letting him go. The ninja blade was instantly drawn by Kaido, and the Mengekyo in his right eye began to spin quickly. The power of the reverse path was stimulated to the extreme at this moment. Then he controlled Susanoo, which was holding the ninja blade high in its right hand, and swung it fiercely at the water surface. A giant blade edge infused with Kaido's terrifying chakra appeared in an instant, forming a bizarre energy torrent at the point where the blade edge hit the water surface. Such power seemed to cause a slight distortion, and the next second, the water surface was split in two as if it were tofu. The blade rushed madly forward, with Kisame running desperately. In the water, Kisame's speed could be maximized. Regrettably, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't compete with such a blade. In such an extreme situation, Kisame's face hardened in an instant, performing a seal while fleeing. Ninja art, shark skin fusion. The shark skin fusion mode was Kisame's last resort. He really didn't want to use this technique unless absolutely necessary, as his mastery of it was too poor. Real ninja combat does not encourage risk-taking, especially using techniques that one is unfamiliar with, which could very well backfire. But in matters of life and death, ninjas often become gamblers. Because if they gamble, they might just survive, but if they don't, they're dead for sure. Kisame had no choice in this situation, so he decisively chose this technique. In a moment, he transformed into a half-human, half-shark creature. Is this the shark skin fusion? Kaito watched from a distance, but he wasn't surprised to see Kisame use this technique. In his memory, this was Kisame's ultimate move, and it also seemed to give Kisame the ability to devour and sense chakra. It's a good, very practical technique, but his fusion degree is not high, so he's not skilled at it. Otherwise, if he had brought out this fighting power earlier, he wouldn't have been pushed to this point by me. Kaido thought to himself, then quickly caught up. At this moment, Kisame's speed had increased even more, and Kaido could clearly feel his chakra becoming even more intense. The key thing was that Kaido found this guy's chakra constantly vibrating and starting to feed back into his body cells. This feeling was somewhat similar to medical ninjutsu, which reminded Kaido that Kisame seemed to have the ability to heal himself with chakra. So he's planning to fight back if he can't hide? Kaido saw through Kisame's idea in an instant, and at this moment, the blade Kaito had released had already caught up with Kisame. Soundlessly, the blade had swept across Kisame's body, and in that instant, Kisame was shot out like a cannonball. It was at this moment that Kaido's blade had completely crossed the lake created by Kisame, and the terrifying energy surge entered the earth in an instant. At this moment, the earth began to shake crazily, and the massive energy surge triggered an earthquake. Layers of blood fog had already appeared on Kisame's retreating body, and even more terrifying was that his body was already showing a clear trend of breaking. If it weren't for the layer of chakra that was wrapped around him and continuously healing him, he might have already gone to the Pure Land to accompany their fourth Mizukage by now. Boom. Kisame fiercely smashed the puppet in the sky, then his whole body crashed onto the ground. Splutter. Blood spewed from Kisame's mouth, and fresh blood kept seeping out from his body. This brutal scene left Kakazu, Orochimaru, Sasori, and Itachi a little stunned. The following earth-shaking rumble immediately alerted them to the gravity of the situation. Especially the suffocating wave of chakra coming towards them, it made them understand the terror of the Uchiha clan leader. Kakazu was quick-witted. He immediately ducked his head to avoid Itachi's eyes, then took a leap backward. He cautiously watched Orochimaru's giant snake, only to find that Orochimaru paid no attention to him, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. What a touching display of power. It seems, Kisame, you didn't have enough information on Kaido Uchiha. Orochimaru truly didn't pay attention to Kakazu's meaning. He licked his tongue and looked into the distance. Seeing Kisame in such a miserable state did not surprise him. Rather, he had expected this situation to arise. Without enough information, without enough mental preparation, being sneak attacked by Kaido was all too normal. Even Orochimaru, with a certain amount of information about Kaido, did not want to clash with him alone. Running away from a one-on-one encounter with a Sharingan user was never a joke. Even with their level of power, their chances of winning in a one-on-one encounter with a Mangekyo are absolutely not high. Kisame was heavily injured, but he was lucky. Facing this blade infused with reverse path power, his gamble apparently paid off. The power of that blade was truly terrifying. If it weren't for him activating the shark skin fusion mode in advance, he would probably be dead by now. But Kisame didn't have any intention to lie down and die. Although his physical condition was terrible, he still had his foundations. Moreover, he had just forcibly used the chakra of the shark skin fusion mode to repair himself, and used the shark skin to absorb most of the damage. So, after his body was repaired, he could still move. Even though lying down would be a better choice for him now, Kakazu was still nearby. And Kaido Uchiha was also coming over. If he were to lie down, it would truly be waiting for death. You better tell us all the information you know, or all of us are in trouble. After Kisame got up, he immediately locked his gaze onto Itachi. His face was pale, his expression ferocious, coupled with his shark-like face, he looked exceptionally terrifying. But one can imagine the anger he was holding inside. This damn bastard didn't say a word, so he had no idea what kind of power Kaido actually possessed. Even if he was misdirecting his anger, he, who had always despised Itachi, did not care about such things at this moment. The last time I fought with him was a year ago. I can't guarantee if there have been any changes since. Itachi's face was not very good either, but he quickly relayed the information he knew. His gaze swept over everyone, then he continued. His Sharingan is very powerful, but I don't know what its specific abilities are. However, he can release a special kind of black flame with immense power. Moreover, he can use Susanoo, which is the most powerful ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It can summon a chakra giant with both offensive and defensive capabilities, but the consumption is huge. In addition, he uses space-time ninjutsu, but I'm not sure how it works, though it's certainly different from the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Lastly, his swordsmanship is very strong. However, what's worth noting is that his best skill is the use of techniques. That's all I know. It seems like, clan leader Kaito never gave his all when facing you. Perhaps he didn't think it was worth it. After listening to Itachi, Orochimaru licked his lips and spoke in a low voice. Just then, Kaido's figure appeared in the sky above them, slowly landing beside Kakazu. I had the fortune to witness clan leader Kaido going all out. Such power is truly unforgettable. Orochimaru's words left the members of the Akatsuki somewhat surprised. Orochimaru never mentioned that he had crossed hands with Kaido before. Lord Orochimaru overpraises me. Lord Orochimaru's power is also extraordinary. Kaido looked up at Orochimaru, then turned his gaze to Kakazu. After confirming Kakazu's condition, he finally spoke. But, Lord Orochimaru, whether you can use such power anytime and anywhere, and whether its intensity is that high, really makes me doubt. Also, Lord Orochimaru, people always progress. If the power you use is still the same as last time, I will be disappointed. Arrogant bastard, do you think we don't exist? Sasori snorted coldly. He had no good feelings for the shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village, and he hadn't even brought out his strongest puppet to fight. Even if your strength is great, do you really think you can do whatever you want against so many of us? Then you all can go, leave him behind. Kaido had no time for nonsense. He pointed directly at Itachi, his expression resolute. Either stop wasting time. I know you don't want to bother with him, I know you have your pride, and a group of you will not be threatened by one person. But I will make no compromises when it comes to this guy. You figure it out. Figure it out? How can they figure this out? Kaido's words essentially blocked their retreat. Indeed, they were a group with ulterior motives who didn't really care about so-called teammates. But what Kaido said was also realistic. That is, ninjas who reached their level of power, no matter how shameless, still cared about their face, especially with Deidara nearby. If they really abandoned Itachi, then their mission today would be equivalent to failure. Moreover, their whereabouts had been exposed, especially since Deidara was not yet considered a rogue ninja from Hidden Stones Village. Now that they had run into Kaido, if he exposed this matter, troubles would follow. At least they would be forced to cut off a source of income, which is not what they wanted, otherwise they wouldn't have attacked in such harmony. So there's no room for negotiation then. Orochimaru licked his lips, he shook his head indifferently, as expected, clan leader Kaido is still so dominant. In that case, Sasori's eyes became sharper, and Itachi's gaze was locked on Kaido. Let's get started. Commander, we've basically completed the deployment, and information from the front has arrived. 5 kilometers away from the battle, Kitsuchi silently watched the situation ahead while an Hidden Stones Village shinobi standing next to him reported quickly in a low voice. But Kitsuchi didn't answer immediately, his gaze remained fixed on the front, as if he was deep in thought. Just a moment ago, he had distinctly felt the ground shaking, a strong power resonating from the front. All of this made Kitsuchi realize the difficulty of the situation, as he understood that this matter was probably not ordinary. He was now somewhat hesitant about whether to send his troops there, this unknown danger was truly making him anxious. Commander? As Kitsuchi remained silent, the Hidden Stones Village shinobi beside him couldn't help but speak again. This time, Kitsuchi finally responded, First, tell me what's going on up ahead. Who's there? Commander, Lord Deidara is indeed there, but it seems like he's in some trouble. The Hidden Stones Village shinobi lowered his head and quickly answered. He appears to be caught in a chaotic battle, the identities of the warring parties are unclear, but it's certain that they are all powerful. And, they are not from our Hidden Stones Village. Outsiders, huh, and Deidara got involved as well. Kitsuchi murmured, his expression showing some conflict, but soon he made up his mind. Have the follow-up troops hurry up. We may have run into trouble this time, but we still have to go. Because this is the land of Earth, and not just anyone can enter as they please. Boom, boom, boom. The humming of chakra was incessant, a larger-scale melee had quietly erupted. Since negotiations were impossible, then there wouldn't be any. Both Kaido and the Akatsuki members understood this clearly. Therefore, when they started to take action, they were far more decisive and ruthless than Naruto and the others in the original story. In midair, Sasori immediately flung out a brand new puppet, and this puppet exuded a unique chakra. The next moment, the puppet's body slightly paused, and endless bones were released from it in an instant. These sharp white bones quickly filled the ground. It was obvious that this puppet was likely from the Kaguya clan. So there's such a puppet, this Sasori is much more formidable than I imagined. Seeing this technique, Kaido instantly thought of Kimimaro. But it was unfortunate that this extremely loyal fellow was not a target for Kaido now. It was precisely because of his loyalty that, after following a master manipulator like Orochimaru, Kaido had even less opportunity. After all, he arrived late in the timeline. However, facing this technique, Kaido remained calm. His Susanoo did not dissipate, he believed his defense was absolutely unproblematic. Moreover, he was only using the first form of Susanoo now. His power could continue to stack, and most importantly, he had the reverse path technique which could work with Susanoo. But still, be careful where you step. Kaido murmured silently to himself. He maintained his crossed arm position without moving, but the massive skeleton ribs began to vibrate suddenly. In an instant, more chakra gathered on Susanoo, quickly constructing its body and meridians. In just a moment, the original skeleton giant had transformed into a humanoid form, and this giant had started to move during the construction. He had begun to draw his sword while still in the skeleton state, and by the time his ninja blade was fully unsheathed, the transformation was completed. Swiftly swinging the sword, Kaido leaped up at the same time, his chakra instantly activating on Susanoo. His figure stabilized in the sky, and the blade of the sword he swung was fiercely heading towards those bone spikes. Boom. Those bone spikes that had just been erected were instantly swept away in large numbers, raising a large amount of dust on the ground. But at this moment, two giant snakes leaped into the air, pouncing fiercely at Kaido. The foul smell could be detected by Kaido even from a great distance. He didn't use Edo Tensei, but that makes things a lot easier. Kaido murmured to himself silently, but his speed was still swift, with chakra rushing through him, his hands forming seals instantly. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. A substantial fire dragon, alternating in black and white, was suddenly spewed out by Kaido, roaring as it charged directly at the two giant snakes. Although the two giant snakes appeared incredibly ferocious, they obviously held no advantage against Kaido's flames when it came to their physical bodies. A hoarse cry of pain abruptly echoed. The two giant snakes had been scorched in midair, and the flames fell to the ground with them, incidentally clearing up many of the bone spikes on the ground. Having done all this, Kaido floated in the air. However, at this moment, a streak of pitch-black flame suddenly ignited on his Susanoo. This sight couldn't help but raise Kaido's eyebrows slightly, as Itachi Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan was staring at him. It was clear that this was his eye technique, the Amaterasu contained in the eye he had left behind. I seem to have overlooked you. You should return your eye, you desolate cur. Kaido spoke indifferently. He instantly discarded the Susanoo covered by Amaterasu. He was well aware of the Amaterasu technique. If he didn't make some sacrifices when caught by this technique, he might get completely destroyed by it. Moreover, fighting with Susanoo indeed seemed a bit cumbersome, and the consumption of flying in the sky with such a large creature was obviously larger than usual. Even if Kaido had an abundance of chakra and strong recovery ability, he didn't dare to recklessly deplete his chakra, even though he still had a lot left. Use it in a regulated and systematic way, retain when it's time to retain, explode when it's time to explode. This is what a qualified ninja should do. Boom. Chakra erupted suddenly. Kaido quickly descended from the air, his hand viciously aimed at Itachi Uchiha's eye socket. Magnet style, iron sand wall. However, at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly lit up, a black wall-like object abruptly appeared in front of Kaido. This black wall was filled with magnetism, and the surface even manifested things akin to spikes. Is it magnet style, from that Saisari? Kaido murmured silently to himself. The next second, two figures appeared in front of him without warning, one punch and one kick, instantly sending Kaido flying. The unexpected attack was indeed hard to guard against. Under these circumstances, a deep blue chakra emerged from Kaido, and his energy shield instantly blocked the damage. He turned over in the air and stood firm when he landed, without any stumbling. Looking up, he saw Itachi Uchiha, who was supposed to be hiding behind the iron sand wall, rushing out. Obviously, he was one of the initiators of the attack, and the other was Orochimaru. Interesting, you two actually have such cooperation. I really didn't see that coming. Kaido casually brushed the dust off his body. They didn't actually touch him at all, but he still did it subconsciously. I heard that Lord Orochimaru failed to attack this guy and lost an arm instead. I despise him too, but now that we're against the head of the Kaido clan, I have no choice. Orochimaru licked his lips and said indifferently while looking up. Besides, ever since I learned about the strength of the head of the Kaido clan, I don't care so much about this guy anymore. But there is one thing that Kaido said correctly, it's not easy for me to exert the power I had last time. However, I still have some other materials on hand, materials that I have prepared in advance but have never used. I believe the head of the Kaido clan won't be disappointed. As his words fell, Orochimaru's hands quickly began to form seals, while Kaido frowned. He didn't know what Orochimaru was up to, but he didn't want to see it. A surge of chakra appeared instantly, and the next second he was right next to Orochimaru. But Itachi Uchiha reacted very quickly. His eyes were locked on Kaido, and he immediately reacted when Kaido's chakra moved. And Saisari was also protecting Orochimaru all the time, even if he hated Orochimaru to death. Boom. The moment Kaido appeared, he punched Itachi Uchiha directly in the abdomen. However, the next moment, the iron sand was rushing towards him, forcing Kaido to retreat. But at this time, Orochimaru had completed his summoning, and two coffins quietly rose from the ground. Boom. Amidst the rumbling noise, two coffins with initial and second written on them broke through the earth. Two lifeless figures stepped out, their faces as wooden as meticulously crafted dolls, with obvious cracks on them. Itachi Uchiha's expression slightly changed at this sight. It was clear that he had recognized who these two people were. He really didn't expect Orochimaru to play with the souls of their ancestors in such a blasphemous way. A wave of anger appeared in his eyes, and his intention to kill gradually intensified. You want to kill me? At this moment, Orochimaru abruptly turned his gaze to Itachi Uchiha, and said playfully, is it because you saw me using this technique? But unfortunately, You're no longer a ninja of Hidden Leaf Village, and with Kaido Uchiha here, you will never be able to return. I'm not like you, both Jiraiya and Tsunade are in Hidden Leaf Village. If I want, I still have a chance. So don't look at me like that, because you're not worthy." Orochimaru's words silenced Itachi Uchiha, while Kaido, who was at a distance, amusingly ceased his attack. Although he didn't want Orochimaru to summon such a filthy resurrection, there was nothing he could do now that it was done. But he really enjoyed what Orochimaru had to say. After all, Orochimaru indeed had a chance to return to Hidden Leaf Village, but as long as Kaito was present, Itachi Uchiha could forget it forever. Those two guys. Since Kaido moved to the center of the field and became the core of the battle, Pikazu was instantly safe. He didn't join the fight again, because he knew that although he and Kaido had tacit understanding in thoughts, there was no such understanding in battle. Therefore, he was now watching the injured shark-faced guy and the blonde kid they had newly recruited, while always keeping an eye on the battlefield. However, when he saw the two people summoned by Orochimaru, he really had a harassing feeling. With just one glance, he recognized who they were. For the current young generation, some people's stories are just legends, and they are unreachable characters for them. But that's not the case for Pikazu. After all, he experienced that era himself. He immediately recognized that the one in red armor was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the one in blue armor was the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. They both had braved hardships in a chaotic world and established an order and Hidden Leaf Village. They both truly stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Summoning the dead to fight, it's a truly evil and terrifying power. But how much power can it exert? Though Kakazu was startled, he quickly adjusted his emotions and forced himself to calm down. After all, he was an experienced ninja, and even in such a situation, he could control his emotions and analyze calmly. Especially since he noticed that the situation with the Senju brothers seemed a bit strange, their aura didn't seem as exaggerated and terrifying as he had seen before. This made him ponder a bit, but he was also prepared to flee, as the opponent was indeed scary. "Where is this?" Hashirama Senju voiced his confusion, then glanced around. "In the human world? Big brother?" Suddenly a voice came. He turned his head and immediately saw the figure of his younger brother, Tobirama Senju. However, he didn't seem like a living person, his whole body was filled with an eerie power and various wrinkles and cracks appeared. The key point was his body was essentially someone else's. In fact, he himself was in this situation, a point he had noticed long ago. "Is it the reanimation jutsu? TCH, I was unexpectedly summoned back to the world by my own technique. What an irony. Kid, did you do this?" Tobirama Senju had already noticed his own situation. He coldly turned his gaze to Orochimaru, who was standing behind him. Tobirama's perception abilities were also top-notch. He instantly pinpointed the person who had released the reanimation jutsu. However, he also noticed something else. His current strength compared to before was a mere fraction. Not just him, even his elder brother was in the same situation. He began contemplating how he could break free from this technique. Tobirama Senju was a proud person. How could he possibly allow himself to be controlled by others? In fact, anyone would likely detest being controlled by others. A child of the Uchiha clan? As Tobirama was considering how to resolve his predicament, Hashirama Senju unexpectedly turned his gaze to Itachi Uchiha standing off to the side. He also noticed Kaido, who was watching them from not too far away. However, the moment his perception touched upon Kaido, he immediately sensed something wrong. Because he detected a power similar to his own on Kaido, but that power was vastly different from his. Uchiha. Hearing the word Uchiha, Tobirama snapped back to reality like a conditioned reflex. Only then did he notice that there were actually two Uchihas in the field. Moreover, judging by the current situation, these two Uchihas seemed to belong to completely different factions. What is going on here? Hashirama scratched his head. In his memory the Uchiha clan was fairly united. He rarely saw Uchihas turning against each other. Kid, what's the deal with your forehead protector? Hashirama was in deep thought, while Tobirama's gaze was coldly fixed on Itachi Uchiha. The Leaf Village's emblem on his forehead protector was slashed by a deep horizontal line, the meaning of which was self-evident. This guy was clearly a rogue ninja from the Leaf Village, moreover, a rogue Uchiha. This filled Tobirama with murderous intent. Now is not the time to discuss these matters, please hurry and deal with the person opposite, or at least stall him. Orochimaru licked his lips, two kunai had already appeared in his long sleeves. He didn't actually want to control these two. After all, having seen Madara Uchiha's fight, he had realized that controlling them probably wouldn't bring out their full combat power. Even if their strength wasn't sufficient, their battle experience and familiarity with their own abilities were not something he could compare with. But if pushed, Orochimaru would still have to make some decisions, because the opponent he faced was not a simple enemy. That was Kaido Uchiha, a figure that existed like a nightmare. Kitsuchi was a responsible commander, having made the decision and knowing the formidable strength of the enemy, he naturally wouldn't hide behind. Although his approach wasn't exactly that of a qualified commander, it won the trust and admiration of many ninjas. Actually, this was something he learned from his father, who was also a ninja ready to rush to the front lines at any time. They always understood what kind of people they were. This had never changed, so even when his father was a Kage, he still did the same. In this respect, there was indeed a vast gap between him and those of the third Hokage of the Leaf Village. The closer to the front line, the uglier Kitsuchi's face became, because he clearly felt the terrifying chakra flow formed in front. Earth shaking, floods inundating, and even terrifying flames constantly appearing. Obviously, all these were caused by the ninjas fighting here. Their power really chilled Kitsuchi to the core. Even though he was confident in his own strength, facing such enemies filled his heart with worries. Because he might be fine, but the people he brought could be in danger. "Commander, the rest of the troops have already lined up, should we make a move?" At this moment, a stone ninja next to him asked in a not-so-quiet voice, his voice trembling a bit, obviously scared by the scene in the distance. "Are you scared?" Kitsuchi took a deep breath, then asked softly, "Our enemy this time is no simple foe. Commander, this is the land of Earth." The young stone ninja suppressed his emotions and slowly said, "Even if we're scared, we can't let these people do as they please in the land of Earth." "It seems you are quite resolved." Kitsuchi couldn't help but laugh at his words. "You will be a formidable ninja, because you have firm beliefs. Go relay the order." Saying this, Kitsuchi retracted his smile, his expression becoming determined. "Let's move out." Boom. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from the distance, followed by deep cracks spreading in all directions. What was even more terrifying was that strange trees appeared in the distance, and these trees even formed a small forest. "What do you mean?" Orochimaru's actions were secretive, but they didn't escape the notice of the Senju brothers, which caused them to involuntarily frown. "The meaning is simple. The one in front of you is the current clan head of the Uchiha clan, the possessor of the Mengekyo Sharingan. Your student, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was forced to act by him and was killed as a result." Orochimaru spoke calmly, while Kaido quietly observed him, not interrupting his speech. Of course, he was also forced to act, all thanks to the efforts of the second Hokage. He is now the actual controller of Hidden Leaf Village, and the person beside you is a rogue ninja from Hidden Leaf Village, whose betrayal was discovered because he targeted the Uchiha clan. And that's the reason clan head Kaido forced your student's hand. Unfortunately, we are being pursued by him now and we really need your power. Orochimaru's words were full of information, making both Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju involuntarily frown. Hashirama really hadn't expected that Hidden Leaf Village seemed to be unstable after his death, and Tobirama's gaze was fixed on Kaido. Tobirama couldn't have imagined that Sarutobi Hiruzen had actually brought the situation to the brink of annihilating the Uchiha clan. What he didn't expect even more was that Hidden Leaf Village was now in the hands of the Uchiha clan, something he absolutely couldn't accept. However, Tobirama didn't fully engage, his gaze now fixed on Itachi Uchiha. This guy dared to act against his own clan, and according to the person who summoned them, he was aiming to destroy his own clan. Such a ruthless person was indeed formidable. But the current situation is tricky, the information is too scanty, I can't determine who is right or wrong, and Tobirama's thoughts were interrupted as his gaze shifted from Itachi to Kaido. This brat seems even more sinister, there seems to be something formidable in him. And he's now the actual controller of Hidden Leaf Village? Hidden Leaf Village has fallen into his hands, it's unacceptable. Is he a new Madara Uchiha? Tobirama has always been wary of the Uchiha clan, he even guessed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's steps may have been influenced by this brat's emergence. But it was a pity that Hiruzen lost, he lost completely. But we can't easily believe the words of this summoner. He and that Uchiha brat are dressed in the same attire, indicating they belong to the same organization. And he can perform the Edo Tensei, which means this guy is likely a rogue ninja from Hidden Leaf Village. It seems I must figure out how to gain control of the body. But the current strength of this body is too weak, it's going to be difficult, and I must discuss this matter with Big Brother. Tobirama's mind was spinning rapidly. He had already made a decision in a moment, but before he could speak, Hashirama suddenly started laughing. It seems, you young people make things very complicated. Hashirama calmly looked at Kaido, then laughed heartily as he spoke. You are the actual controller of Hidden Leaf Village? Does that mean you are the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village? Which generation are you now? Hidden Leaf Village has reached its 5th generation, but I'm not the Hokage. Kaido gently shook his head, looking at the two of them with a playful gaze. Since Orochimaru didn't control these two, it meant that he had learned from the Madara Uchiha incident how to bring out their maximum combat power. Now, Kaito was interested to see what choices they would make. Is that so? That's really a pity. I've always hoped that an Uchiha could become a Hokage, but it's quite a shame. Hashirama Senju sighed softly, then his gaze became serious. But since he said you are the actual controller of Hidden Leaf Village, and you did not refute, then I want to see. Before he could finish his sentence, Hashirama had already used a teleportation technique to get in front of Kaito. His fist swung towards Kaito with a posture that seemed impossible to dodge. Just how strong are you, as the controller of Hidden Leaf Village? Chapter 168. Hashirama Senju's attack was straightforward, devoid of any fancy maneuvers, yet his fist had an imposing force that seemed impossible to dodge. Kaito didn't know why Hashirama had taken the initiative to strike, but he was mentally prepared. The Mangekyo in his eyes made a slight turn, and in a flash, he avoided Hashirama's punch. The next moment, his ninja blade swung mercilessly towards Hashirama, but before it could reach him, Kaito furrowed his brows. Because he clearly saw that Tobirama Senju had already rushed in front of him, the kunai in his hand stabbing towards Kaito's stomach. These two guys, dead for so long yet their teamwork is still impeccable. Such a hassle. Kaito murmured to himself, but in that instant, he tilted his body miraculously, avoiding Tobirama's almost certain stab. TCH, those eyes. Seeing his attack dodged, Tobirama grunted lightly without much emotion, because he knew the power of those eyes. After all, he had once personally killed a person possessing those eyes, but now he didn't have much confidence to handle such a situation. Because he was not even half as strong as when he was at his peak, he couldn't even use his specialty, the Flying Thunder God technique. It was a bit difficult to deal with a Mangekyo user with this strength. He didn't know why his brother would take action, it wasn't like his brother's style. But he could guess a little, so he was willing to cooperate with his brother. Sure enough, the moment Kaito dodged Tobirama's attack, Hashirama's hands were clasped together, then he slammed them on the ground. Earth style, Earth Spear. Hashirama didn't use wood style because he knew that his current state wouldn't make his wood style strong enough. Without understanding Kaito's strength and basic information, Hashirama decided to use regular power, which also facilitated his probing. Not using wood style? Kaito raised an eyebrow, but just as he was about to move, the annoying Tobirama followed up once again. Ninja Art, Dark Path. With a seal, Kaito's sight suddenly darkened, feeling like he was plunged into an abyss. Not only could he not see his own hand, even if he put his fingers in front of his eyes, he couldn't see clearly. However, such a situation for Kaito was only a matter of moments. In an instant, his vision had been restored to clarity. After all, his eyes had reached the level of the Mangekyo Sharingan. How could they be easily controlled by such a technique? But in a strong ninja fight, even a split second can decide a lot. The moment Kaito's vision was restored, Hashirama and Tobirama had once again charged forward. These two were just like Madara Uchiha, even though their power had fallen to its nadir, their fighting consciousness had been retained. In such close-range attacks, even if Kaito could predict their direction of attack in advance, it would be of no use. Because they were too close, and their attack speed made it difficult for Kaito to make effective continuous evasions in the air, and blindly evading was not Kaito's style to begin with. Consider this as my respect for you. I'm curious to see if you can exert the same pressure on me as Madara Uchiha did. With a thought, blue chakra quickly emerged, the skeleton of a skull instantly covered Kaito's body, and the arm of Susanoo swept across in a flash. Bang! A powerful collision echoed, as Kaito's Susanoo arm collided fiercely with the attack of the Senju brothers. In this moment, an invisible ripple of air was visibly spreading in the air, created by the shock wave. The attacks of the three had directly turned the air here into a vacuum. Under the powerful impact, Tobirama Senju was sent flying like a cannonball, while Hashirama Senju also retreated, but he had already stabilized his figure in midair. But Hashirama's current state was also not particularly good, a crack had appeared on his left leg, clearly, such a terrifying impact was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Even though he was reincarnated from the impure world reincarnation, the low strength made it impossible for him to resist. However, this Uchiha boy is impressive. Hashirama Senju didn't mind his own condition at all, he even smiled at Kaito who was not far away. Such power surpasses mine and Madara's in our prime when considering his age, but such strength is still somewhat low to control the Leaf Village. But it doesn't matter, I need to get serious, and I have some things I must confirm. Hashirama was thinking like this, and in the next moment, Tobirama appeared by his side with a teleportation jutsu. Tobirama's condition looked exceptionally bad, but due to the impure world reincarnation, his body was continuously recovering. Big brother, this kid's strength may be difficult for us to deal with. Obirama said while recovering, but his gaze subtly glanced towards the back. And, those guys are not simple either. I didn't expect that we just woke up and got involved in such a complex situation. For the two newly resurrected, the current situation was somewhat complex for them. They really couldn't trust anyone easily. But Hashirama was optimistic. He naturally knew the complexity of the current situation, but his thoughts were much simpler. After all, they were already dead, and many things really didn't need to be complicated. Let's understand the things that should be understood first, and then do what can be done. This was his thinking. Since they were dead, the affairs of the world should naturally be handled by the living descendants, especially since they were still in a controlled state. I know, that's why I made a move to find out more, Hashirama Senju replied with a smile. Can't you guess what I'm thinking? I only cooperated with you because I knew. Obirama Senju disdainfully shook his head, and said seriously. Otherwise, I would have dealt with that kid with only one Sharingan first. But his power is not low, his eyes seem to be Mengekyo Sharingan. What's going on with the current Uchiha clan? Mengekyo Sharingan is a rare sight, but two pairs have appeared here, which confounds Obirama and also gives him a headache. Have you two finished discussing your plan? Just then, Kaido Uchiha's voice came over. He coldly looked at everyone. His body didn't have any obvious injuries, and his chakra had started to brew wildly. You were attacking continuously just now. Now it's my turn. Hey, Orochimaru, are the people you summoned reliable? At the moment of Kaido's confrontation with Hashirama and Tobirama, Sasori couldn't help but ask. Itachi Uchiha also couldn't help but look sideways. He felt something was off about these two, because the power they displayed was really too low. This seemed quite different from the two Hokage he knew. Such power would probably just belong to an average ninja of Jonin rank, which was really strange and unreliable. However, Orochimaru simply shook his head and smiled. Reliable or not, you'll know just by watching. Besides, I never expected these two to defeat Kaido Uchiha. What do you mean? Sasori's voice was still cold, but soon he understood something. You want to gather more information about Kaido Uchiha, just relying on them. Don't underestimate these senior ninjas. Even if their strength is not strong, the combat power they can display is not something we can imagine. Orochimaru lightly licked his lips, his eyes were always locked on Kaido and the others. I didn't control their consciousness, because I wanted them to exert their full strength. For them, the sense of battle is also part of their combat power. As Orochimaru's voice fell, the first round of confrontation between Kaido and Hashirama had ended. The cooperation between Hashirama and Obirama really impressed them. Such a simple yet extremely harmonious combination displayed an excellent effect. After just one round, Kaido had to directly use the Susanoo to respond. Of course, it could also be that Kaido was too lazy to deal with all these complications, and directly adopted the most effective defensive method to counterattack. But no matter what, this gave them a great shock. Even though these two did not display much high-level ninjutsu, but just like this, even they felt danger. Perhaps this is the battle consciousness of powerful ninjas that Orochimaru was talking about. However, soon, they could no longer sit back and watch, as the battle between Kaido and the Senju brothers directly impacted their position. In the distance, Kaido's words had just fallen when his Susanoo suddenly swelled, then Kaido formed a seal with one hand. He had never tried to use ninjutsu with Susanoo before, but he had seen this from Madara Uchiha. This gave Kaido great inspiration. Now he also wanted to try to use his own chakra to combine with Susanoo to display ninjutsu, to see what kind of effect it would have. Accompanied by Kaido's seals, Susanoo also raised a hand. The suffocating chakra instantly clouded the entire battlefield. The next second, when these chakras reached the moment of resonance, Kaido directly used Susanoo to release his own technique. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. A burst of fire suddenly erupted, a fire style light beyond ordinary comprehension spewed from the face of the Susanoo. This terrifying flame was vast and boundless, like a sea of fire directly assaulting Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. It was like the wrath of the god of flames. Such flames changed the expressions of the Senju brothers, with Tobirama's face becoming particularly grim. Because in his memory, the only one who could do this seemed to be Madara Uchiha. Although this kid was far from reaching Madara's level, it was clear that he had the potential. Wood style, advent of a world of flowering trees. Faced with such a powerful flame, Hashirama had no choice but to use wood style. However, he was well aware that his wood style might have difficulty resisting such fire style, and even a slight carelessness could make him fuel for the flames. Obirama also understood their current situation very well, so there was no need for excessive reminders. He had already started to quickly form seals. Water style, Great Exploding Water Colliding Wave. A vast stream of water sprayed out from Obirama's mouth in an instant, forming a huge lake in the blink of an eye. However, everything they did seemed a bit lacking in the face of Kaido's offensive, even though Kaido didn't use black flames because it was his first time using Susanoo to perform ninjutsu. But even ordinary flames, under the blessing of Susanoo and under Kaido's extraordinary chakra, everything became more unimaginable. Boom. Just the first wave of collision ignited Hashirama's wood style, which was of the rare Yang style type and probably had the same intensity as Yamato's. The next moment, Tobirama's water style also intertwined with the flames, causing a huge amount of steam to rise and form a massive smog. This smog quickly rose into the sky, causing clouds to appear in the originally clear sky. The scale of the fire style unleashed by Kaito was just too vast. Even though Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were shielding the front, the fire still spread behind them. Red Secret Jutsu, performance of 100 puppets. Facing the unimaginably massive flames, Sasori quickly threw out a scroll and began to control a swarm of puppets to resist the spread of the fire. Orochimaru glanced at Kisame on the side. He hoped that Kisame could do something. Unfortunately, the one most adept at water style was currently incapacitated. Relying on him was less reliable than relying on himself. Therefore, Orochimaru quickly turned his eyes away and swiftly formed hand signs. Earth style rampart. In an instant, Orochimaru completed a powerful defensive ninjutsu. Normally, such a technique would require several or even dozens of ninjas to perform. But it was not troublesome for him. He alone could easily reach this level. Everyone in the rear was using their powers to defend. Apparently, they were truly troubled by Kaito's onslaught. The situation of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama was rather unfavorable. They were facing Kaido's attack directly, so they were under the greatest pressure. If they weren't currently in a state of reanimation, they might have already died. The flames kept igniting and destroying their bodies, which were continuously being repaired in the process. No one knew how much time had passed before the terrifying flames gradually subsided. The great tree descent had regained and grown due to the absence of the flames, and the lake formed by the super water shockwave had greatly expanded. "Big brother, something's wrong," said Senju Tobirama with a furrowed brow. The next second his expression abruptly changed. "Be careful, he's coming." Just as his words fell, Kaito suddenly appeared between the two of them with a roar of chakra. With a swift strike of his chakra-infused shinobi blade, he brutally cut off Senju Tobirama's neck. Having beheaded Senju Tobirama, Kaito felt extremely refreshed. Even though he knew this was only a reanimation and that this guy would recover quickly, he still felt immensely satisfied. Kaito had once felt fearful within the Uchiha clan, even prepared to flee, because of the inherited will of this guy. Although Kaito knew he couldn't fully blame Senju Tobirama, as his actions were somewhat aimed at both guarding against and winning over the Uchihas. However, this guy died too early, leaving many of his plans unfulfilled. And those like Saratobe Hiruzen who escalated and radicalized the situation, resulted in the tragic outcome for the Uchiha clan in the original narrative. But it was true that this guy harbored resentment towards the Uchihas. Furthermore, Saratobe Hiruzen, Hamura Minakato, Koharu Utatane and that damn Danzō were all his disciples. On top of that, Kaito himself was petty. It was natural that he harbored resentment towards Senju Tobirama. His attack was more than justifiable. Tobirama. Senju Hashirama frowned at the sight. He knew that Senju Tobirama was a reanimation, but he was still unhappy to see his younger brother beheaded. He snorted softly, raised his hand, and a vast chakra began to gather in his palm. The next moment, a wooden spike brutally thrust out. Wood style, cutting jutsu. Kaito's eyes spun rapidly. He had already discerned the direction of the wooden spike's attack. He quickly brandished the ninjato in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he was able to block Hashirama Senju's attack, and a bright blue chakra once again emerged around him. It was clear that this was a sign of Kaito's intention to use Susanoo once more, which caused Hashirama Senju to shake his head. "Don't rush, although I'm not an Uchiha, I know that the continuous use of Susanoo puts a lot of strain on your eyes. And the reason why I took action is not necessarily to settle a victory or defeat, but to clarify some things," Hashirama said. Hashirama's words made Kaito raise his eyebrows. He was somewhat confused about what Hashirama meant. Did this mean he didn't intend to continue the fight, or did he have his own thoughts and was trying to communicate in some covert way? After contemplating for a moment, Kaito quickly realized it should be the latter. Hashirama and Tobirama probably wouldn't easily believe Orochimaru's words. They wanted more verification. After all, both of them had been Hokages, and even though Hashirama's thought process was somewhat unusual, his basic judgment usually didn't have too many issues. "What do you want to know?" Kaito asked directly. However, he did not stop his movements. He did not continue to use Susanoo but pressed Hashirama backward with force. His ninjato, carrying the strong power of lightning style, slashed fiercely towards Hashirama, who ducked his head to dodge the blow. As he pressed his hand against the ground, he used another wood-style jutsu. Wood-style, wood-locking wall. A row of wooden stakes rose quickly, blocking Kaido's slash, and his voice came from behind the wood-style. What exactly happened in Hidden Leaf Village, or rather, what happened in Hidden Leaf Village after my death? You should ask your younger brother that question. Hiruzen Sarutobi was his student, and the mess he caused should be more suited for him to answer than me. Kaido shook his head. The chakra on his ninjato instantly transformed from lightning style to wind style. His Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye rotated quickly, and the next moment, Hashirama's wood style was cut open by him. The extreme sharpness did not pause at all, aiming fiercely at Hashirama, who reacted very quickly, dodging to the side and then moving in closer. So, what the person who summoned us said is true. You forced the monkey to his death? Hashirama asked doubtfully. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tobirama's body began to regroup. His face was full of displeasure, but he also turned his gaze. Yes, you can say I forced him, but it was the last dignity I could give him. Kaido shook his head, glanced at the dark clouds in the sky, and then spoke with a smile. First Hokage, and second Hokage, I have two questions for you. Is it the one who becomes Hokage who gains everyone's approval, or is it the one who gains everyone's approval who can become Hokage? Also, is Hidden Leaf Village the Hokage's Hidden Leaf Village, or is Hidden Leaf Village everyone's Hidden Leaf Village, and the Hokage is Hidden Leaf Village's Hokage? Kaido's two questions made Hashirama raise his eyebrows, and Obirama had already understood them. He asked before Hashirama could open his mouth, "Are you sure you're not joking? The Hiruzen has fallen to such a state? What's the point of deceiving you two dead people? And with your current strength, are you two worth lying to?" Kaido's words were full of disdain, and they were also completely true. He didn't need to lie to these two, especially given their current state of affairs. Leaving aside the issue of strength, just the fact that they were under control due to the Edo Tensei was pitiful enough. Kaido had such a large advantage, and they were both dead. What need would he have to deceive himself? So, you're saying, the Hiruzen saw Hidden Leaf Village as his own private property? Even if Hashirama's reaction was slow, he had understood by this moment. Kaido's two questions were already quite explicit. With a little thought and a hint from Tobirama, if he still didn't understand, then he really wouldn't be worthy of being the first Hokage. What else? Kaito nodded calmly, mobilizing the chakra within his body and speaking in a composed manner. How could I possibly let go of such a person, especially one who has acted against my clan? How could Hidden Leaf Village possibly let it go? Don't think that the Uchiha clan alone could remove him from the Hokage position. It was a unanimous decision by all the major clans in Hidden Leaf Village. So, what about those guys over there? Obirama had mostly recovered by now. He sensed the fluctuation of Kaido's chakra and started preparing, but he still asked. One took the blame for your student, the other, an idiot from our clan who was brainwashed by your student and believed Hidden Leaf Village belonged exclusively to the Hokage. Kaido gave his answer calmly, especially when he spoke about Itachi Uchiha. His face was full of disdain. After saying all this, Kaido's chakra was fully mobilized. Well, I've said what needed to be said, and now it's time to make a decision. After all, we have already dragged this out for quite some time. To be honest, Kaido felt somewhat disappointed with the summoning of Hashirama and Obirama this time. First of all, their summoned selves were a bit weak. Although their strength wasn't too different from Madara Uchiha's, the current display of their power was even more rigorous than Madara's. This is probably the advantage of the Sharingan. After all, the combat assistance provided by the Sharingan could play a significant role at every level of ninja rank. Secondly, it was their will to fight, especially Hashirama, who showed very little desire to fight. He was not like Madara Uchiha, who would fight with the intent of completely overwhelming you. This guy was purely here for intelligence gathering. This meant that he could never bring Kaido the unimaginable pressure that Uchiha Madara could. Kaito was not exactly a battle maniac, but he really enjoyed those with great strength who, for various reasons, had been weakened and were forced to fight him using their combat experience and consciousness. From these encounters, Kaido could learn a lot, which was extremely beneficial for his development. Especially someone like Hashirama, who had fought with Madara Uchiha for a lifetime. His combat experience was also very important to Kaido. Perhaps, Kaido could learn from him some tricks to deal with Madara Uchiha, more precisely, tricks to deal with the Uchiha clan. This could help him improve his weaknesses and make him stronger. But in the face of the current situation, all Kaido could do was sigh helplessly. Continuing to fight was just going through the motions. It would be better to end it sooner. Plus, there are people coming, and not just a few. Are they from Hidden Stone's village? Kaito murmured to himself. His chakra had reached its peak, and electricity was faintly appearing around his body. Hashirama evidently sensed the fluctuation of chakra on Kaido's body. His eyebrows couldn't help but raise slightly. In truth, having obtained his answers, he didn't have much desire to fight. However, Kaido's performance at this time stirred some feelings within him. He was curious to see how much combat power Kaido could exhibit. And as Kaido was the actual controller of Hidden Leaf Village now, he also wanted to know Kaido's limits. This was a kind of probing. Even though he couldn't demonstrate his full potential at the moment, his inner desire was stirred. "Should we end this fight?" Hashirama suddenly said with a smile. His chakra began to gather frantically. As a Neto Tensei, he possessed infinite chakra, which at this moment seemed especially terrifying. "Well then, let me see what kind of ultimate power you, as the actual controller of Hidden Leaf Village, have truly mastered." As soon as the words fell, Hashirama threw a punch at Kaido. Kaido reacted swiftly, avoiding the strike with a sidestep. Water style, hard whirlpool water blade. Obirama, who had already recovered, didn't hesitate at all. He had already sensed the state of his elder brother, and what he had to do now was to cooperate. A colossal water tornado, like a lance, mercilessly barreled towards Kaido, who countered with his electrically charged ninjato. His Mangekyo Sharingan enabled him to see through the jutsu instantly, allowing him to strike its critical point with a single stroke, causing it to disassemble instantly. However, Kaido noticed that Senju Hashirama had quickly increased the distance between them, which made him realize that Hashirama must have started to take the fight seriously. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. When Kaido disrupted his first attack, Senju Obirama didn't hesitate to form seals for another one. However, Kaido clearly had no intention of dragging out the fight any longer. Compared to Senju Hashirama and Madara Uchiha, Kaido was a bit lacking in strength. More critically, the Flying Thunder God technique, which could pose a threat to Kaido, was unavailable to him. Relying solely on his current chakra quality and basic ninjutsu, it was really hard to pose a real threat to Kaido. It wasn't that Senju Obirama was not capable, on the contrary, in his prime, even with just 60% to 70% of his power, Kaido would need to be extremely cautious. However, he was currently too severely restricted to exert his rightful combat level. He couldn't even launch his typical attack mode. This made Kaido lose interest in him because, apart from replicating a few water-style techniques, there wasn't much to gain from such a fight. Besides, I don't possess the water-style chakra nature. Even if I replicate it, it won't be of much use. Kaido mumbled to himself as he watched the water summoned by Senju Obirama rise and eventually form a gigantic water dragon. With a slight shift of his body. Buzz. In the next instant, under Obirama's stunned gaze, Kaido appeared right in front of him, driving his ninjato directly into his abdomen. "Let's end this. If you had the Flying Thunder God, I would take you seriously and be eager to fight you. But now, whether you can even match Hiruzen Sarutobi is questionable. At least his 5-release continuous blast posed a threat to me, something you couldn't do. SP. Space Ninjutsu?" Senju Obirama watched in disbelief, and then tried to counter-attack with a chill on his face. But Kaido did not give him the chance. A thunder field had formed around him, and his ninjato swiftly sliced off Obirama's hands, then decapitated him in a follow-through motion. Having decapitated Senju Obirama for the second time, Kaido's gaze finally turned to Senju Hashirama, who by this moment had also completed all his preparations. "In this state, this is perhaps the most powerful wood style I can perform," Senju Hashirama murmured, then, without any hesitation, slammed his hand onto the ground. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. As his chakra started to flow, the trees he had summoned began to voluntarily converge. Moreover, after once again connecting with his chakra, some of the trees began to attack Kaido. However, such an attack was of no use to Kaido, whose gaze still rested in the distance, watching the rapidly forming giant wooden dragon that emanated a terrifying aura. "So it's the wood dragon jutsu?" Kaido was also a bit surprised, but his own technique was already ready. The violent lightning was no longer controllable, and Kaido did not plan to control it either. He raised his left hand, index and middle fingers together. Instantly, purple lightning began to rage, endless thunderbolts guided by his chakra fell from the sky. Lightning-style secret art, myriad thunder prison pull. The terrifying lightning was so shocking that even Orochimaru and others furrowed their brows upon witnessing this. Such a technique, such a torrent of chakra, even a moment of carelessness from them might result in death. The deadliest part was the wide coverage of this technique. Combined with Kaido's unique spatial ability, it's a large-scale war weapon. They could completely imagine how horrifying it would be when Kaido, wielding this terrifying lightning, suddenly appeared among crowds. From an external point of view, all of this was already horrifying. Inside the realm of the wood style, Advent of a world of flowering trees, what Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju could feel was even more real. Boom, boom, boom. The endless thunderbolts continuously landed on the trees. These trees, which were already lacking in yang-style power, had relatively low defensive strength. Under Kaito's continuous thunder strikes, they couldn't stand for long. Some branches were even set on fire under such thunder strikes. Flames began to spread throughout the realm of the wood style, and the dark clouds in the sky formed by the combination of fire style and water style made Kaito's thunder strikes even more intense and terrifying. Roar. Though Kaito's lightning was intense, it wasn't that lethal to the wood dragon. After all, this was Hashirama's strongest technique under the current circumstances, and its quality was extraordinary. The wood dragon rushed toward Kaito. Even Kaito frowned at its roaring posture, remembering its entangling ability was very strong. Even the tailed beasts had a hard time breaking free. Moreover, this technique had another strong feature: it could devour chakra. This kind of devouring was literally a physical restraint on the tailed beasts. Similarly, it highly counters Susanoo. Susanoo was also made of chakra, and naturally, it would be restrained by wood style. Before Hashirama and Madara Uchiha's fight reached the level of using sage jutsus, Hashirama countered Madara Uchiha with wood golem and wood dragon. Kaito was quite wary of this technique, but even if he was wary, the wood dragon's limit was here. Like Madara Uchiha, their own upper limit was not enough. Even if a high-level account played with low-level tactics, facing a full rune account, the gap was still significant. I want to see how much chakra you can devour. Kaito thought, a blue glow appearing instantly on his body. His eyes quickly turned, and the glow on his body became incredibly dazzling. The battles he fought today exhausted him beyond imagination. Alternating between taijutsu, ninjutsu, and dojutsu, even his body, enhanced by external modifications, was feeling the strain. However, he still had a decent amount of chakra at the moment. He could continue fighting, and the quality of his fight was still very high. The value of Yang style in physical reconstruction lies in its recovery speed and sustainability in combat. Amidst the enormous roar, the azure glow around Kaito turned into a towering figure wearing armor and a Tengu mask. The gigantic Kaito, struggling hard, continued to grow until he felt his eyes tired, at which point he stopped. Susanoo. Has it gotten to this point? Senju Hashirama's body had been shattered countless times by the thunder, but he didn't care about these details. His gaze was always focused on Kaito. He felt that he had already done his best and wasn't concerned about the rest. Brother, this kid might become the next Madara Uchiha. At that moment, Senju Tobirama's voice rang in Senju Hashirama's ear. He too had recovered, but his gaze was somewhat gloomy as he looked ahead. He has such power at such a young age and has control of the village. This is not a good thing for Hidden Leaf Village. Besides, brother, have you noticed that he has your power within him? This boy is nothing but an ambitious man. But what can we do about it? Before Senju Tobirama could finish his sentence, Senju Hashirama interrupted him, leaving Tobirama speechless. We are already dead. Appearing in this world is not right. Besides, we already understand the general situation. So, for us, this mission has been successful. The affairs of the younger generation should be left to them. You have too much prejudice against the Uchihas, which led the Hyaruzen on the path of no return. You are responsible for that too. So, let's just watch quietly now. After all, he's not just dealing with the wooden dragon, but also those guys outside. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, both possessing extraordinary sensory abilities, had long since realized that many ninjas were approaching, but this was not their concern anymore. Senju Tobirama sighed helplessly. He felt that his elder brother had not realized the seriousness of the situation. The power of this boy has exceeded the norm, especially his control over space-time ninjutsu, which made Senju Tobirama extremely wary. He couldn't imagine what terrifying things would happen when this boy's power was combined with space-time ninjutsu. However, he didn't have time to think about it now. Amidst the endless thunder, the towering Susanoo displayed an unimaginable deterrent. Suddenly, Susanoo lifted its ninjato slightly and swung it fiercely at the roaring wooden dragon. In an instant, it was as if space had been cleaved, the ground split, and the sky tilted. The massive wooden dragon instantly collided with Kaito's blade, causing a sudden explosion of intense energy. In the dark clouds of the tree world, it became a dazzling white light, which could be seen clearly even outside the tree world. Boom. As the dazzling white light reaches its peak, a mushroom cloud shoots up into the sky, and the cracked earth spreads wildly. The divine tree was completely annihilated at this moment, and the immense wood dragon also began to crack within the boundless energy flow. With the spreading cracks, it ultimately disintegrated and vanished under the blade. Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju had long since vanished within such an energy storm. However, it was conceivable that they were probably annihilated in this flash, lost to the endless flow of chakra. Rumble. Thunder continued to fall, and the dark clouds in the sky became even denser. Lightning kept swirling around the colossal half-bodied giant. At this moment, the giant's image was incredibly clear. It was like a demonic god in a temple, ferocious and terrifying, causing fear at first glance. What kind of power is this? Is this his full strength? At the far end, Itachi Uchiha pushed away the huge rocks covering his body in a ragged manner. He gritted his teeth and looked at the giant, which resembled both a god and a demon. At this moment, he felt incredibly insignificant. He's grown again, such a terrifying guy. The figure of Orochimaru also appeared somewhat ragged, his body soaked and covered in thick, sticky fluid. But he didn't care at all. As he looked towards the distant giant, a hint of fanaticism appeared in his eyes. The power of Uchiha. Sasori, controlling his puppet, pushed away the huge stones burying him and Kisame Hoshigaki. He silently watched the distant figure, his gaze finally landing on Itachi Uchiha, seemingly lost in thought. Kisame, however, was left in silence and terror. He had indeed taken a direct hit from the giant, but the giant at that time was not as despair-inducing as now. This is art. In the sky, Deidara, who had noticed the situation early on, had naturally not been foolish enough to stand still. He had already taken to the air to escape the terrifying energy bombardment and to get a better view of the battle. At this moment, he couldn't help but murmur, and indeed, the Sharingan in his possession truly reflected art, an art that suited his tastes. The colossal figure was a manifestation of the Sharingan's power, and the explosion just now perfectly demonstrated what the art in his mind was. If this wasn't art, what could be considered art? Just as they were lost in their various thoughts, there was suddenly a massive chakra shockwave in the space. The next moment, Kaido, carrying an immense force, appeared directly before them. It really was an interesting fight, Orochimaru. Kaido's gaze locked onto Orochimaru. However, a smile then appeared on his face. But it's a pity that this time didn't put as much pressure on me as last time. If you don't have any other tricks, then everything should come to an end now. Kaido's words caused Sasori, Orochimaru, and the others to raise their eyebrows. At this point, they truly had no means to deal with Kaido. However, they did not fall into too much panic, as the current situation was different. Orochimaru licked his lips and said faintly, "It's about time we wrap this up. However, clan head Kaido, I think it's best not to act rashly now, because we have bigger problems on the horizon." As Orochimaru's words trailed off, hundreds, if not thousands, of ninja began to emerge in the distance, their presence overwhelming. Judging from their attire, they were clearly stone ninja. They seemed to be shocked by the previous battle but were still quickly surrounding this area. Clan head Kaido, I assume you wouldn't want the hidden stone to know about your dealings in the land of Earth. Orochimaru licked his lips again, uttering a phrase that baffled Kaido somewhat. Although Orochimaru's way of expressing himself was a bit lackluster, Kaido had to admit that he indeed didn't want his activities to become public knowledge. Thus, he did not take action nor speak, only quietly observing Orochimaru. "We'll help you break through. After such a prolonged battle, I doubt you can display your previous combat prowess." Orochimaru continued in his raspy, deep voice. Kaido's silence affirmed to Orochimaru that his proposition had piqued Kaido's interest. Moreover, clan head Kaido, even if you can still exhibit such strength, you can't possibly eradicate that many opponents. If word gets out, it wouldn't just be about individual actions, right? Orochimaru's words swayed Kaido. He turned his head to glance at Kakazu, who gently nodded back at him. It was clear that Kakazu also did not want to stir up more trouble, and crucially, Kaido was indeed running low on chakra. Kaido's silence made Orochimaru more certain of his decision. He made a gesture, and they all immediately scattered, charging towards the hidden stone ninja. Kaido glanced at the figure of Itachi Uchiha, finally withdrawing his gaze, not making a move, and feeling too lazy to do so. He directed his attention towards the stone ninja charging towards him, and with a single thought, chakra surged within him. In an instant, Kaido's Susanoo grew larger once again. While his chakra was not plentiful at the moment, he had other means to enhance his Susanoo, such as the yin-yang style of his right eye, or the great destruction that could be applied to his Susanoo. His immense chakra continuously trembled, causing some tremors between heaven and earth at this moment. Blood had already begun seeping from the corners of Kaido's eyes, but he paid no heed, still controlling his Susanoo to rise into the air. The colossal giant blocked out the sky, with purple arcs of lightning still swirling around him. At this moment, this Susanoo had completely transformed into a ferocious deity. In the distance, mysterious paper figures continuously whirled and twirled, slowly coming together to form two human silhouettes. These two individuals were Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, who had been completely obliterated by the tide of chakra. Death was not terrifying to those already dead, especially when they were reincarnated through the Edo Tensei. They were even less concerned about such matters. However, they didn't expect to see Kaido's sky obscuring Susanoo as soon as they recovered. The cold and destructive chakra soon became baffling, even making the worldly wise Senju brothers frown. In the next second, the colossal Susanoo moved, and at that moment, horrifying screams echoed across the earth. "Brother!" Tobirama Senju quietly watched everything in the distance, and after a long time, he spoke with a gloomy expression. "This aura, this caliber, and this color of Susanoo. This kid, he must be the next Madara Uchiha." Chapter 169. Amidst various abilities, a blue giant, tens of meters tall, descended from the sky. Its posture was as graceful as a water bird, but each swing of its shinobi blade stirred up huge waves of sand, taking countless ninjas with it. This was not a battle, it was a massacre. Especially when Kaido executed the last move of his waterfowl dance. The world seemed to tilt in that moment. His blade moved with apocalyptic might, the ground thundered, and the visible blade waves spread out in the air. Everywhere it passed, limbs were severed and blood flowed like rivers. However, after all this, Kaido's chakra was almost depleted. He looked into the distance. Orochimaru had once again summoned a giant snake, launching a fierce attack on the stone ninja. Among all, he had consumed the least. Aside from initially dealing with Kakazu and resisting the surge of chakra, he hadn't expended much. His other expenditures were minimal. Even using the Edo Tensei was just a larger-scale summoning technique. And he had prepared in advance, so he consumed nearly nothing. Sasori and Itachi Uchiha were fighting desperately. Though their consumption wasn't high, they had clashed directly with Kaido. However, large-scale combat wasn't a problem for Sasori, given the vast number of puppets he controlled. This technique, designed for warfare, only showed its true value on the battlefield. Sasori continued to control his puppets to attack the stone ninja, leading Kisame in a rapid withdrawal from the area under this onslaught. As for Itachi Uchiha, no one paid him any mind. In a situation where everyone was showcasing their abilities, who had time to consider him? Moreover, the actions leading up to this point probably made the Akatsuki members loathe him. Kaido was, after all, after him. Wouldn't it have been better if he dealt with it on his own? Now, none of them were reaping any benefits, further intensifying their dislike for him. Whatever they thought, it had nothing to do with Kaido. His gaze swept the area before him. Around him, only a few scattered stone ninja remained. The rest were utterly intimidated by Kaido's display of power. Some sat paralyzed on the ground, some cried out in pain, and others began to flee. Kaito had no intention of continuing the slaughter. He had made his point clear. Moreover, he noticed that these were probably all guard ninjas, not particularly strong. In fact, the guard ninjas of each village weren't especially powerful, usually at the level of Chunin or even Geinin. After all, Jounin were a village's rare resource, used either to nurture talented Geinin or act as commanders. In a village, the majority were Chunin and Geinin, naturally forming the backbone of the guard forces. Similarly, they are the backbone of the village, with various departments relying on them to maintain their operations. It can be said that the Chunin and Geinin form the foundation of the shinobi villages. During times of war, they are the ones who contribute the most, even if their strength is not necessarily outstanding. Of course, thinking this way might be a bit arrogant. I only reached my current state with external help. Even now, I'm still far from matching the prowess of Madara Uchiha from the Warring States period. Even in this era, against someone like Nagato who wields others' power, I can't confidently say I would win for sure. All I can say is I'm the one who best understands the path and evolution of the Uchiha's power, and I keep moving forward on this path. Kaido's self-awareness is clear. He doesn't look down on these Chunin and Geinin. Even though they can't withstand his power, their value is indeed very high. Moreover, if they were to be assembled under a unified command, instead of being spread out and facing so many as they are now, Kaido might have fled at the first chance. Gently wiping away the blood stain at the corner of his eye, Kaido dispelled his Susanoo, and in a blink, appeared beside Kakazu. Kakazu was mostly cautious and observant throughout the fight. Probably the most dangerous moment was when Kaido unleashed the giant wooden dragon, causing a massive explosion. Even though Kakazu didn't lose his heart, he now looked extremely haggard. When Kaito appeared in front of him, Kakazu's gaze became slightly blurred, hinting he had a lot to say. But Kaido didn't give him the chance. He gently placed his hand on Kakazu's shoulder, and a surge of chakra pulsed. Accompanied by a gust of wind tinged with a scent of blood, Kaido and Kakazu vanished, leaving behind only a ripple of chakra as proof of their prior presence. From a distance, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju exchanged glances upon seeing Kaito disappear. Tobirama's words echoed in Hashirama's mind. Kaito truly resembled Madara Uchiha in many ways. Hashirama felt it deeply. He noticed that Kaito could amplify the strength of his techniques, which was very much like Madara. Additionally, Kaito's Susanoo was a deep blue, clashing with Madara's own. However, Hashirama quickly shook his head, looking at the horizon and calmly remarked, "Who knows about these things? Who can really tell? Maybe the kid does resemble Madara, but what can we do about it? What I mean is, for the next time," Tobirama said, his gaze fixed on the battlefield littered with bodies. "This time, that guy summoned us. Next time, he might do the same, and we'll likely encounter him again. If given the chance, I think we should. Don't overthink things, Tobirama." Before he could finish, Hashirama interrupted him. Hashirama smiled gently before saying, "Actually, I think it's fine the way it is. Though he hasn't become the Hokage and I don't know the reason, he might not necessarily be bad at it. I've always said that we should leave matters to the next generation. And you know who I consider the first Hokage in my heart. Allowing someone from the Uchiha, like Madara, to lead Hidden Leaf Village. It's not unacceptable. This time, that guy summoned us. Next time, he might do the same, and we'll likely encounter him again. If given the chance, I think we should. Don't overthink things, Tobirama." Before he could finish, Hashirama interrupted him. Hashirama smiled gently before saying, "Actually, I think it's fine the way it is. Though he hasn't become the Hokage and I don't know the reason, he might not necessarily be bad at it. I've always said that we should leave matters to the next generation. And you know who I consider the first Hokage in my heart. Allowing someone from the Uchiha, like Madara, to lead Hidden Leaf Village. It's not unacceptable." In an open space, Kaito and Kakazu suddenly appeared, having moved a significant distance from the battlefield. Rubbing his eyes, Kaito felt some soreness and noticed that a significant amount of the Dujutsu power in his eyes had been used up. Now he understood why Sasuke Uchiha's eyes deteriorated so quickly. Using the Susanoo with such intensity and continuity was absolutely lethal. Even Kaito, who has a way to reduce the difficulty of using the Susanoo, felt the immense strain on his Dujutsu. Given the full range of his abilities to reduce the difficulty of the jutsu, including the use of his eye techniques, if he felt this way, how could Sasuke, who lacked all of Kaito's enhancements, withstand it? Perhaps that's why, in just less than a month, combined with the continuous battles on that day, Sasuke went blind, Kaito thought. However, such an event shouldn't happen since Sasuke's fate would surely change. Kaito wasn't overly concerned about his own consumption, as he felt the power in his eyes recovering. The recovery wasn't fast, but it certainly wasn't slow either. He felt that in about half a month to a month, the power he used this time would be fully restored. Half a month to a month might seem long, but for someone like Kaito, who hardly faced any combat pressure, it wasn't much of a concern. Moreover, even with his current Dujutsu state, he could still maximize his strength. "Are you okay?" Kakazu's voice suddenly came from the side. Kakazu intentionally kept some distance from Kaito. He knew that Kaito's main reason for accompanying him was to monitor and assess his performance. Otherwise, only the two of them would have set off, with the Nara and Akimaki caravans waiting elsewhere. Of course, Kakazu didn't mind being watched. After all, they had an understanding. Besides, Kakazu had just started going on missions. If there was no supervision or deterrence, he would be the one suspecting something was amiss. Knowing his current situation and that following Kaito has potential financial benefits, after all, Kaito has the support of the entire Hidden Leaf Village behind him, Kakazu knows he needs to behave appropriately. He doesn't want to overstep and cause any misunderstandings. "I'm fine, you don't need to worry too much." Seeing Kakazu's actions, Kaito instantly understood his intent, which made him chuckle a bit. Although Kaito had used up a significant amount of his energy, he was still combat ready. Even if he couldn't defeat an opponent, he could at least escape with ease. Kakazu's demeanor pleased Kaito. It's no surprise, considering Kakazu's vast experience and age. Despite his appearance, which reminded Kaito of someone who might disdain scholars, Kakazu's excessive love for money often made one wonder if he was once so poor that it changed his character. However, Kakazu is incredibly sharp. He understands a lot but seldom voices his thoughts. After all, as he often claims, he has no friends or trusted allies, the only thing he trusts is money. To Kakazu, Kaito is essentially a walking money machine, and Kaito's strength is genuinely beyond imagination. That's why Kakazu is slightly kinder to him and behaves more cautiously around him. Though I've used up a lot of energy, I'm still within acceptable limits. After all, my recovery ability isn't weak. Moreover, this consumption doesn't impact my fighting strength, I just can't engage in prolonged battles. Kaito is well aware of his own condition. In reality, His current state isn't as good as he claims. He can indeed display a high level of combat prowess, but both his mental and physical fatigue significantly affects his performance. However, these aren't things anyone would openly admit, and even if Kakazu suspected something, he wouldn't call it out. That's good to hear. After all, if something happens to you, it'll be troublesome for all of us. Kakazu nodded, then scanned their surroundings. We should head this way, which leads into the land of birds. But if you want to continue in the land of earth, we just keep moving forward. Does it make a difference where we go? Even if we enter the land of birds, wouldn't it still be under Hidden Stones Village's territory? Kaido sighed in exasperation. Didn't you confidently say there wouldn't be a problem here? Look at the mess we're in now. I didn't expect this. Who could have known that a place that's usually deserted would become so bustling today? Kakazu looked even more puzzled, his bin-like eyes filled with confusion. Kaido could guess some reasons, and it was very likely because of Deodara. Deodara was a disciple of Anoki. If Deodara fled, it would be impossible for Anoki not to pursue him. In the original work, there wasn't such a conflict. It's likely that members of the Akatsuki found Deodara and swiftly took him away, avoiding any direct confrontations with Hidden Stones Village's ninjas. However, now Kaido and Kakazu happened to be on this route and, by a twist of fate, clashed with the pursuing party. This allowed Hidden Stones Village's people to catch up smoothly and surround them. What Kaido hadn't considered was why Anoki would send so many people. This decision seemed irrational. Perhaps Kaido hadn't fully realized that the massive turnout was due to his own actions. To put it bluntly, Kaido might have dug his own grave. Had he not instigated the impeachment of the Kage, would Anoki have mobilized such forces? Forget it. Who knows what Hidden Stones Village is thinking? We just need to move faster, Kaido murmured. He shook his head gently, then slowly continued, staying here will only lead to bigger trouble. Who knows if they'll get desperate and bring Anoki himself. If Anoki came, the situation would be challenging. Kaido's entire fight was concealed by Susanoo, and he also made his move from the sky. Thus, he was confident that he'd remain unidentified. But if Anoki arrived, recognition might be inevitable. While ordinary ninjas might not recognize him, Anoki might. So, it's essential to leave quickly. Any further complications would be undesirable. Indeed, we should leave sooner. However, there's one thing I don't understand, Kakazu said, matching Kaido's pace, his voice tinged with curiosity. Based on your combat level displayed earlier, I deduced that your final move was just for deterrence, to show them what you're capable of. So I'm curious. You could have killed Itachi Uchiha when he was surrounded by Hidden Stones Village shinobi. But you didn't, you let him go. Killing him would solve a problem, wouldn't it? Plus, wouldn't that give you some peace of mind? This question? Hearing Kakazu's words, Kaido couldn't help but chuckle. There are some considerations on my part. Indeed, I could have killed him, but I had other ideas. Kakazu's question wasn't surprising at all, given the intensity of their recent fight. Kaido's target was evidently Itachi Uchiha, and letting him go was something that Kakazu found strange. However, Kaido had thought it through. After all, he was meticulous and always acted with a plan. He wouldn't make rash decisions or let those who had wronged him get away. If he decided to let someone go temporarily, it meant that they held more significant value, much like Orochimaru. Or perhaps Kaido had a new scheme in mind, specifically targeting Itachi. Actually, I did consider whether or not to end him right there, Kaido began, walking and explaining with a smile. But after some thought, I decided it was best not to act. He continued, I'm not sure if you noticed, but the way Orochimaru and his lot looked at Itachi wasn't ordinary. Because you nodded, I noticed. The Akatsuki isn't exactly united, but they're held together by Pain's presence. Being a former member of the Akatsuki, how could Kakazu not be aware of these dynamics? So, you're suggesting that some Akatsuki members are discontent with him? Kakazu inquired. Do I need to do that? Kaido replied playfully, you mentioned that Orochimaru once attacked Itachi, attempting to take his Mangekyo Sharingan, but failed. They likely became enemies from that point. Moreover, while both are rogue shinobi from Hidden Leaf Village, Orochimaru and Itachi have significantly different personalities. Their relationship was never bound to be good. With this, Itachi already has an enemy within the Akatsuki. Kakazu nodded, true. Orochimaru never seemed fond of Itachi, even from the start. Their relationship only worsened after the failed ambush. The fact that Orochimaru hasn't attacked Itachi since is already a sign of his restraint. Or perhaps he simply couldn't beat him. Regardless of the reason, their relationship is definitely adversarial, Kakazu agreed. And apart from Orochimaru, Saisari probably isn't fond of Itachi either. I'm also certain he doesn't like Orochimaru, Kaito said with a chuckle. Kakazu nodded in agreement. Saisari's disdain for Orochimaru was a fact. He was curious, however, how Kaito knew so much about it. Little did he know, Kaito, being a transmigrator, had access to a lot more information than most. Sasori's parents were killed by Hidden Leaf Village ninja. He probably has a deep resentment towards anyone from Hidden Leaf Village. One of the reasons he intervened earlier might have been for Deidara's sake, but I suspect another reason was because I'm a ninja from Hidden Leaf Village. Furthermore, I noticed that Sasori isn't just a simple being anymore. He's probably conducted some experiments on himself. As for Orochimaru, he left Hidden Leaf Village because he took the blame for something, although he indeed conducted human experiments. When he meets Sasori, I bet he can't resist, right? Kakazu's green bin-like eyes widened in surprise. How did you even guess all of this, Kaito? What kind of creature are you? Indeed, there is such tension between them, Kakazu admitted after taking a deep breath. You seem to know Orochimaru very well. Given he was almost the fourth Hokage, it's important to understand him, Kaito chuckled. Knowledge of the plot helped, but in any case, information was his greatest advantage. This situation will likely heighten Sasori's existing distaste for Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Even facing Itachi Uchiha might not change his stance. Besides, after our previous skirmish, they all must be feeling rough, especially after witnessing the strength I displayed. Do you think they'll get the feeling that they're on my radar? And if they do, what do you think will happen to Itachi? Upon hearing Kaito's words, Kakazu stiffened. The potential fallout from such a situation was enormous. He didn't even need to ask about Kisame, who Kaito had severely injured at the start and who had been under protection since then. Everyone who joins an organization like the Akatsuki has their pride. Due to Itachi's association, if they angered Kaito and were subsequently injured by him, it's almost inevitable they'd resent Itachi. Thinking of this, Kakazu felt a chill. The person beside him was not only a monster in terms of power but also in terms of intellect. Maybe it would have been better to eliminate Itachi right there. This way, within the Akatsuki, he'd become an outcast and despised by all. He wouldn't have any ground to stand on. So, once again, he becomes a stray dog, even if he hasn't been thrown out yet, Kakazu pondered. Just as Kakazu thought their conversation was wrapping up, Kaito spoke again. And the reason I didn't take action is because of my disciple. Kaito said nonchalantly, smiling even brighter. My disciple is named Sasuke Uchiha. He is Itachi Uchiha's younger brother. His hatred for Itachi is etched deep within his bones. He sought me out, hoping I could train him to be a proficient ninja so he could exact revenge on Itachi and reclaim the honor of his lineage. And do you know? When Itachi decided to act against the Uchiha clan, his deal with Hidden Leaf Village's top brass was to ensure Sasuke survived. Upon hearing this, Kakazu felt an even deeper chill in his heart, his fists clenched slightly. Making Itachi, the person whom Sasuke loved most, chase and kill him, and treating him as a traitor and an absolute enemy. Was Kaito a bit twisted? However, that's not enough. Before Kakazu could fully grasp the situation, Kaito spoke again, touching his chin as he did. He has always believed that the Leaf Village belongs to the Hokage, and that the Uchiha clan was destined to fail. But now, with the Uchiha clan rising, the Leaf Village is also improving. Is this destroying his will and faith? The current Hokage is Jiraiya, the disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Tsunade has also returned to the Leaf Village. She, too, is a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi. If both of them also hold immense hatred for Itachi and genuinely wish to eliminate him, denying all that he has done, wouldn't this completely shatter his beliefs, causing his spirit to crumble? With the entire Leaf Village seeing him as an enemy, viewing him as foolish and weak-minded, with every shinobi wanting him dead. Wouldn't that destroy his soul, turning him into a despised rat that everyone wants to beat? Kaito's voice, laced with a hint of amusement, stopped. However, Kakazu felt as though he was enveloped in ice, plunging into a cold abyss. He stared blankly at Kaito for a long time before finally diverting his gaze. He was certain that Kaito was a monster in both strength and intelligence, and undoubtedly a true sadist. Murdering without batting an eye, it wasn't just mere revenge, he was attacking one's very soul. Why did this happen? At the location where Kaito had previously battled the Akatsuki, Kitsuchi struggled to stand, his body shaking uncontrollably. Surveying the corpses scattered everywhere, and the wailing ninja, his heart broke. Especially seeing an area soaked with blood, with hardly any survivors and severed limbs strewn about, the sight was traumatic. He could never forget what he'd witnessed earlier, the massive half-giant soaring in the sky, a creature that reaped lives like a grim reaper. The scene was etched deeply into his mind, unforgettable and haunting. But who exactly are these people, and what jutsu was that? Kitsuchi forced himself to calm down and began pondering everything seriously. He had to find a way to exact revenge, such deep-seated hatred was unforgettable for anyone. Kitsuchi was the commander-in-chief. Although he personally came to the front line, he wouldn't rush into the battlefield immediately. Because he needed to identify the most challenging opponent first, and then he would enter the battlefield to confront that enemy. What terrified him was that none of the enemies present were easy to deal with. Each of their strengths was at least on par with his own, if not stronger. However, Kitsuchi clearly saw that among these foes, a group of them wore the same attire, indicating that they were allies. Among these people, Kitsuchi noticed someone using the puppet jutsu, and on such a grand scale, which left him puzzled. The puppet jutsu was a signature of the hidden sand village, and it had shone brightly in wars. Yet, controlling so many puppets at the same time required an extremely high level of skill and proficiency from the ninja. Only a handful of people from the hidden sand village could achieve this. Still, Kitsuchi instantly thought of one person. Could it be Chio, the old lady? Kitsuchi pondered with gritted teeth but quickly dismissed the thought. Chio held a high position in the hidden sand village. It was unlikely for her to join any obscure organization. If not Chio, then who else possesses such capability to perform this exaggerated feat? Apart from the puppets, there was also that technique that resembled trees. That should be the wood style, right? Kitsuchi clenched his fists. The trees had a significant impact on him, and the only thing he could think of was the first Hokage's wood style. However, hadn't the first Hokage died long ago? How is there still a wood style? Could someone else have learned it? Or is it the experiment from the Hidden Leaf Village that has come here? Kitsuchi was certain about what he saw. Those trees were undoubtedly the wood style, and the Hidden Leaf Village was the only place in the entire shinobi world with it. Even if the first Hokage had died, the Leaf Village continued similar experiments. Wasn't the third Hokage criticized because of human experimentation? And according to the spy reports from the Hidden Leaf Village, they had witnessed the experiment's combat abilities firsthand and were sure that it possessed the wood style. However, Kitsuchi felt this possibility was also slim. Why would the Leaf Village let such an individual roam freely? Keeping him restrained for their use, or perhaps for further research, seemed to be the most logical and likely approach. But besides the Leaf Village, who else possesses such ability? And that water style, with such a vast range and magnitude? Could it be the shinobi from the Hidden Mist Village? And those endless lightning strikes from the sky, are they from the Hidden Cloud Village? Kitsuchi's fists tightened even more. Including Deidara, whom they were trying to capture, did this mean they had individuals from all the 5 great shinobi villages? The question was, who were these people? Commander, the tally is complete. Just as the fury and sorrow in Kitsuchi's heart reached its peak, a young shinobi from the Hidden Rock Village approached him. There was a total of 323 casualties this time, among which 183 died, and 77 were severely injured, probably unable to continue as shinobi. Hearing this report, Kitsuchi's heart was bleeding. 183 people had just died like that? Furthermore, 77 were severely wounded, likely unable to ever serve as shinobi again? Such casualties were too much to bear, almost akin to the losses of a major battle. How many shinobi does a village have? Including the administrators and the newly graduated genin with little to no combat experience, the maximum might be around 45,000. In typical wars, only several thousands of shinobi are deployed, but the number does increase as the intensity of the war escalates. But to have so many die in a matter of minutes, and during an enemy breakout, it was only that individual using the chakra giant who seemed to genuinely engage in combat. Such a loss would break anyone. But amidst his despair, Kitsuchi felt some relief. He had sent out the rapid assault teams known for their speed first, with the main forces trailing behind. If it had been the main force that confronted the enemy, given their density, the casualties from the chakra giant would likely have been even more significant. With this realization, Kitsuchi felt a chilling fear, but his anger deepened as well. Such a loss was a heavy and unimaginable blow. He had to find a way to take revenge, only then could he wash away this shame. Where the hell did Deidara go? Damn it. Once I find you, I'll break your retreat. Kitsuchi took a deep breath, his mind racing. Although he wasn't particularly political, his shinobi instincts were top-notch. The enemy was retreating. Even if he didn't know their exact destination, their choices were limited. And from what he could tell, there were 2 groups, and they could only be heading in 3 possible directions. Technically 4, but going to the Land of Valleys was too far and would mean lingering in the Land of Earth, which seemed unlikely. Their current position was at the boundary of the Land of Grass, the Land of Rain, and the Land of Bears. Their destination could only be one of these 3. The Land of Rain was under the control of the god Hanzo. The place was known for its extreme isolation, and with Hanzo's remarkable strength, strangers wouldn't fare well there. Eliminating that option left only the Land of Grass and the Land of Bears. However, the Land of Grass was adjacent to the Land of Fire, under the influence of the Hidden Leaf. The Land of Grass had been ravaged by wars, but its lack of current conflicts meant its defenses would be robust. Even if their defense forces were dispatched elsewhere, many Hidden Stone's village shinobi, stone ninja, would still remain. If the enemy were to pass through there and get discovered, the Hidden Leaf would undoubtedly react. Even if it were their own, the Leaf Village would still respond, and by then, many things would become evident. However, the most likely destination is the Land of Bears. The Land of Bears is in constant turmoil, making it the most suitable place to hide. Breaking out and escaping towards that region wouldn't attract much attention. With that thought, many ideas began to form in Kitsuchi's mind. His chakra was surging uncontrollably, he could hardly bear it. You all, stay here and immediately notify the village to send a rescue team. The rest of the troops should immediately return to defend their respective areas. Don't delay. Kitsuchi spoke with a cold tone. However, by the end of his statement, his voice had a hint of dejection, but he still forced the words out. Lastly, inform the village. Our mission failed. Hey, can you not look at me with those eyes? As they headed towards the Land of Bears, Kaito felt the unsettling gaze from Kakazu and was finding it increasingly difficult to bear. Ever since he shared his plan concerning Itachi Uchiha with Kakazu, the latter's gaze seemed to change. Though Kakazu hadn't said a word, Kaito felt as if he was being looked at as if he was some sort of psychopath. Kakazu's look reminded him of a clueless French king, albeit that king didn't suffer from the same headaches as Kaito. Visibly annoyed, Kaito finally confronted him about it, and Kakuto looked slightly embarrassed. I'm sorry. I was lost in thought about something, and I didn't adjust my gaze immediately. Really? Kaito didn't believe him, but he didn't feel like pursuing the matter further. His attention shifted to the sky, sensing that someone had been following them. However, the pursuer never displayed any hostility, and their chakra felt unfamiliar, so Kaito didn't take any action. But being tailed wasn't something to be taken lightly. Whether or not the person had ill intentions, Kaito didn't like being followed. There aren't many shinobi who can use flying techniques, at most 10. Especially within the borders of the Land of Earth, who could it be? Kaito pondered internally. He wondered, could it be Deidara tailing him? The problem was, hadn't Deidara left with the members of the Akatsuki? Logically, he shouldn't have any reason to follow Kaito, right? Kaito really couldn't figure it out, and he also genuinely didn't want anyone following him. He abruptly stopped in his tracks and looked up at the sky. His chakra began to subtly surge. Even if he hadn't recovered to his peak, he wasn't afraid of an ordinary fight, unless he was unlucky enough to encounter someone like Anoki. However, if it truly was Anoki, that guy would have probably made his move much earlier. Why would he wait until now? Furthermore, it's unlikely that Anoki would be aware of the current events here. Even if he wanted to rush over, it would take time. By then, Kaito would have long since escaped. Come out. Kaito spoke directly. His voice wasn't loud, but under the influence of chakra, it could travel a great distance. You've followed us for so long. If you don't have a reasonable explanation, I might have to take action. Of course, if you leave now, I'll let it slide. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Having said this, Kaito's chakra began to grow even more fierce. The person in the sky seemed to recognize their situation and promptly descended. However, when Kaito saw the person's face, he was stunned. He genuinely couldn't understand why this person was following him. Chapter 170. Kaito truly hadn't expected that the person following them all this time was the blonde kid, Deidara. Deidara, when you think about it, was a ninja with exceptional talent. He was 2 or 3 years younger than Itachi Uchiha, but his strength was immeasurable. Though his methods of attack might seem somewhat limited, relying solely on clay bombs, his battle style was perfect for large-scale combat. If he had been around during the war era, Deidara would have been a nightmare for every village. That's not to say he didn't have any natural enemies. The lightning-style ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village had his number. Regardless of that, his abilities were undeniable. Anyone who faced him on the battlefield would feel chills down their spine. It could be said that he was simply born in the wrong era, leading many to misunderstand or even dislike his actions. But Kaito had little to do with Deidara. Strictly speaking, when the young ninja had joined the Akatsuki, Kaito was on the opposing side. Even without his association with the Akatsuki, Deidara hailed from the Hidden Stone village. Kaito's relationship with the Hidden Stone wasn't great, especially since he had recently shown no mercy towards them. He was curious as to why Deidara was seeking him out. Why is it you? Kaito raised an eyebrow, his tone calm but his chakra turbulent. He asked directly, why are you following us? Aren't you with the Akatsuki? And I know of you, Deidara, the disciple of Anoki. Are you here for revenge? Of course, Kaito knew Deidara wasn't there for revenge, otherwise, he would have attacked from the sky. Deidara had never shown any malice, which was why Kaito hadn't confronted him about his intentions. You know of me? That makes things much simpler. Deidara looked at Kaido with intense enthusiasm. This passionate gaze was somewhat unbearable for Kaido, and it felt familiar. It was reminiscent of the look he got from Shizue Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha a year or two ago when he helped the Uchiha clan temporarily escape the restrictions of the Hidden Leaf village higher-ups. Back then, Kaido even wondered if he'd failed some art exam or grown a beard, causing such reactions. He could understand the reaction from within the clan, but from outsiders? The only explanation Kaido could think of was that Deidara was an eccentric individual. Though it might seem rude to think this way, Kaido genuinely didn't like being looked at with such a gaze by another man. Speak your mind and don't come any closer. Kaido stopped Deidara, who was attempting to move closer, and said with a frown. You still haven't told us why you're following us. Don't forget, someone like you is quite dangerous to me. Dangerous? What danger? Deidara looked genuinely puzzled, his gaze still fervent, but he halted in his tracks. I'm not a match for you. Even if I can fly, so can you. If I wanted to escape, I wouldn't be able to. What harm could I possibly cause you? Upon hearing this, Kaido couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was this kid just too young and naive to understand certain things? Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be around 11 or 12. Perhaps he hadn't been educated adequately. After all, not everyone belongs to the Nara clan, and Onoki might not have been the best teacher, right? Otherwise, why hadn't Kitsuchi become the Sushi Kage? Then again, it's possible that Kitsuchi wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Some individuals might be competent as ninjas but not as decision-makers. Kaido wasn't sure if Kitsuchi was one of those, possibly preventing him from becoming the Sushi Kage. Either way, his daughter with those impressive legs had assumed the position. You really are an idiot. Because couldn't bear it anymore. Even though his words annoyed Deidara, he still voiced out. Did you come here intending for us to eliminate you? Since you recognized him, you should be aware of his status in Hidden Leaf village. His presence in the land of Earth signals the possibility of war. If we hadn't seen you willingly following Akatsuki members, you'd be dead by now. What's your purpose in coming to us now, to show off or seek death? Aren't you just the head of Hidden Leaf village's security division? What's so surprising about that? Deidara, visibly irritated, glared at Kakazu before turning to Kaido with a puzzled expression. I know your information, but what's the big deal? Alright, this guy was truly beyond help. Kaido and Kakazu exchanged glances, silently agreeing on Deidara's naivety. At the same time, they were both considering taking action. However, before they could act, Deidara spoke up again. As for those guys earlier, I'm not close to them. They asked me to come with them, and I agreed. They won, and as a ninja, I naturally have to keep my word. That's why I went with them. Isn't that normal? Kaido and Kakazu found it hard to maintain their composure at this reply. Should they say that this kid was hopelessly naive, or that he was the epitome of innocence? Regardless of either possibility, Kaido didn't feel like explaining any further. He directly asked, so, since you agreed with them, why didn't you follow them? Instead, you came to me. Did you lose your way, or? At this point, Kaido paused slightly. His expression changed as a realization hit him, turning slightly grim. Or did you guess we'd come this way, so you came here directly to meet us? I had intended to go with them, after all, I am someone who keeps his promises. Deidara noticed the look in Kaido's eyes, a look that made him somewhat uneasy. But he didn't flee. Instead, he continued explaining, but later, there was a fight, right? I kept my promise by following them. Now they've fled without caring about me, so naturally, I'm not foolish enough to continue following them. As for Hidden Stone's village, the Hidden Stone village, I don't plan to return. There's nothing for me there, nothing I can do. So, why should I return? Therefore, I don't consider myself part of Hidden Stone's village anymore, and since those guys abandoned me, I don't intend to seek them out either. After much thought. At this point in his explanation, Deidara, ignoring the bewildered looks from Kaido and Kakazu, enthusiastically declared, it's better for me to follow you guys. After all, I've nowhere else to go. I can just follow you back to Hidden Leaf village. And you truly embody the art I've always pursued. Only by following you can I realize the art of my dreams. Deidara's fervent expression truly left Kaido and Kakazu stunned beyond words. For a moment, Kaido truly doubted how this kid managed to graduate from the Ninja Academy, and what Onoki was thinking when he chose him as a disciple. Could this kid actually be completely clueless about the real world? Seeing Deidara's unbridled enthusiasm, Kaido was momentarily at a loss for words. The boy indeed had vast potential, but bringing him to Hidden Leaf village could spell trouble if people from Hidden Stone's village found out. After all, Kaido couldn't explain how he ended up with the boy, especially since he had used the Susanoo technique, which would definitely be on record in Hidden Stones Village. If not for the variable that Deidara presented, he wouldn't be concerned. He could easily pin the blame on Itachi Uchiha. Without one of his Mengekyo Sharingan, whether Itachi could still use Susanoo was a big question, especially since he wasn't Shizue Uchiha. Considering Obito Uchiha, who, without one of his eyes, had never used Susanoo in his entire life, this was all a game of probabilities. Blaming him wouldn't matter either. Even if Itachi Uchiha later uses the Susanoo, could Kaito simply pin the blame on Obito Uchiha? If Itachi can use it, then let's see you use it. Unless you plan on taking Kakashi's eye, Kaito mused. But now with Deidara thrown into the mix, it's doubtful that Kaito could easily deflect responsibility. Even if he wasn't afraid, it would be a hassle. Furthermore, Deidara is a genuine threat. The kid spends his days engrossed in bomb-making research. That's not a good sign. If he started launching his attacks in Hidden Leaf Village, I, as the head of security, would have to throw him into the Hidden Leaf Village prison for some reflection, Kaito thought. Being with him seems like a path leading to certain doom, right? And Deidara's claim that Kaito represents the art he pursues is laughable. While Kaito does specialize in large-scale destructive techniques, he isn't a bomber. At best, his forte is fire style, which has a very low chance of causing an explosion. Unless someone aids him or his technique directly strikes the ground, there's a very low likelihood of an explosion. What art is Deidara talking about pursuing with him? Could it be when I used the Susanoo to fend off Hashirama's wooden dragon and caused a mushroom cloud, that's when he wanted to follow me? Kaito pondered. It seemed to him that only during his fight with Hashirama Senshu, when such a scene unfolded, could there be a chance of attracting someone like Deidara. Of course, it's also possible that Deidara was inspired by seeing Itachi using the Sharingan in such a dramatic way. Maybe upon witnessing Kaito's strength, Deidara's inner artistic inspiration sparked, which made him decide to follow without hesitation. Art? Kakazu, having heard Deidara's words, didn't even wait for Kaito to respond and shook his head. Why are you like Sasori, always talking about art? You'd be better off with them. At least you'd have someone to discuss art with. What do you hope to gain by following us? And as I've said, your identity is a liability to us. If you don't want to be a rock ninja, then join some rogue ninja group. Aren't you a rogue ninja? Deidara glared at Kakazu, focusing intently on the forehead protector he wore. From the Hidden Valley, huh? How are you any better than me? If you can follow him, why can't I? As for them, I did promise, but if they ignored me, that's on them. I also don't plan on returning to Hidden Stones Village. The old man there is too boring, and I can't do anything there. That's a huge blow to my art. Following you would elevate my art and grant me some freedom. What's wrong with that? Whatever you, a Hidden Valley rogue, can do, I can do as well. Don't underestimate me. Deidara's words almost made Kakazu laugh out of sheer disbelief. He realized this kid really had a screw loose. Having lived for so long, Kakazu naturally attached great importance to intelligence, especially as a bounty ninja. He needed to collect more information. He was indeed familiar with Deidara's background. Realizing this, he wondered how the third Sushi Kage, Onoki, ended up taking such a peculiar individual as his disciple. Kakazu didn't know what Deidara's art was, but he was aware that Deidara seemed to have a talent in the art of explosion. It was safe to say that Deidara was an explosion maniac. Sadly, since Kakazu had been in Hidden Leaf Village recently, he hadn't gathered more intel. For instance, he was still unsure why Deidara was at the border. However, he was familiar with Deidara's infamous acts in Hidden Stones Village. The deeds that left the villagers furious and Onoki probably cleaning up after him many times. Did Deidara really plan to pull the same antics in Hidden Leaf Village? Wouldn't that make life difficult for Kaito Uchiha, the head of the security division? These thoughts occupied Kakazu's mind, but he chose not to speak. He was well aware that the decisions were not his to make. Kaito would decide on everything. All he cared about was money. Everything else wasn't his concern. Meanwhile, Kaito was deep in thought, pondering on how to handle Deidara. To be honest, Deidara's sudden desire to join him both surprised and made Kaito cautious. He knew of Deidara's unwavering passion for his art and everything Deidara did in the Akatsuki. He felt that Deidara shouldn't betray him. However, one can't be too careful. After all, Kaito had just killed many shinobi from Hidden Stones Village. He needed to tread cautiously. But if Deidara truly sided with him, it could be a boon. Considering the future, Kaito genuinely desired to overturn the entire ninja world. He indeed needed a diverse range of talents. Kisame was an ideal ninja and a war machine. So, Kaito did not hesitate to invite him. Although Kisame refused, given an opportunity, Kaito would try again. In essence, Deidara was a war machine on par with Kisame. His explosion techniques were tailor-made for war. Kaido could easily imagine, in the future, if he decided to attack a village like Hidden Sand Village, Deidara could truly shine. He could make the war much easier and simpler. The most troublesome part might be how to place this guy. He's not the type to stay put. Someone will need to keep an eye on him. Kaido thought, frowning slightly. But then his eyes settled on Kakazu. At that moment, Kaito had an idea. So, this idiot will be with me from now on? As they continued towards the Land of Bears, Kakazu glanced back at Deidara, who was walking while continuously molding his clay with his peculiar mouth hand. He asked with a grim face. Kakazu didn't really need to darken his expression since his face was already dark enough. But his mood wasn't great, mainly because Kaido agreed to let Deidara join. Whether Deidara joined or not wasn't a big deal for Kakazu, who was just there to earn money. He wasn't going to foolishly oppose his boss's decision. However, knowing Kaido's plan to let Deidara accompany him left Kakazu uneasy. There was no doubt about Deidara's potential and strength. But the problem was that this guy clearly wasn't right in the head. Deidara's overenthusiastic approach to explosions often gave Kakazu a headache. To Kakazu, Deidara seemed naive to the point of foolishness with his obsession for explosions. Moreover, with Deidara's constant tinkering with explosives, Kakazu often wondered if one day the former might accidentally blow himself up. Even with Kakazu's multi-hearted resilience, dealing with Deidara was stressful. Well, while he has some quirks in his personality, he's still young, Kaido commented, glancing back at Deidara's antics with a smile. He's only 12. There's hope for him, right? Plus, with future solo missions and potentially leading others, wouldn't having this kid with you be beneficial? In Kaido's plan, once Kakazu became trustworthy, he would naturally take on more responsibilities. Kaido wasn't handing out money for nothing. Known for his generosity, Kaito never begrudged the substantial sums he provided Kakazu. In the future, Kakazu would be moving in dangerous territories with numerous missions to tackle. So, why not have him mentor the youngsters from various clans, including his own? After accomplishing tasks under Kakazu's supervision, these kids could wait safely while Kakazu handled negotiations, and then they'd return to Hidden Leaf Village together. Moving forward, Kaito envisioned that the children of shinobi clans would be competing with those of civilian shinobi. If they didn't fully exploit their advantages, it would be a great loss. As someone deeply connected to his clan, Kaito felt a strong obligation to ensure its holistic growth. If needed, he could simply offer more money to Kakazu. They would never be short on funds, and the wealth would only increase. Buying Kakazu's loyalty with money was a brilliant investment. The relationship between Kaido and Kakazu was mutually beneficial, ensuring that neither would shortchange the other. As for Deidara, describing his potential and value as a weapon of war was almost impossible. Given his skills, Kaido found it hard to refuse the youngster. After weighing his options, Kaido decided to let Deidara accompany Kakazu. While Kakazu could handle solo missions, unexpected challenges might arise. With Deidara's addition, their team's security would naturally increase. Considering the money spent on Kakazu's loyalty, it wouldn't be a stretch to ask him to keep an eye on Deidara. And if it became necessary, Kaido could always increase the pay. As for Deidara's restlessness, Kaito believed they could strike an agreement, research in Hidden Leaf Village but no actual explosive testing. However, during missions, bandit groups, robbers, and foes of their employers could all serve as experimental subjects for Deidara. After all, these operations would occur outside the Land of Fire, mostly against enemies or scoundrels. Deidara could have his explosive fun, possibly making Kakazu's job a lot easier. Kakazu might not necessarily think this way, but Kaito definitely did. The idea was to find someone for Kakazu to converse with and also someone he could mentor, like Deidara. Kakazu once had a partner, but that unfortunate soul was now being used as a lab rat in Kaido's laboratory, subjected to various experiments. In the original narrative, Kakazu had a certain bond with Hidan. However, Kaido's ruthless actions had disrupted that relationship before it could even develop. Having Deidara as a companion for Kakazu seemed like a good choice, someone he could talk to during their travels. Furthermore, Kakazu was a seasoned shinobi, having lived for so long. His ninja expertise and life experience were profound. At the very least, Kakazu was someone who could match wits with Kaito, all thanks to his vast experience. By mentoring Deidara, maybe he could rectify some of the latter's character flaws. The hope was that Deidara could become a bit less naive and foolish. However, Kaito wasn't expecting any significant change. After all, changing someone's personality isn't something one can simply command. I hope he's salvageable. You've really burdened me with a handful, Kakazu sighed in resignation, shaking his head in evident distress. Don't worry. Even though there were unforeseen circumstances in the Land of Earth, you'll still get your 500,000, Kaito remarked, uttering words Kakazu always loved to hear. On top of that, you know how to handle the kid since he's a newbie. I'll need you to guide him and rectify some issues. So, an additional 500,000. Just 500,000? Kakazu was elated with the first half of Kaido's statement, but the latter half had him frowning. Was that all? Per month, Kaido added with a smirk. But I expect to see some progress within a year, or I'll have someone else take over. No problem. I guarantee significant improvement within a year. Kakazu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Such a consistent income was very enticing. Of course, if you can wholly refine him within a year, I'll give you an extra year's payment, Kaido continued, concerned Kakazu might drag out the progress for his benefit. You can see it this way, the quicker you mold him, the more you'll earn. And in the future, you can also mentor kids from Hidden Leaf Village's clans, and I assure you, each child's payment will be substantial. Kakazu was astounded by the enticing vision painted by Kaido. He felt incredibly fortunate to collaborate with him. Wasn't this much more lucrative than working with the Akatsuki? Earning so much money just for guiding a youngster, and not even having to share the earnings, it all belonged to him. Kakazu felt that he had made the wisest decision in choosing to work with such a generous employer. Kaido, looking at Kakazu, could tell that he was completely sold on the idea. He didn't interrupt Kakazu's mental calculations of how much he could earn. After all, no matter how much Kakazu earned, it would still be less than Kaido's earnings. Kakazu was a formidable ninja, capable of taking on a Kage in single combat. He was strong, experienced, and had seen much of the world. Having him teach the younger generation would be immensely beneficial, even if they only learned a fraction of what he knew. If Kaido shared this news with the heads of other clans, they would probably be more than willing to pay such a price. After all, finding a teacher of Kakazu's caliber was no easy task. As long as Kakazu was willing, the other clans would likely spare no expense. However, when he turned to look at Deidara, who was still playing with clay using the mouth on his hand, Kaido was suddenly struck by a thought. Could that mouth on Deidara's hand do anything else besides chewing clay? After settling Deidara's status, Kaido and his group began their mission. Though some less than serious thoughts crossed Kaido's mind, he dismissed them. In his past life, he had accomplished his dreams with his own two hands and had even been a bit boastful at times. Seeing Deidara in such a state when he was in a good mood naturally reminded him of some absurd thoughts. But Kaido didn't dwell on it. His present life was vastly different from his past one. He took these thoughts as mere jokes and didn't get hung up on them. Their pace was swift, and once Kaido realized that there was no need for Deidara to walk on two legs, they moved even faster. Hey, boss, this is tiring, Deidara complained, looking rather drained as he sat atop a white clay bird. After all, this Deidara was not yet the future Deidara. Even though he was undoubtedly a genius, he was only 12 years old, and his chakra reserves naturally couldn't compare to his future self. Kaido wasn't familiar with the workings of clay manipulation, but through his Sharingan, he could decipher some of its secrets. It was more like a transformation of chakra properties. The clay relied on chakra activation and coordination to trigger internal energy changes, ultimately resulting in an explosive effect. Even if the explosive effect wasn't activated, maintaining the clay's form and movement still consumed the caster's chakra. Kaido now understood why, in the original story, Deidara didn't always travel on clay birds while accompanying Sasori. One concern was the fear of being exposed while flying, and another might be the excessive energy consumption, which could hinder future battles. Observing Deidara slouched there, Kaido even noticed that the mouth on Deidara's palm looked so exhausted it seemed like it was sticking its tongue out. The scene was comically entertaining. However, having undergone rigorous training, Kaido's expression remained calm and collected. Don't worry. As someone from the land of Earth, you should be more aware than us. We're almost there, just hold on a little longer, Kaido remarked casually. Then, his curiosity getting the better of him, he inquired, by the way, aren't you Anoki's disciple? With your notable talent, didn't he teach you his particle style? Particle style? Deidara touched his chin, pondering the question before replying. The old geezer never mentioned teaching me that technique. Even if he intended to, I'm not certain I'd want to learn. The art I admire and pursue is explosions. Can particle style explode? Can particle style explode? This question left Kaido uncertain about how to respond, and even Kakazu face-bombed in exasperation. Was the only thing on Deidara's mind explosions? Wasn't he afraid of blowing himself up? Fortunately, Kaido had an answer. After a moment of thought, he began, particle style doesn't explode. Apart from your explosion style, few techniques can directly do so. However, pausing momentarily, he then slowly said to Deidara, for shinobi like us, witnessing a massive explosion during battle is nothing unusual. Such explosions are far superior to the ones you pursue, both in impact and strength. Aren't you in pursuit of art? Art isn't something you can easily attain. It requires meticulous refining, and in a fleeting moment, a sudden spark of inspiration leads to its creation. The explosions you produce, in my opinion, hardly qualify as true art, they merely satisfy your sensory stimulations. However, don't abandon your path. Perhaps someday, within the explosions you deliberately craft, you'll discover what you truly seek. Kaido's words were persuasive, reflecting his personal understanding. In his past life, he might not have had an artistic sense, not having been a student of the arts. Nevertheless, as someone with a background in liberal arts, articulating arguments and making points was second nature to him, and it seemed Deidara was easily swayed. He thought carefully, and it seemed that Kaido's words did make some sense. Is art that one deliberately pursues considered true art? Moreover, the most valuable art seemed to align with what Kaito said, it's that fleeting, spontaneous feeling that arises unexpectedly, right? Deidara rested his chin on one hand and began to ponder deeply, reflecting on Kaido's previous battle. Kaito had merely controlled the chakra giant wielding a blade, yet in that moment, the terrifying interweaving energies erupted, creating a breathtaking spectacle. That is true art. Deidara mused inwardly. He seemed to grasp what Kaito meant, but soon became wary. You're not trying to use this as an excuse to send me back, are you? I don't want that. A ninja must keep their word. I said I'd follow you, and I will. Do you think you're Naruto? Following the my ninja way is to keep my word? At this moment, Kaito felt he had met his match. In truth, he never particularly enjoyed dealing with overly naive individuals. While interactions with them could feel refreshing, at times their pure-heartedness and simplicity were utterly baffling. Because understood Kaido's sentiment. Even though he maintained a composed expression, there was a hint of schadenfreude. But upon thinking of the young troublemaker possibly accompanying him in the future, he sighed in resignation, anticipating challenging days ahead. I didn't say you had to leave, Kaito sighed in exasperation, rubbing his temples. While you're researching your clay bombs, why not consider studying particle style? The power of particle style is beyond what you can imagine. I don't know why Onoki hasn't thought to teach you. Due to your explosion style, you possess both fire and earth styles. If you put effort into mastering wind style, then you have the foundation to learn particle style. Plus, I can tell you that with particle style, you'll have a chance to seize that fleeting inspiration. After all, only with a powerful foundation can you generate even greater force, right? Hearing this, Deidara nodded. However, after nodding, he furrowed his brows again. Everything Kaito said seemed to make sense, but upon deeper reflection, Deidara couldn't shake the feeling that maybe Kaito wanted him gone. He had absolutely no information on particle style. If he wanted to research it, he could only obtain it from Onoki. But could he return to obtain it? Clearly, he couldn't. If he went back, he wouldn't be allowed to leave again. He vividly remembered how he felt while in Hidden Stone's village, devoid of freedom and constantly hindered in his pursuit of art. Even if he decided to attempt learning particle style, whether the old man would teach him was an issue. And even after learning, whether he could experiment with it was another concern. So, returning wasn't even an option he'd consider. Thus, he had only one choice left. I'll first try to figure out wind style on my own, and then ask Boss Kaido about particle style. After that, I'll find a way to develop it myself. Yes. Deidara didn't realize that he had unknowingly been lured into a trap by Kaido. Kaido was also unaware that Deidara had taken the bait so quickly. He had merely intended to guide Deidara, partly to keep him from exploding things too eagerly. However, Kaito now wasn't in the mood to ponder that much because they had already reached their destination. The handover went smoothly. The convoy of Nara and Akimeki had long been in place, and they didn't wait long for Kaito and his group. Although they were puzzled as to why Kaito had returned with an additional blonde youngster, they were all smart enough not to ask such questions. After delivering the necessary items, they waited on the periphery for Kaito and the others. Kaito's trade was also efficient, as the third Hashikage had been waiting. He seemed a bit irritable. Ever since he parted with Kaito, he had been waiting for news. After waiting so long without any word, he had lost hope. But a week ago, he received a message which both alarmed and worried him. To ensure no issues arose, he had arrived early with his men. However, he hadn't expected to wait at the border for a week, and how could he not be irritated by this? They had to be cautious, considering they were in Hidden Stone's village territory. If caught, it would be troublesome. Of course, the chances of that happening were not very high. Due to the ongoing war, it was actually easier for ninjas to hide themselves compared to peaceful times. Yet, there's always some probability, and they couldn't be too careful. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Kaito said, noting the evident displeasure on the man's face. While Kaito didn't care much about what the Hashikage thought, he was still their main client, so Kaito decided to be polite. Some unexpected events occurred in the Land of Earth. Maybe you'll receive news about it in a few days. Hidden Stones Village? The third Hashikage raised an eyebrow but didn't continue to question. Well, thank you, Lord Ito. It was just a regular trade after all, Kaito replied nonchalantly, not forgetting that he was currently going by the name Ito Makoto. Taking the scroll handed over by the third Hashikage, Kaito immediately passed it to Kakazu. Kakazu skillfully used his chakra to inspect the contents of the scroll. Upon realizing how much money was inside, for a moment, he genuinely wanted to take the scroll and run. It was filled with gleaming gold. Despite his vast experience and worldliness, Kakazu was taken aback by the massive amount. Indeed, to make such a huge fortune, one must have considerable resources behind them. Otherwise, earning even a fraction of this amount would be impossible. Taking a deep breath, Kakazu nodded to Kaito and then handed the scroll back to him. However, Kaito shook his head, indicating Kakazu should keep it. Afterward, Kaito and the third Hashikage left to have a private discussion. Their conversation wasn't extensive, mostly revolving around details for their next transaction. The third Hashikage was now fully confident in Kaito's group's capability. The substantial weaponry and resources they brought spoke volumes. Moreover, the Hashikage hoped that such trades could continue. The shortage of basic weapons and supplies was indeed a significant issue for him. With Kaito able to provide so much, how could he not be pleased? After quickly agreeing on a date for the next transaction, Kaito left with Kakazu and Deidara. Before departing, Kaito instructed Kakazu to hand over the scroll to Shikaku and Chose's convoy, asking them to bring the money back and convert it to cash. They had their methods, so naturally, it was best left to them. Even though Kakazu could handle these matters, Kaito preferred the money to be cleaner. On our way back, Deidara curiously asked, "Were you selling them something?" "That guy, he's from the Star Village, right? That small village doesn't seem to have much of a future." "Hey, you actually know about them?" Kakazu was in a good mood, thinking of the share he would receive. "Of course, the old man forced me to study much about the ninja continent, so naturally, I know." Deidara replied dismissively, "That village relies on some meteorite for training. The old man said it's self-destructive. They cherish it, but it's basically worthless." Surprising, Onoki's insight is quite accurate, Kaito chuckled upon hearing Deidara's comments. Indeed, Kaito also felt that relying on a radioactive meteorite for training was harmful. Yet, they still did it. Although Kaito understood their predicament, such desperate measures seldom lead to good outcomes. Shaking his head lightly, Kaito wasn't in the mood to discuss it further. He was waiting for Deidara to recover so they could continue their journey on his clay bird. However, as they were walking, they all felt a chakra targeting them and instinctively stopped in their tracks. Chapter 171 This should be the place. Kitsuchi stared ahead, having been on the trail for several days. Initially, he found some traces, but now he had lost them. However, Kitsuchi wasn't discouraged, because he remembered that the individual he was tracking could fly. He still firmly believed that these people were heading towards the Land of Bears, a place most suitable for harboring criminals. As an experienced ninja, Kitsuchi knew very well that excessive fatigue would hamper his combat capabilities. So, even if it slowed him down, he would stop to rest from time to time or head to an Hidden Stones village base for some respite. Half of the Land of Bears was already under the control of the Land of Earth, so having an Hidden Stones village stronghold here was only natural. Although half of it was still under the Land of Wind's control, and a small part was held by the Hidden Star village, Kitsuchi was confident that this territory would remain under Hidden Stones village's control. That was non-negotiable. Could those individuals be heading towards the Hidden Star village? As he pursued, Kitsuchi couldn't help but consider this possibility. After all, the person he was after could fly, easily bypassing steep cliffs and avoiding deadly gases. His analysis seemed reasonable, and now he was heading in that direction. While on the move, he also pondered how to deal with the individual in question. The massive chakra giant had left a significant impact on him, no one he could remember had ever wielded such power. However, that technique does bear some resemblance to Peacock Mystical Palm, albeit on an entirely different scale, he mused. Although Kitsuchi was not known for being a scholar, given his status as Onoki's son, he couldn't be unaware that what had been used was likely Susanoo. As a ninja, his skills in analyzing and gathering intelligence were quite comprehensive. He remembered the intimidating aura and power the chakra giant emitted, truly frightening to the core. This was far beyond anything the Peacock Mystical Palm could match. Facing such a chakra giant, Kitsuchi felt that the real difficulty wasn't its attacks. As a master of Earth style, he was confident in his defense. Likewise, he had confidence in his own power. Like someone who manipulates the earth, Kitsuchi himself was as steadfast as the ground, with an unbreakable defense and unparalleled strength. But the only challenge he faced was how to get close to the individual who summoned that chakra giant. Only by closing the distance would he have the opportunity to unleash a devastating attack. Of course, if it comes down to it, I'll use Mountain Earth Jutsu. Although the Mountain Earth Jutsu is only a B-rank jutsu, the power it can manifest scales with the amount of chakra used. This technique is particularly effective against large-sized enemies, which is why Kitsuchi dared to pursue alone. Of course, if he found himself overmatched, he could immediately call for reinforcements, as this area was filled with Hidden Stone's village ninja. In the midst of relentless pursuit, Kitsuchi had already reached deep into the land of bears. Proceeding further would take him into Hidden Star Village territory. While he wasn't concerned about the combat capabilities of the Hidden Star Village, he found the steep cliffs and dense poisonous gas to be troublesome. However, he was resolute in his intent to press on, no matter what. Just then, Kitsuchi sensed someone approaching him. Who's there, daring to be so reckless in this area? Kitsuchi's eyes sharpened as his chakra instinctively locked on to the approaching figures. These individuals were clearly no amateurs, noticing his slightly aggressive action almost immediately. Soon, they were walking toward Kitsuchi, who stood his ground and began regulating his breathing, his chakra surging wildly. In a moment, a masked figure appeared before him. Kitsuchi's eyes tightened slightly, recognizing this as the person he had been tracking. This presence, this aura, couldn't be hidden by a mere mask. And what infuriated Kitsuchi was the presence of Deidara, that scoundrel, behind the masked man. Kitsuchi had subconsciously ignored Kakazu, given his lack of remarkable action so far, making him a non-factor in his eyes. What Kitsuchi couldn't figure out was why Deidara would be with this individual. What had been done to Deidara? But Kitsuchi also knew that now wasn't the time for these questions. His gaze remained fixed on the masked figure, before finally speaking in a grave voice. Who are you, and why are you doing this? Who I am is irrelevant to you. As for the events in the land of Earth, let's call it an accident. After all, I have my mission, and I don't want to waste time. The masked figure responded dismissively, his raspy voice making it difficult for Kitsuchi to discern any clues. Kitsuchi clearly wasn't planning on letting this person go, his chakra was already gathered to its peak. Not wanting to waste time, is that your reason for killing so many skilled ninjas? Firstly, you attacked me. Why else would I take action? The man in the mask seemed to remain calm, but the arrogance in his demeanor, coupled with his raspy voice, was unsettling and eerie. Secondly, I'm not the only one who has attacked. Aren't you being a bit excessive by focusing solely on me? Lastly, you coming up to me alone, aren't you a little too confident? What makes you think you can handle me? It's because I'm the son of the third Sushi Kage, Kitsuchi, and because I'm a rock ninja. Kitsuchi roared angrily, suddenly bursting forth at an unimaginable speed. Given the short distance, he saw this as an excellent opportunity. He was genuinely concerned that if the gap increased, he wouldn't be able to touch the opponent at all. Giving the masked man no room to react was his best approach. However, what Kitsuchi didn't expect was that the man in front of him showed no signs of dodging. He just stood there, a chilling aura emanating from him, making Kitsuchi more certain that this was the man he was looking for. But in the next moment, the man before him displayed an unimaginable burst of speed, skillfully evading Kitsuchi's punch and leaning forward. At that moment, Kitsuchi saw, from behind the mask, a pair of crimson eyes with strange, rotating patterns. Sharingan? No, the patterns of the Sharingan don't look like this. What's going on? Kitsuchi analyzed quickly, but at that moment, he suddenly felt a lapse in his consciousness, as if he were becoming faint. It wasn't until he felt a sharp pain in his chest that he realized something was wrong. Sometimes, you don't know your own strength until you really exert yourself. Other times, once you've gone all out, you realize how important it is to hold back. In Kaido Uchiha's combat style, Ganjutsu had always had a low probability of use. Many strong ninja were not significantly affected by it, and they were constantly on guard because they knew he was an Uchiha. Because of this, the opportunity for Kaido to use Ganjutsu became increasingly rare. Additionally, Kaido himself hadn't obtained any powerful Ganjutsu techniques. Looking at people like Shizui with Koto Matsukami, and even Fugaku Uchiha who possessed abilities similar to Tsukaimi, his Ganjutsu abilities didn't seem ideal in comparison. Moreover, he had the strongest ability to break Ganjutsu, given his Alistar-like resolute willpower, which continually lowered his regard for Ganjutsu. But what he didn't expect was that this Ganjutsu, which he had never considered potent, turned out to be incredibly effective when he used it at full power. Even if there was an element of surprise involved, Kitsuchi had no idea that Kaito was an Uchiha, so he boldly charged forward without avoiding eye contact. But under the influence of some mysterious power, Kitsuchi was caught off guard, showing no resistance and freezing in place. Kaito, too, was caught off guard. While his consciousness had yet to react, his body subconsciously made a move that would give him a headache later. He swiftly drew his ninja blade and thrust it through Kitsuchi's chest, infusing the blade with intensely powerful lightning-style chakra. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Kaido came to his senses, Kitsuchi was already kneeling on the ground, his breath barely there. What the hell? Kaido was about to curse but quickly realized that doing so would only be cursing himself. He forced his mouth shut. Silently looking at Kitsuchi, who was beyond saving, he finally pulled out the blade and watched him collapse onto the ground. The only thought in his mind was that this incident must not be revealed. Kitsuchi was the son of Onoki. Even if he would never become a Kage, Onoki was no Hiruzen Sarutobi. If it were Hiruzen, he might endure it for the sake of peace. The disappearance of his own son Asuma was proof enough of that, wasn't it? But Onoki would likely not tolerate it. The old man would certainly take action. If he found out that Kaido had killed his son, war might break out the next day. This really is a headache. Kaido lamented internally. He genuinely felt sorry for Kitsuchi's bad luck. The reason Kitsuchi charged at him was simple: he wanted to exploit his own strengths. After all, he was a pure close combat ninja, immensely powerful. But if Kaido were to fly away, he would be powerless. His tactics weren't wrong. His sheer physical strength could have shattered Suzunu's defense, but the problem was his lack of information. He didn't know that Kaido was an Uchiha, and worse yet, that Kaido also had lightning-style abilities. He was not prepared for Genjutsu, and his earth style was countered by lightning style. That's how Kaido took him down almost instantly, leaving him no chance to showcase any of his fighting abilities. Which goes to show, information is critically important for ninjas at this stage. Kaido couldn't help but sigh, as Kakazu and Deidara also somberly approached. Kakazu's expression turned quite grave at this moment. He knew full well what Kitsuchi's death implied. Deidara also furrowed his brows, silently staring at Kitsuchi, lost in thought. The atmosphere became exceptionally somber. Finally, Kakazu sighed. Killing him really wasn't a good choice, but we would have had a hard time getting out of here otherwise. Although I'd like to say it was an accident, that I didn't expect him to be so bold, what's done is done and I won't deny anything. Kaido shook his head, then turned his gaze towards Deidara. I'm sorry this happened. What's your relationship with him? I know you were Onoki's student, so I assume you had some connection. He was quite strict with me, much like the old man, Onoki, but generally he was fine. Deidara finally spoke after standing silently for a while. Don't worry about me. Though I may be somewhat sentimental, since he isn't one of those Hidden Stones village shinobi, rock ninjas, whom I despise, I'm clear about one thing: I've left Hidden Stones village. I have my own pursuits, my art, and I have no intention of returning. If we meet in the future, we'll be enemies. Perhaps encountering this sooner provides me with deeper enlightenment. Death is the destiny of a ninja, much like the explosions I love. We might burst into radiance and then vanish in the blink of an eye. Also, thank you for not letting him suffer too much. His death won't expose that I'm with you, right? After saying this, Deidara paused for a moment and then looked seriously at Kaido. However, I do have one request. He was neither warm nor cold towards me in the past but took relatively good care of me. And Kirotsuchi has been kind to me as well. I'd like to bury him, consider it the final tie I cut with Hidden Stones village. Kaido looked quietly at Deidara, suddenly feeling that the young man seemed to have grown a little. In the original series, Deidara was a crazed, arrogant, and somewhat cruel individual, with an obsessive nature that went beyond normal limits, easily losing his cool if his art was disrespected. This might be related to the fact that he joined the Akatsuki at the age of 12, but even with such a personality in the original series, he showed respect to some seniors. For example, he truly respected Sasori, despite their contrasting views on art. And from what Kaido remembered, Deidara really hadn't attacked anyone from Hidden Stones village except for those brought back through Edo Tensei. Even if he appeared to be indifferent, he at least knew that some people needed to be respected and that some human boundaries should not be crossed. This was in stark contrast to Itachi Uchiha, which is why Kaido was willing to have Deidara accompany him. Besides, this kid's abilities are really useful, and he's at an age where he can still be trained. His moral baseline has always been there. Although it fluctuates, he's someone who could use civilians as bait to force Gaara into a corner. But when you consider the time period when his values became firm and he was with the Akatsuki, it all becomes understandable. I understand. Go ahead. Kaido nodded, patting Deidara on the shoulder as he softly spoke. It's good that you think this way. In the future, I won't let you easily face off against people from Hidden Stones village. Once everything is sorted out, we will return to Hidden Leaf village. What? Kitsuchi is dead? Inside a highly secretive office in the Hidden Leaf village Hokage building, The leaders of the 6 great clans looked at Kaido with astonishment. Clearly, they hadn't expected Kaido to stir up such a commotion on just this one outing. By this time, Kaido had already returned to Hidden Leaf Village, and Deidara had riskily brought Kitsuchi's corpse back to the Land of Earth. It should be known that Kaido and his group had just stirred up significant trouble in the Land of Earth. Going back now was truly risky. However, with Deidara leading the way, everything turned out relatively okay, at least they were not so unlucky this time. After properly burying Kitsuchi, the 3 of them quickly entered the Land of Grass and cautiously made their way back to Hidden Leaf Village. They returned relatively quickly, thanks in part to Deidara using his flying birds to carry them. Their speed was thus assured, flight made it easy to cross mountains and rivers. The only downside was that Deidara got somewhat tired. Deidara's recovery was quite good, whether it was his high level of artistic insight or his ninja training. After being down for a day or two, he was back to normal, then returned to his usual somewhat naive state. That state was really a headache for Kakazu, but Kaido didn't pay it much mind. After all, Deidara's future training was Kakazu's responsibility. Of course, Kaido had to do something, but at least he didn't have to live with Deidara all the time. Upon returning to Hidden Leaf Village, Kaido led them both to a forest in the east, then summoned all the clan leaders to brief them on the situation. Kaido knew that what he had done this time was far from low-key, especially with the bad luck of encountering the Akatsuki. Hidden Leaf Village had always been infiltrating Hidden Stone's village. In the original story, Kabuto had spent a lot of time in Hidden Stone's village. Therefore, the conflict, or even war, that erupted between Kaido and Hidden Stone's village on the border had likely already been reported back to Hidden Leaf Village. But all of that was secondary. The main point was that he had killed Kitsuchi. In fact, this was true. The other 6 great clans had already received the information, and they confirmed right away that this was Kaito's doing. After all, Kaido had been out on a mission without any records within Hidden Leaf Village. Even without formal reporting, they knew very well what had happened. This time, Kaido didn't make much effort to hide his abilities, so they naturally guessed it was him right away. This situation gave them some headaches, but Shikakunara handled it quite calmly. Who says only Kaido can demonstrate such strength? Aren't there also Itachi Uchiha and that mysterious Uchiha outside of Hidden Leaf Village? Just by shifting the blame onto them, won't everything be fine? On this matter, Shikakunara and Kaido were indeed on the same page, especially since Hidden Leaf Village had no official records of the incident. The crucial thing was that Kaido had left a shadow clone in Hidden Leaf Village. He wasn't afraid of being suspected by Hidden Stone's village. However, the situation has changed. Kaido had directly taken out Kitsuchi, and this was indeed not good news. Kitsuchi's identity was far too special. Did you leave any evidence? Shikakunara rubbed his temples, visibly troubled. Although Kaido had already been clear, these matters still gave him a headache. Especially because Kaido had brought back that young rascal named Deidara, making his headache even worse. He knew who Deidara was. This kid was a disciple of Onoki. The fact that this kid was directly brought back by Kaito was surprising. Even if Kaido had given a compelling reason, they still felt Kaito was being too audacious. If this gets exposed, they'd have no excuse. But for now, Deidara isn't the focus. Don't worry, no evidence was left, Kaito reassured, confident in his actions, even if he knew this wasn't something to be proud of. Killing him was indeed accidental, but he left me no choice. Not killing him would have increased the risk of exposure. Those people you're talking about, you mean the Akatsuki? Would they expose you? At this point, Hayashi Hyuga also frowned, finding the renegade Akatsuki members to be a significant concern. They probably won't dare, Kaito said, pausing to think before answering. Orochimaru is a smart man, you all should know that even better than I do. And others likely don't want to complicate things further, especially when I notice that one of them is highly skilled in puppetry. I strongly suspect that he's from Hidden Sand Village. His skills are probably not inferior to Chio, the old woman. Do you remember that Hidden Sand Village once had a genius puppeteer who disappeared mysteriously? Oh, and another interesting thing, the guy I fought had puppets that utilized magnetized iron sand. A missing puppeteer and puppets using iron sand? These 2 points immediately made the 6 clan heads present realize something. Shikakunara directly spoke up. Are you suggesting that the kid is likely Chio's grandson and that the puppet he controls is the 3rd Kazekage? The probability is very high. I think that if he doesn't want to make life difficult for himself, he will keep quiet. And the member of the Hoshigaki clan I seriously injured was wielding Samada. If he acts recklessly, he'll have a hard time. The only real issue is Itachi Uchiha, but even he would not dare to speak out lightly. At this point, Kaido paused and a smile appeared on his face. Because of him, an avoidable battle took place with the Akatsuki. They're all injured and likely not feeling well, Life is probably difficult for him now. If he leaks this information, what do you think will happen to him? Without the protection of the Akatsuki, his fate would be more than just bleak. Kaido's argument was logical, and after a thorough analysis, everyone felt that Kaido had handled the matter adequately. Although the issue of Deidara remains a headache, at least the most troublesome matter has been resolved, so everything else can be dealt with gradually. Furthermore, business is good, and after this trade exchange, they'll naturally need to expand. Having one more hand on deck is beneficial for future trade exchanges, so there's really no need for further discussion. As long as they keep these matters under wraps and maintain a proper distance from Hidden Leaf Village, everything will be fine. However, they still need to exercise a certain level of caution and vigilance, and keep an eye on the movements from Hidden Stone's village. Though after analysis, it seems like there should be no problem. Onoki's personality just makes it such that one really cannot be too careful. After discussing the matters thoroughly, they naturally prepare to leave. However, before leaving, Hayashi Hyuga gave Kaido a certain look. The meaning behind the gaze was very clear. She wanted to speak privately with Kaido. Kaido was a bit curious. What could Hayashi Hyuga possibly want with him? Before he had a chance to think further, Shikaku Nara came to his side. Director Kaido, you've worked hard on this journey. You're too courteous, Director Shikaku. Actually, it's better for me to get some activity, don't you think? Kaido smiled. He didn't find it problematic that he, in his position, personally undertook missions. After all, it's good for people to have a work-life balance. Staying in Hidden Leaf Village all the time was not Kaido's style. A bit of outside engagement made him feel better, otherwise he wouldn't have encountered Madara Uchiha. If Director Kaido feels it's fine, then it's okay. However, Shikaku Nara smiled, but then his expression quickly became strange. Director Kaido, did you have some kind of misunderstanding with Yenko? At the mention of Yenko, Kaido's expression slightly changed. He really couldn't forget that heart-wrenching scene. He had been contemplating how to dodge the issue, but now it was being brought up again. He really was at a loss. The mission failed. Deidara was not brought back? Inside a tower in the Land of Rain, Pain scanned the room, his gaze as icy as ever, and the atmosphere heavy. However, none of the 4 Akatsuki members present cared much about his demeanor. They had long since grown accustomed to it. This guy never seemed fully alive, even less so than Saori, who had transformed his entire body into a puppet. He seemed more like a corpse, a cold, lifeless body that somehow still had a soul. We encountered Kaido Uchiha and due to certain individuals, we engaged him in combat. Saori spoke indifferently, his tone matching Pain's icy demeanor. However, the corner of his eye unintentionally shot a glance at Itachi Uchiha. His strength was beyond our expectations, and now Kakazu is following him. Dealing with him won't be easy. It was also because of the time we spent fighting him that the Hidden Stones village troops who were capturing Deidara had time to return. That's why we couldn't bring the kid back. Saori spoke clearly and logically, aligning with the reality of the situation. But could Nagato sense the dissatisfaction in his heart? Although it's unclear why they encountered someone like Kaido Uchiha, there could only be a few reasons why they would engage in combat. One could be Orochimaru, and the other would be Itachi Uchiha. If one had to find an issue between Orochimaru and Kaido Uchiha, it would just be that both have betrayed Hidden Leaf Village. This has little to do with Kaido. And according to some intel, Orochimaru did go to Hidden Leaf Village to visit Hiruzen and Sarutobi, and he also had contact with Kaido Uchiha. Nothing problematic seemed to occur during that period. But the issue with Itachi Uchiha is far more significant. Itachi initially wanted to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, and that level of hatred is not trivial. Had it not been for that person who saved Itachi, he would not have joined the Akatsuki with one eye remaining. He would have died directly in Hidden Leaf Village. Nagato had basically concluded that it was because Kaido and that person met, which led to the combat, causing the delay and ultimately the mission failure. After sorting this out, Nagato's expression became somewhat gloomy. Nagato neither dislikes nor likes Itachi Uchiha, especially since he was brought in by the one calling himself Madara Uchiha, making him more cautious. He does not trust this self-proclaimed Madara Uchiha. He always has his own plans, and might have brought Itachi in just to keep an eye on him. If it weren't for the fact that the Akatsuki needs people and also needs to lower Itachi's guard, he would really not want to accept Itachi. But now that he has no other choice. Besides, he can't kick anyone out now, they have too few people. If there are no people, who will work for you? Even if Nagato feels disgruntled inside, there's nothing that can be done. I understand. Take this failure as a lesson. If we encounter Kaido Uchiha in the future and can't eliminate him, then let's avoid him for the time being. Nagato pondered for a moment and finally spoke through pain. However, we must seek revenge. Kazu was taken away by this guy, and it seems Hidan also died at his hands. Adding to that, he has caused you all a lot of trouble this time. If we let him go like this, no one will be able to accept it. But for now, we still need to keep a low profile, at least until their operation starts. Nagato was setting a precautionary tone. He knew just how arrogant his comrades could be, and he was concerned that someone might take unnecessary risks. If they expose their organization and lose members, then their plans will also be ruined. However, Nagato realized he might have underestimated their emotions, especially Kisame, who glanced at Itachi Uchiha before huffing coldly. Humphrey, you're the leader, so you make the calls. I have no objections. However, I may not be able to participate in the next mission. I need a proper rest. My apologies, leader. After saying this, Kisame walked out without looking back. Nagato, watching from a distance, felt his expression change slightly. This made him ponder deeply, as he realized the group brought in by that guy isn't as united as he initially thought. Even more so, the situation seemed worse than could be simply described as bad. Are they not all on the same page? If that's the case. Nagato thought quietly, realizing he needed to find trustworthy people for whatever was to come. He had started to notice some details. Just then, Orochimaru spoke up, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. I have many experiments that need attention. The mission's failure has delayed my progress, I need some time to catch up. Also, for the next mission, it would be best not to pair me with that guy. I'm worried if we encounter Kaito Uchiha, things could get problematic. After saying this, Orochimaru turned and left without hesitation. Only when Sasori spoke did he realize the gravity of the situation. Sasori watched everything dispassionately before finally saying, if there's nothing else, I'd like to take my leave too. I've lost quite a few puppets this time, and I need time to prepare. Lastly, like Orochimaru, I don't want to be on a mission with that guy. You know who I'm talking about. Of course, if you could also get rid of Orochimaru, I'd be even happier. After saying these words, Sasori walked out of the tower without looking back, leaving Nagato's expression increasingly strange. He really hadn't expected Itachi Uchiha's interpersonal relationships within the Akatsuki organization to be this bad. Right now, the Akatsuki operatives were just the four of them, and the fact that Itachi's relationships with the other three could deteriorate to this extent was unimaginable. For a moment, he genuinely considered expelling Itachi Uchiha from the organization. However, he quickly restrained this thought, because the Akatsuki was truly short-staffed at the moment. Furthermore, wouldn't such an Itachi be easier to manipulate? If he was kicked out, he would once again become a stray dog, certainly to be pursued vigorously by Hidden Leaf Village and Kaito Uchiha. He even doubted whether Itachi Uchiha could leave the territory of the Rain Country, as these guys might not hold back. A person despised by everyone and abandoned by his allies, huh? Nagato thought silently, while he controlled Tendo Pain to look at Itachi Uchiha, who was still standing in the same place. Such a person, having no support, would be doomed if he left. But if Nagato kept him here, he could think of ways to better use him. However, this wasn't urgent for now. Nagato still needed to evaluate this guy and then plan accordingly. Thinking so, Nagato spoke directly, you don't need to worry about them. You're still a member of the organization, but you should be careful. I understand, Itachi Uchiha nodded. His expression seemed indifferent, but his eyes revealed some helplessness and concern. Furthermore, after the failure of this mission, you must complete another to make up for it and prove your worth, Nagato said calmly. His voice came through Tendo Pain, sounding utterly indifferent. Originally, this mission was supposed to be carried out by all of you, but you see the situation now. You can only act alone. You have to find a former Hidden Leaf Village ninja who is now a rogue ninja. Interestingly, he has evaded pursuit from the three legendary ninja of Hidden Leaf Village. With such ability, he's naturally not weak. His addition would certainly strengthen the organization, so I need you to recruit him. I understand, I will complete this mission. Itachi Uchiha took a deep breath, then nodded. However, he knew that this mission would not be easy to complete. Would someone who could evade pursuit from the three legendary ninja be a simple character? Clearly, this was impossible. Nobody would dare say they could handle such a person in a one-on-one fight. However, Itachi Uchiha was well aware that he had no room for choice. All he could do now was to find out as much as possible about who this person was and gather any relevant information. Only then would he have a fighting chance against such an adversary. Who is this person, and what information is there on him? Itachi Uchiha asked. For information, you'd best ask Orochimaru, as they have had a decent amount of interaction, Nagato said indifferently. But how could Itachi possibly approach Orochimaru for information? However, Nagato quickly gave him another clue. and Itachi Uchiha finally understood who he would be facing. Also, this person's name is... Chapter 172. The extent of Itachi Uchiha's bad luck and misery really doesn't have much to do with Kaito. On the contrary, the more miserable and unlucky this guy is, the happier Kaito might be. But Kaito is also quite embarrassed at the moment, as the matter with Yanko really gives him a headache, especially when Narashikaku directly brings it up, making him even more befuddled. What misunderstanding could possibly exist between them? It's merely a cycle of social death and forced social death. Fortunately, Narashikaku doesn't know too many of the details, and it's likely that Yanko won't discuss this awkward matter either. So Kaito can easily find some excuses to gloss over it, although he knows that he will have to clarify certain things with Yain in the future. Later on, I'll just say this was written by Jiraiya, and that he gave me the wrong document, causing the misunderstanding. Risking life and limb is no concern, as long as one's reputation remains intact in this world. Kaito has a strategy in an instant: better for his friends to die than for him to die. After all, Jiraiya is a Hokage, Yanko couldn't possibly go verify with him. Moreover, with the existence of that lascivious book, Jiraiya can essentially be considered a highly sinful person. Creating some new, surprising stunts wouldn't be out of character for him. Having figured out the strategy and chosen the fall guy, Kaito suddenly feels relieved. Although it seems a bit unscrupulous, he couldn't care less at this point. After leaving this secluded meeting room, Kaito sees Hayashi Hyuga waiting for him at the door. When Hayashi Hyuga sees him emerge, he starts walking slowly forward. Kaito ponders for a moment and then follows directly behind. He is also curious about what Hayashi Hyuga is up to. In reality, whatever Hayashi Hyuga wants to do isn't completely undetectable. Kaito sensed something quite some time ago. Probably the first time he met with Hayashi Hyuga alone, Kaito already detected that his demeanor was a bit off. It was a subtle mix of envy, and a deeply hidden anger and melancholy. The envy naturally stemmed from Kaito's control over the entire Uchiha clan. How old was Kaito when he gained control of the entire Uchiha clan? But the strength of the Uchiha clan's cohesion is probably something all of Hidden Leaf Village knows. Such strong cohesion, and everyone rallying around Kaito, enables them to accomplish things together. As for the anger and melancholy, they're probably due to internal matters within the Hyuga clan, right? One has to admit, Kaito guessed quite accurately. Even though he didn't personally experience all that transpired within the Hyuga clan during the night of impeachment, he's not privy to these matters. But as someone who's crossed into this world, Kaito somewhat understands just how much Hayashi Hyuga detests the clan's elders because of his own brother's affairs. To put it bluntly, during that most exceptional and difficult situation, had the Hyuga clan been a little more forceful and insistent, would Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his temperament, really have dared to execute something like a clan extermination within Hidden Leaf Village? Perhaps there's a possibility of that happening after the fact, but at least he wouldn't have done it at the time. And yet, those elders helped Sarutobi Hiruzen achieve his goals. Kaito doesn't know what they were thinking, but if one considers the idea that branch families serve the main family, he could draw a relatively darker conclusion, that is, the struggle for power within the clan. In the Hyuga clan, the number of main families is truly minimal, and the belonging of main and branch families is also exceedingly ambiguous. No one can articulate clearly how this is determined and carried out. Kaito remembers reading some data before his crossing. The named main families within the Hyuga didn't even surpass 10. Of course, in the real world, this would be unlikely, but neither would the number of main family members be particularly large. Take, for example, those hidden elders. These people are definitely the bigwigs within the Hyuga clan. Each main family would have their own affiliated branch family members. And because there are many people in these branch families, and due to the issues of power and capability, they are attached to various main families. The elders may not individually control many branch families, but once they unite, the number becomes terrifying. This allows them to balance the clan head, avoiding mistakes he may make. Yet, under such a numerical advantage, they could also garner more power for themselves. Hayashi Hyuga, being the clan head, wouldn't lack branch family members under him, nor would their quality be poor. Especially Hayashi Hyuga's brother, Hyuga Hisashi, who was the leader of all the branch families. Should Hyuga Hisashi die, it would likely severely weaken Hayashi Hyuga's control. Considering all this, Kaito seems to understand a bit more why those elders would collaborate with Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the surface, it's all for a noble cause, but in reality, it's all for themselves. While the Hyuga clan was indeed weakened by Hyuga Hisashi's death, that's only the superficial issue. If you look beneath that surface, Hyuga Hisashi's death is advantageous for these elders. It significantly strengthens their own power. Truly an interesting zero-sum game. Having clarified this point, Kaito couldn't help but shake his head. The Hyuga clan seems calm and stable on the surface, But their internal dynamics might be even worse than those of the Uchiha. Such deeply entrenched and utterly despairing hierarchical domination turns all non-main family members into mere pawns, or even slaves. People nurtured in such an environment are bound to exhibit some neuroses and perversions, no? Kinda recalled Hugen Eji from the original story. That young man's initial behavior was utterly neurotic. Always complaining about the world's unfairness while adopting a posture of helplessness against fate. Wasn't he the epitome of that mentality? Kaido wasn't sure how much time had passed, but he and Hayashi Hyuga eventually arrived at the tea house where they had last met. Chief Kaido, I apologize for bothering you right upon your return, but the current situation is very serious. I think I need your assistance, said Hayashi Hyuga. Perhaps returning to a familiar setting had relaxed him somewhat. He seemed more willing to speak freely. Chief of the Hyuga clan seeking help from the chief of the Uchiha clan. Such news would hardly be considered good if it got out, Kaido responded with a shake of his head and a smile. But he sat down and candidly asked, is it that you're finding some matters within a clan increasingly difficult to control, Chief Hayashi? It seems Chief Kaido does understand our Hyuga clan quite well. Hayashi Hyuga didn't deny the assertion, he simply nodded calmly, casting a meaningful gaze at Kaido. Yes, indeed, some matters have become difficult to manage. If not properly dealt with, I fear it could affect the cooperation among everyone. After all, we have a basis for cooperation, but they do not. Hayashi Hyuga's words made Kaido raise an eyebrow involuntarily. He found that the man's level of audacity seemed to surpass expectations. What does he mean, they have a basis for cooperation, but others do not? The essence of interest is, fundamentally, within the realm of social relations. It's obtained through mutual compromise and collaboration. This isn't specifically targeted at you, but at the value you can bring to the table. Hyuga Hayashi's approach is also designed to protect his own interests. Of course, it's perfectly understandable, he is, after all, the true head of the Hyuga clan. Facing a challenger or perhaps a persistent threat to his control over the family, it's only natural that he would take countermeasures. But for him to attribute this to the alliance of the seven great families, well, isn't that stretching it? Kaido watched Hayashi Hyuga silently, his expression tinged with curiosity. Meanwhile, Hayashi's face remained utterly calm, seemingly unswayed by Kaido's demeanor. For a moment, the tea house fell into a palpable silence. Clearly, Hayashi Hyuga was pondering what choices Kaido would ultimately make. And Kaido, too, was in a similar contemplative state, weighing the pros and cons of the situation. The solution to the Hyuga clan's problem could indeed be simple: get rid of those so-called elders, and then let Hayashi Hyuga consolidate the remaining main family members. Problem solved, and he would get whatever he wanted. There's also a harsher method, to make Hayashi Hyuga utterly isolated. Brand everyone else in the clan as caged birds, except for him and his direct heir, thereby allowing him absolute control over the Hyuga clan. Naturally, these actions presuppose one thing: overwhelming martial force. And this force can't involve Hidden Leaf Village, since Hidden Leaf Village mustn't intervene in family affairs. It's an unspoken rule. After Danzō was taken down, almost all the clan's ninjas cheered. Why? It was because he had stuck his hands into the internal affairs of the ninja clans, a surefire path to self-destruction. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also collectively impeached by the families for the same reason. Those grand-sounding justifications are merely for public consumption. Don't the participants know this? But Kaido had to admit one thing: cooperating with Hayashi Hyuga is indeed preferable to dealing with new, unknown characters of indeterminate disposition. From the start, Hayashi Hyuga had considered the outcome should he fail. And what he had in mind wasn't the alliance of the entire clan, but rather, just Kaido, or perhaps, just the Uchiha clan. Hayashi was willing to cooperate with the Uchihas, even willing to provide them with ample manpower. He had not even hinted at coveting the title of Hidden Leaf Village's leading family or the premier clan in ocular techniques. Even if he only appeared that way on the surface, at least he had made that effort, bringing stability and momentum to their alliance. But should an old fossil, adhering to the mindset of former family rivalries, take over and mess things up, well, that would be unacceptable to Kaido. Kaido lightly tapped the table, a gesture that caught Hayashi's attention. Noticing that Kaido was still in deep thought, Hayashi couldn't help but shake his head. The table tapping had essentially become a signature move for Kaido. Given their numerous encounters, Hayashi initially thought Kaido had made up his mind. Soon, however, Kaido lifted his head, revealing a faint smile. Chief Hayashi, the trouble you're facing may be different from mine, but I think I can offer some assistance, however. Hearing this, Hayashi let out a slight sigh of relief until the word however was spoken, and he instantly refocused. As is well known, whether the words before the however hold water depends on what follows that however. So, after helping Chief Hayashi, what do I stand to gain? Or rather, what can the Uchiha clan gain? As expected, what must come will come. Even with mental preparation, Hayashi still couldn't help but sigh inwardly at hearing it. Yet, Kaido's straightforwardness brought Hayashi some comfort. At least there were no roundabout tactics treating him like a stranger. Being direct can reduce misunderstandings among one's own people. Even reserved frankness is acceptable. I'd like to know what Chief Kaito needs, so I can make more targeted arrangements, Hayashi pondered before finally speaking. And it's not that I don't trust you, Chief Kaito, but I am a bit curious about what you're planning to do. It's not what I plan to do, it's what you, Chief Hayashi, plan to do. Kaito lightly tapped the table, then spoke in a calm and deliberate manner. In my view, your clan has only two options. The first is for you to gather those troublemakers together, and then I'll step in and eliminate them for you. After that, you handle the consequences. However, I must remain anonymous in this operation, or else retaliation will follow. The second is simpler: announce that aside from you and your direct descendants who serve as clan leaders, every other member will be treated equally, like caged birds. If those in the main family or elders object, you can sidestep Hidden Leaf Village and seek help from our 6 families. That way, we can openly help you quell the rebellion. The choice is yours to make, Chief Hayashi. And what I want is simple: talent. I need more talented individuals from your clan to join the guard unit. Besides that, when it comes to taking sides in certain matters, I want you to side with me when you have the power to make that decision. Just these 2 things. Kaido didn't beat around the bush, he spelled out his demands straightforwardly. Talent is always the most coveted resource for the guard unit, a fact that will never change. Otherwise, Kaito wouldn't have implemented the last one-out system even before the guard unit was fully developed. He is even considering making public examinations as the only way out, and then recruiting staff members of the guard unit through various tests. Only with a continuous influx of talent, and by keeping them engrossed in internal competition, can the guard unit thrive. Of course, benefits matter too, and this has been the focal point of Kaito's ongoing reforms. The demands Kaido put forth, as well as the 2 methods he provided for Hayashi Hyuga to consider, sent the latter into deep contemplation. Clearly, Kaido's requests were acceptable, but the ways he proposed put Hayashi in a bit of a bind. The first was excessively bloody. According to Kaido, not a single elder should be spared, new ones should be promoted who would heed to Hayashi's commands. That would indeed consolidate his rule. The second was too dominant, and while it would place Hayashi at the pinnacle of power, it would also isolate him completely. One could easily imagine how much future branch families would detest him while having no choice but to obey his orders completely. It would create a permanent schism between him and his clan members right from the outset. Even if this were beneficial to his rule, it contradicted his inner desires. In the end, Hayashi made no choice. He said he needed more time to think and to make preparations. Take your time, I'm not in a hurry over this matter. And you did agree to my terms, didn't you? Walking away after leaving the tea house, Kaido pondered, while Hayashi, still inside, was lost in a whirlpool of thoughts. He had agreed to Kaido's conditions without hesitation, for the demands were far from excessive. What Kaido wanted was manpower and allegiance at critical moments, as long as it didn't conflict with their own interests. There was no good reason to refuse, especially when Kaido had already afforded them much face. After all, if Kaito was to lend a hand, he naturally required something in return. Introducing more talents to the guard unit seemed like forced bondage between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, but Kaito never specified a number. There was room for maneuverability. Likewise, in the matter of allegiance, Kaito hadn't stressed they must always side with him, it had to be when their interests aligned. Clearly, these were all courtesies Kaito extended to save face for him. Sometimes Hayashi truly wondered how could Kaito, appearing so young, handle matters so adeptly, grasping all the complexities of human relations? Youth usually implies a lack of experience and is often a time of impulsive behavior. Yet none of this is apparent in Kaito. Even if he does act impulsively at times, his actions always serve a specific purpose. He really couldn't figure it out. How did the Uchiha clan, which seemed as mad as a hatter, manage to cultivate such a talent? And why was his own Hyuga clan slowly veering toward insanity? As for how this related to Kaito, Hayashi Hyuga couldn't say. At this moment, Kaito was headed toward the Hokage Tower. He hadn't forgotten his appointment with Jiraiya, but even thinking about that brought Yamko to mind and that awkward scene. Damn Jiraiya, insisting that my writing isn't as good as his and then actually agreeing to one of my requests. How could I not be tempted? Muttering to himself as he walked, Kaito was well versed in the art of double standards, he was indeed employing them now. But he was indifferent about it, having picked up these tricks from countries on the far side of the ocean in his past life, it had nothing to do with him. By the time he reached the Hokage Tower again, he was somewhat speechless. Hayashi had been too eager, arranging talks immediately after a meeting. This required Kaido to return to the Hokage Tower right after their conversation. But the extra walking didn't matter, he had no intention of returning to the guard unit anyway. Soon, he arrived outside the Hokage's office. The Anbu guards, recognizing Kaido, didn't even bother to intervene. Kaido still knocked and waited for a response before entering the Hokage's office. "Ah, it's you. What brings you here?" Jiraiya was busy writing. Seeing Kaido enter surprised him. He hadn't seen Kaido for a week, but that was fine. Although most of Kaido's visits generally signaled nothing good, this also instinctively aroused some worry in Jiraiya. But such worries came and went quickly. One thing he had to admit was that some of the reform measures Kaido proposed were truly excellent. His last exchange with Kaido had enlightened Jiraiya on some matters, and he'd even gone to confirm them with Nara Shikaku. Shikaku was surprised to see Jiraiya came to inquire, but being clever, he instantly understood this was Kaido's doing, and that Kaido had told him nothing. So Shikaku filled Jiraiya in on the various plans, especially the changes in welfare for ninjas of all levels and the benefit scheme to keep Tsunoda and the disabled ninjas. Hearing this really got Jiraiya's blood pumping. After all, these changes would benefit the entire Hidden Leaf village. However, he was also somewhat puzzled. Wouldn't such actions cause substantial losses to their major clans? Why would they agree to such a thing? Nara Shikaku gave Jiraiya a rather straightforward answer: competition. Clan members need competition to excel, and the overall improvement of Hidden Leaf benefits everyone. If we can't even achieve that, what's the point of impeaching the third Hokage? Shikaku spoke with such grand conviction that even if Jiraiya still harbored doubts, he had to admit that their reforms were genuinely beneficial to Hidden Leaf. After gaining this understanding, Jiraiya's attitude toward these major clans had slightly changed. He even tried to do as Kaido suggested, indulging in what he enjoyed and only skimming through the key points. He found that this approach was actually pretty good. Many things were better thought out by these clan members. Indeed, professional matters should be left to professionals. Is it that odd for me to visit you, Lord Hokage? Kaido spread his hands, then said with a chuckle. It's not exactly odd, but you usually bring up matters that perplex me, Jiraiya replied, pursing his lips, then continued, so, what is it this time? Remember our last agreement? Without any preamble, Kaido pulled out a scroll and walked over to Jiraiya. Agreement? Confusion flickered across Jiraiya's face, but he seemed to remember something quickly. Really? You actually wrote it? Show me, show me. The scroll GHS was undoubtedly the most exhilarating thing Kaido had produced in his past life. Given Jiraiya's typical disregard for the 3 prohibitions of shinobi, he was naturally even more interested. The truth is, Kaido didn't know that Jiraiya didn't really believe Kaido could write anything noteworthy. Given his understanding of Kaido as a person with great ninja aptitude, how could he possibly compare with someone as experienced as himself? Jiraiya didn't think he would lose the bet, he was merely curious about what Kaido might have written. Opening the scroll, Jiraiya began to read intently, while Kaido simply found a place to sit down. Not long after, Kaido noticed that Jiraiya's breathing had become somewhat heavy. Turning to look, he saw that Jiraiya's eyes had widened, and his face was starting to turn a shade redder. Jiraiya's current state and demeanor really are indistinguishable from how he looks when he's peeping on people bathing in the original story. This comical appearance made Kaido question whether this guy truly disregards the so-called 3 prohibitions of shinobi. Otherwise, how could he behave so poorly? Kaido couldn't quite figure it out, but what he did know was that he probably won this time. Although Kaido was not surprised by his victory over Jiraiya, he had access to resources and information beyond Jiraiya's wildest imagination. Therefore, writing something that even this old lecher couldn't fathom or endure was nothing out of the ordinary. After Jiraiya, still in his dumbfounded state, finished reading Kaido's manuscript, the first thing he said was, "Who wrote this? Where's the rest? Lord Hokage, if I said I wanted to compete with you, do you think I'd have someone else write it?" Kaido spoke dismissively. Was this not questioning his integrity? Although Kaido understood that denying everything would be best, especially since writing such content could be embarrassing, he saw no need to pin this on some non-existent person. Besides, Jiraiya's promise intrigued him. So he made no effort to conceal anything and openly admitted to it. You. Jiraiya, upon hearing Kaido's words, stood up and circled around him a few times, examining him closely. His gaze seemed somewhat distrustful of Kaido, but even more, it appeared that he couldn't quite believe him. Finally, Jiraiya let out an almost incredulous sigh. Who would have thought, Director Kaido, you're actually this impressive? Are you really that experienced despite being so young? If that's how you want to see it, I can't help you. Strictly speaking, many of the scenarios in there are things I've witnessed firsthand, Kaido shook his head and then provided an irrefutable reason that even Jiraiya couldn't argue against. After all, I used to be a mission ninja. I've executed some assassination tasks. Before carrying out those missions, I would hide in people's homes. As a result, I've seen similar things happen, and what I wrote is just my interpretation of those events. It's precisely because I've witnessed these things that I think what you, Lord Hokage, have written. He didn't finish the sentence, but Jiraiya understood what Kaito meant. This revelation left Jiraiya at a loss, but there really was nothing he could do about it. Truth be told, what Kaito wrote might even be more popular than his own work. But what can't be denied is that Kaito's writings are audacious, so audacious that probably no one in the entire ninja world is bolder. Is this considered realist fiction, just with some alterations? Even I can hardly stand it, Jiraiya muttered to himself. But soon he saw Kaito extend his hand in front of him, which left him perplexed. What's the matter? Aren't you going to give it back? I'm leaving. Kaito quirked an eyebrow, revealing a slight smile. Although I wrote this, I never intended to leave it with anyone. After all, it might cause some trouble for my reputation. And I believe, Lord Jiraiya, you should understand who won and who lost, right? Hearing this, the corner of Jiraiya's eye twitched, and finally, he let out a resigned sigh. A loss is a loss, there's really no room for debate. He himself admitted that he couldn't surpass Kaito, so what more was there to say? What really depressed him was losing in a domain he was familiar with to someone who was an outsider. What's more vexing? He couldn't stop thinking about the content of the book and was incredibly curious about what would happen next. For him, this was both unbearable and intolerable. He was, after all, a renowned best-selling author. Alright, I lost. What do you want? Jiraiya hesitated but eventually spoke. He wasn't one to break promises. But you know my conditions. I'm a man of principles, there are some things I will never agree to, no matter what. I'm well aware, don't worry. I'm not one to make outrageous demands, Kaito said, smiling. He then ignored Jiraiya's somewhat reluctant expression and snatched back his own manuscript. As for what conditions I'll ask for, let's see. Though I'd really like to know your sage art techniques, I realize that's not very realistic. So, I'll seek it elsewhere. Let's leave it at that. Having said that, Kaito turned and walked away, leaving Jiraiya frowning. This guy Kaito is actually eyeing sage arts. Although Jiraiya had somewhat anticipated this after all, Kaito had once actively requested to witness him using sage arts in combat. His intentions had been clear. However, Kaito was also self-aware enough not to make that request, giving Jiraiya a way out. After all, such a marvel really isn't possible. Even if sage arts can't be cultivated in the outside world, Jiraiya would never spill the secrets. Quite smoothly securing Jiraiya's promise, Kaito chose to go home directly. For him, today had been fruitful, and he needed time to digest it all. As for Hayashi Hyuga planning something against his own clan, that's not surprising. What choice he will make, Kaito had no idea. Perhaps he won't go to extremes, especially since Kaito's suggestions had all been extreme. The rest is up to him. As for Jiraiya's promise, Kaito had to seriously consider how to use it. Sometimes Kaito can't help but marvel at how lucky that idiot Naruto is. Jiraiya's sense of debt towards him, plus that prophecy or whatever. Naruto gained substantial benefits in many ways: the Rasengan, Sage Mode, even summoning toads, he learned them all. In contrast, Sasuke initially had Kakashi's guidance, but afterward, had to find his way mostly by himself. Orochimaru is a good teacher, no doubt, but he's not a member of the Uchiha clan. He couldn't teach Sasuke anything about the Sharingan. Moreover, Orochimaru's instruction was self-serving, tailored to what best suited Sasuke's physical capabilities. In other words, Sasuke's path got somewhat twisted during his time with Orochimaru, but obviously, there was no other choice. Sasuke had no other options, given the imbecile of a brother he ended up with. If it weren't for Dobi figuring out the traits of the Uchiha clan, helping Sasuke activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, and later transplanting eyes for him, Sasuke's later strength would really be a huge question mark. So you see, even if they're both reincarnates, the paths they walk are entirely different. Kaito shook his head, and it wasn't long before he found himself back home. Today wasn't a day off, and the Uchiha clan's residence seemed rather vacant. Clan members were either at work or at school, so Kaito's abrupt return didn't attract much attention. Back home, Kaito pondered for a moment and then simply opened his system panel. It had been quite a while since he had last thoroughly checked his own status. Moreover, after his recent skirmish with the Akatsuki, he felt some new notifications had popped up on his system. But when he was outside, he simply had no leisure to check these things. Even after returning, he was caught up in various tasks. Now that he had some downtime, naturally, he needed to take a good look. Current binding, Uchiha clan, current status, Stable and thriving, you've solved internal issues within the clan and neutralized external threats, making the Uchiha truly settled in Hidden Leaf Village. Prosperity level, 20,900. A regular clan's base prosperity level is 10,000. Advice: continue your transformation of the clan. Making the Uchiha the most powerful clan in Hidden Leaf Village is a goal you must achieve as the Uchiha clan head. Points reached 1,000. You can initiate a skill draw. Based on the current state of the clan, the host may choose one of 3 abilities to learn, cultivate, or adapt to. Although Kaido was mentally prepared, he hadn't expected that his points had actually accumulated to this level. The current points might only be 20,900, but Kaido remembered that his ending digits were something over 800 before. Now that they were all added up, Kaido realized that he actually had a chance to draw a skill. However, it seems like I haven't really done much, so why have the points increased? Could it be because of my actions against the Akatsuki? Kaido couldn't help but think of this question, but surprisingly, this time the system actually provided Kaido with an answer. It's not as the host thinks. While the individual strength of the host can indeed elevate the prestige of the clan, the host is, after all, just one person. Unless there is a significant breakthrough, within a certain limit of strength, no points will be rewarded for growth in power. The system's explanation had Kaido unconsciously stroking his chin, thinking that the reasoning seemed indeed plausible. After all, he had grown a great deal on this journey. His current power, compared to when he had just activated the Mangekyo, was worlds apart. And not just himself, Shizui and Fugaku's abilities had also seen improvements after being injected with Hashirama's cells. However, such improvements didn't seem to add many points to Kaido's score, a detail he hadn't pondered before but now understood wouldn't have happened anyway. So what's the situation this time? Why did the points suddenly increase so much? Kaido questioned, somewhat puzzled. He needed to understand these things clearly so he could better and more effectively earn points to improve himself. No, rather, it was to improve the strength of the clan, which would, in turn, benefit himself. It's because the construction of the host's clan has made progress. The reputation of your clan in Hidden Leaf Village has been continuously improving, along with the overall aspects of the clan. The comprehensive improvement is the most crucial, whether it's the collective strength, economic development, or even population and so on. Such point feedback might not be glaringly obvious, but every little bit adds up. The host is encouraged to keep striving. This explanation had Kaido in an aha moment. So that's how it was. He had long realized that the development of the clan wasn't solely determined by the strength of one individual, and he had been acting accordingly all this while. And now, having received this feedback, it confirmed that Kaido's thought process and efforts were correct. How could he not be pleased? However, I can't slack off in terms of personal strength. In a world full of extraordinary powers, one can't do without strength either. But comprehensive development is equally crucial. This world isn't kind to lone wolves, after all. Kaido mentally recited, and promptly, he had the system open the skill selection interface. He was curious to see what skills he could obtain this time. Night Song Ballad: when any of your jutsu strikes an enemy, or is blocked by them, it will leave your chakra mark on them. You can activate these chakra marks with your Sharingan, instantly trapping everyone within an illusion. Hero's Arrival: you can acquire the Justice Colossus Galio, Pseudo, as your spirit beast. When you summon him, he can descend from the sky to protect you and assist you in combat to a certain extent. Upon landing, Galio will form a massive chakra shield, effective only for you. Both allies and enemies within his landing range will become targets of his attack. Galio has outstanding defense and can employ simple attack modes, including wind style. Kaido's eyes lit up upon seeing this. Up until now, he didn't have any spirit beast, and suddenly here's a Galio. How could he not be tempted? The size of that Galio is no joke. He's an absolute war machine. Even though the system explicitly labeled this creature as pseudo, not the real Galio, Kaido was still thrilled to the core. I wouldn't dare to take the real Galio anyway. After all, it seems that Galio only communicates with Lux, doesn't he? Kaido was entirely sold. Unless something unexpected occurred, he would definitely choose this ability. However, when he saw the next set of skills, he fell completely silent. Sometimes he wondered, why did his own assumptions get proven wrong so quickly? And for some reason, the system always presented him with such difficult choices. Chapter 173, Friend of the Forest. Due to world constraints, the skill is modified. You are a friend of the forest, exuding a natural aura. As such, animals won't attack you, and you can communicate with them to a certain extent. Additionally, you can feel the power from nature itself. The forces of nature won't trouble you. You can absorb and utilize nature's feedback. However, after each absorption, you need time to adapt and comprehend the power. The absorption and comprehension of power occur in 3 stages, with varying amounts of power that can be stored and different durations for usage. Kaido was utterly dumbfounded upon seeing this ability. What the hell is this? If Kaido remembers correctly, this should be Ivern's skill. Ivern is a genuine friend of the forest, a chap who can't even bring himself to attack the neutral monsters. What he does is charm these beasts and, with a single smite, send them away, leaving behind so-called gifts of nature, the red and blue buffs for teammates. It's only natural that these things would be modified to suit this world. Instead of smiting the neutral monsters, now he could communicate with them, and the left-behind gifts had transformed into forces of nature. Yet, all of this was enormously suitable for Kaido, who has been trying to manipulate natural forces, or perhaps more precisely, Sage Chakra. He's been following the developmental trajectory of Madara Uchiha, albeit with some deviations here and there. Such as the order in which he gains power, or some of Madara's powers that he didn't acquire, like the fusion of chakra forces. Nevertheless, he was advancing steadily in Madara's footsteps, which makes natural chakra an indispensable force for him. Now, this power is suddenly thrown in front of him. How could he not be tempted? But the problem is, he still has that spirit beast Galio waiting for him, descending from the heavens with justice. This instantly plunges him into a momentary silence. He felt a slight ache in his face, but regardless, this is still a good thing. After all, it made Kaido realize more deeply just how incredible his system truly is, and how enriching the options it can provide really are. We'll talk about spirit beasts later. Even if I can't use the ones the system gives me, I can find suitable ones in this world. But the power of nature is a different story. If I miss this chance, it's hard to say what will happen later. In this world, the power of nature, as Kaido understands it, isn't something humans can easily obtain. It's exceedingly untamable, nearly impossible to control. To put it simply, a slight mishap could turn you into stone. Such natural forces are vastly different from what Kaido understood in his past life. Considering that this world bears some resemblance to the island nation of his previous life, it all doesn't seem too far-fetched. After all, where I live is right by a massive, active volcano. Who knows when it might erupt? Natural forces in this world can't be casually absorbed, even perceiving them is incredibly difficult. You'd need to align with special products found in sacred places just to feel them. Even in cultivation, constant supervision is necessary, and someone must be there to snap you out of it if something goes awry. Given this level of difficulty, you basically have to find a sacred place, form a contract with them, and hope they see potential in you to have a shot at cultivation. Otherwise, stop dreaming. Of course, not everything is absolute. Madara Uchiha did leave everyone a back door. That is, directly defeating someone who possesses Sage Chakra and then forcibly absorbing the Sage Chakra within them. The problem is, there are far too few who know Sage Jutsus, and the inherent danger of Sage Chakra makes it something you can't just use on a whim. Take Jiraiya, for instance. Even he can't seamlessly switch in and out of Sage mode, and he even drew on his own Sage markings. His Sage mode should be considered relatively rudimentary. Naruto from the original story did well, he pretty much mastered the use of Sage mode. But when he prepared for Sage mode, he relied on shadow clones to collect chakra on the spot and then dispersed them to return the chakra back to himself, thereby storing Sage Chakra. In doing so, he ensures that once in Sage mode, the natural chakra within him wouldn't be excessive. While this method may be easy to manage, it's nowhere near meeting Kaido's desired criteria. Unless you're like Madara Uchiha, taking down a near-prime Hashirama Senshu, and then forcibly absorbing his Sage Chakra. And the chakra from the reanimation jutsu is virtually limitless. Madara truly had a blast. Could this be considered his revenge for Hashirama draining his Susanoo with that wooden dragon? Kaido was pondering internally, but quickly, he decided not to dwell on it too much. He took a deep breath and made his decision. I choose Friend of the Forest. Skill acquired, Friend of the Forest activated, currently at Stage 1. The more you use it, the deeper your comprehension, the greater the power you can store, and the longer it lasts. Friendly reminder, upon reaching Stage 3, the host can be considered integrated with nature, and can infinitely draw upon and use the power of nature. Kaido silently read the description of the skill. For a moment, he questioned if he was cultivating as an immortal. After all, aside from the term power of nature, it also mentioned Sage Chakra. But he quickly dismissed the idea, feeling it was more apparent to say he was cultivating himself into becoming the Ten Tails. In his Nine Tails Chakra mode, Naruto had felt the power of the Ten Tails, which had fully integrated with nature. When Naruto felt the power of the Ten Tails, he could only sense the boundless power of nature. It was as if it were nature itself, as if it had merged into the very essence of nature. Taking a deep breath, Kaido stopped pondering these matters, because he could feel his own changes at this moment. He found that he could clearly sense the power hidden within nature, and most crucially, he could absorb that power into his body. Asuma had been back in Hidden Leaf Village for a while. All this time, he had been staying within the Sarutobi clan, and he'd been struggling. The death of Sarutobi Hiruzen had hit him hard. Even if he sometimes really didn't agree with his father's ideology and actions, at the end of the day, that was his father. It seems I was right. The most important part of the village isn't the Hokage, nor the daimyo, but the people living in Hidden Leaf Village. Asuma had visited his father's grave more than once. Each time he was there, he couldn't help but mutter these words, insights he'd gained outside of Hidden Leaf Village. His father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had put it all into practice quite well. His father's death was proof that his beliefs were correct. But what a painful realization it is. He may not know the saying, what you can't have always disturbs you, those who are favored are emboldened. However, he does understand that only when you lose something do you truly realize how much it hurts, and that often, you've never cherished what you had when you had it. He knows that his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, committed suicide. Such a suicide preserved his own dignity, allowing him to remain in everyone's hearts as a Hokage who washed away his sins. But what he understands even more is that all of this was forced. His father had no choices left. Because in the end, death awaited, whether it would be a humiliating death spit upon by others, or a clean and dignified one, was the only difference. The 7 Great Clans. Asuma took a deep breath, sitting in his house looking at the photos hanging on the wall. Finally, he took another deep breath, stood up, and walked out. These days, his family hasn't been so peaceful due to his return. The reason, he can somewhat guess. After all, he had spent so much time as a guard in the daimyo's residence. He'd seen plenty of treachery, lots of schemes. He's grown up a bit, matured somewhat. He knows that signs of chaos have begun to appear within the Sarutobi clan. Some want to completely rid themselves of the shadow cast by his father and start anew, while others are plotting revenge, aiming to take back what belongs to them. It's not just the Sarutobi clan, clans like the Midokado and the Uchiha have similar sentiments, and they've sought out Asuma as well. They hope that Asuma, as the 3rd Hokage's son, can take the lead, uniting them all to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the 7 great clans over Hidden Leaf Village. Especially now that the 5th Hokage is Jiraiya, a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, this gives them great hope. Even though they know that Jiraiya is a puppet, isn't that even better? Who among the puppets is willing? Doesn't he want to take back the power that belongs to the Hokage? And with Tsunade returning to Hidden Leaf Village, they're even more overjoyed. As long as they can persuade these two, get enough support, they'll definitely have a chance. Asuma is truly hesitant deep down. He's been pondering all these days, but the pressure on him is too great, he can't afford to do nothing anymore. Therefore, today he needs to have a proper meeting with Jiraiya, meet this disciple of his father, this member of Hidden Leaf Village's legendary 3 ninja, this Hokage. If Master Jiraiya supports us, then surely Lady Tsunade will support us too. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Asuma had to go through multiple screenings to get there. This was worlds apart from Kaido, who seemingly had no restrictions at all. Yet Asuma didn't mind. He silently observed the current state of the Anbu Black Ops. He knew that most of the original Anbu had been killed off, and the survivors had mostly been dismissed. The man in charge of the Anbu now was Kakashi, his former classmate who had betrayed the Anbu's principles and contributed to the death of his own father. His attitude toward Kakashi is exceptionally complicated. On one hand, he had found out why Kakashi had done what he did through various channels. Quite simply, it was to avenge his own father, who was indeed killed by the collaboration between his father and Danzō. But on the other hand, his own father also ended up dead and gone due to his actions. Lord Hokage. Full of resignation, Asuma had passed through multiple checks and finally arrived in the Hokage's office. At this moment, Jiraiya was reading a report. However, he was looking down, his eyes somewhat unfocused, making it unclear whether he was pondering the content of the report or thinking about something else. Asuma, it's you. However, as soon as he heard Asuma's voice, he snapped back to reality. He returned a smile, although internally, he sensed trouble. Asuma had been back for quite a while and had been staying out of trouble, which had allowed Jiraiya to breathe a little easier. But his sudden visit today was hardly a good sign. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Asuma had thought things through and intended to resolve the matter peacefully. But Jiraiya had gotten to know Asuma's personality. While it was a possibility, the likelihood was really quite low. Lord Hokage, I would like to speak with you privately. Asuma directly knelt on one knee, his voice laden with gravitas. Although this request may be inappropriate, please, for the sake of my father, I hope you will agree, Lord Hokage. Jiraiya let out a resigned sigh at Asuma's action, as if Asuma had truly cornered him. But in the end, Jiraiya nodded. He wanted to see what Asuma would say. With a light clap of his hands, the Anbu hidden in the room quickly withdrew. Had it been anyone from the 7 great clans, especially Kaido coming to see Jiraiya, these Anbu would have left long ago rather than remaining here, without Jiraiya having to personally dismiss them. However, Jiraiya didn't dwell on these details. Only when everyone had left did he speak in a serious tone. Your time is limited, within 1 or maybe 2 minutes, someone will come. Be direct, and don't dilly-dally. Of course, if you're going to speak of impractical matters, I'd advise you to hold your tongue. Because I can tell you, some things are simply impossible. Jiraiya's words effectively choked off Asuma, who suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He truly hadn't expected Jiraiya to be so blunt, so decisive, not even bothering to listen before making a judgment. Asuma remained half-kneeling on the ground, his head lowered and fists slightly clenched. It took him a good while to finally ask in a subdued voice, Lord Hokage, is there really no room for choice? Are you truly willing to be manipulated by them? Somebody has to swallow this bitter pill. They chose me because they know I would seek redemption for my master's actions. Jiraiya shook his head gently, standing up and looking out of the window. The Hokage monument was bustling with activity, a new statue was clearly being sculpted. It was apparent that this statue would be of Jiraiya himself. Hidden Leaf Village needs peace, stability, and development. They can bring all these to Hidden Leaf Village, and I can see their sincerity. So, discard any impractical thoughts. They've been watching you, watching all of you. They haven't made a move because they are waiting for you to make a decision, waiting for you to create chaos, or waiting for you to take action. And when you do take action, that will be the darkest day for Hidden Leaf Village. So, I hope you'll act wisely. For the sake of your master, for your clan, think long and hard. Chapter 174. While Jiraiya and Asuma were in their meeting, Kaido was quietly sitting in a forest. By his side, Kakazu and Deidara were looking at him with curiosity. The Kaido they saw at this moment felt exceedingly strange. They were both exceptional ninja. Even if they didn't possess much sensory ability, they could still sense enemies in close proximity. Like the ninja lurking around them, even if these folks held their breath and concealed their presence, they could still sense that someone was near. Even if it was just an eerie feeling that originated from deep within, ninja usually trust such sensations. It's a special awareness honed through relentless combat. Yet, the Kaido before them was puzzlingly paradoxical. He was clearly sitting there, but it was as if he wasn't there at all. It seemed like he had merged seamlessly with everything around him, everything appeared so natural, so harmonious. This scene struck Deidara as particularly interesting. At 12 years old, he was still brimming with curiosity about many things. But Kakazu, a ninja who had lived for who knows how long, instantly sensed the extraordinary in the mundane. Kaido's closeness to nature, his blend into the surroundings, it looked so harmonious. But hidden within it all was a crisis that filled him with unparalleled dread. Kakazu didn't know why he felt this way, but he believed that this excessive harmony couldn't be something simple. Besides, nature's power has always been the most terrifying force for humans. No matter how strong a ninja you are, you're powerless against natural disasters. It must be said that Kakazu was incredibly sharp. Even if he didn't know about the existence of things like Sage Mode, he still sensed the danger. Unfortunately, all of this was unbeknownst to Kaido. At this moment, he was deeply immersed, absorbing and understanding the power from nature. After obtaining the power of the forest's friend, Kaido had already sensed these energies, and realized he could absorb them. So, after pondering for a moment, he simply left a shadow clone at home and directly came to this forest himself. After all, he was the head of the security division, certain matters might actually require him, so leaving some trace of himself was essential. And besides, he was a friend of the forest, wasn't he? Perhaps he could gain more insight here. Just as he had anticipated, when he arrived in the forest, he truly felt that the essence of nature had become much richer. And those natural forces, sensing his presence, rushed into his body like a swarm of bees. These forces were extremely gentle, utterly devoid of the ferocity described in the original work. And Kaido could clearly feel that no matter how much of this power he absorbed, it wouldn't cause any issues with his body. Passive abilities from the system are indeed the most powerful things in this world. He had long understood that passivity is divine. What often elevates him the most are those passive skills. This included his kaleidoscope and the constant repair and growth of his bloodline, all thanks to these passive skills. It's just too hard to get them. Either a bunch appear at once and I can only pick one, or none show up at all, leaving me with no choices. Kaido let out a small complaint in his mind before slowly opening his eyes. By now, he could feel that he had absorbed as much natural power as he could. Moreover, he noticed that his body seemed somewhat unfamiliar with this kind of power. Though his body was indeed incredibly strong, unfamiliar powers would always take some getting used to. Especially in terms of controlling these forces, he probably still had much to learn even with the forest's friend passive ability. In the end, Kaido is no Madara Uchiha, that titanic figure. Even if he absorbed Sage Chakra for the first time, and in such large quantities, Madara could instantly control it, saying, "These powers are nothing special," fully showcasing his prowess. Kaido hasn't even touched the tip of Madara's tail yet. Could he really get the Eternal Eye that easily? Although I have a ton of skills that could help me level up instantly, I've only seen these skills once so far. Who knows if the next one will also be a true evolution? He shook his head slightly. When it comes to the luck of the draw, Kaido has always been a bit skeptical. Perhaps if he'd been luckier, he could have rivaled the Six Paths by now. But his mindset is still very healthy. Growth takes time. Gaining great power without any struggle is no different from being a pig. Aren't there similar figures in the ninja world? Isn't that Otsutsuki on the moon a prime example? He had zero combat experience. Apart from maximizing the use of his powers, he had no finesse whatsoever. Thanks to his Rinnegan, he practically reached the power level of the Six Paths, capable of sweeping across the entire ninja world. But a pig is still a pig, even with such immense power, it's useless without sufficient refinement. He was taken down by Naruto, who had clearly lost his cheats and was weaker than him, just collapsed, beaten. Even those like Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, they're all of the same ilk. But, to be fair, their base strength is way too formidable. Even if they have raw power but lack combat experience, they're not something I can handle right now. Kaido muttered silently to himself as Deidara and Kakazu joined him. Deidara was circling Kaido like a perpetually mischievous monkey, as if inspecting and observing what might be different about him. Kakazu, on the other hand, respectfully maintained some distance. He didn't dare act as boldly as Deidara. "Boss, what's going on? If I hadn't known you were there, I would have thought my eyes were playing tricks on me." After scrutinizing for a while and drawing no conclusions, Deidara couldn't help but rub his head and asked curiously. Kakazu also looked at Kaido, his Mugen-like eyes filled with puzzlement. "Nothing much. I had some exchanges with Jiraiya and had some personal insights, so I came to give it a try." Kaido showed a slight smile. Then he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again the next moment, a streak of crimson appeared at the corners of his eyes. His aura also became merely stronger at that moment. They could all feel that Kaido's presence had greatly intensified. "What is this?" Kakazu asked with a mix of confusion and unease, finding the aura somewhat uncomfortable. "Sage Chakra mode, or let's say." Kaido was in a good mood. Although these forces were hard to control, they ultimately still listened to him. With just a slight activation, they began to merge with Kaido's own chakra according to his wishes, thus allowing him to properly activate this mode. And it was a good thing Kaido had read the original work. He knew what Sage Mode was really about. Otherwise, even if he had obtained these powers, he'd be utterly clueless. "It's called Sage Mode." Sage Mode? Both Kakazu and Deidara were puzzled by Kaido's explanation, as they had really never heard of or knew about this chakra mode. But one thing was clear to both: they could sense that this chakra mode seemed truly formidable. Kaido was already quite powerful, now he had become even more unfathomable. Yet at that moment, Kaido's eyebrows subtly furrowed, his gaze involuntarily shifted toward the distant horizon. Asuma silently walked through the forest on the eastern side of Hidden Leaf Village. His expression was stern. It was apparent his mood was extremely foul at the moment. Jiraiya had rejected his request, and he did so forcefully, not even letting Asuma finish speaking. This response shattered Asuma's spirit. He knew that he couldn't entertain the idea anymore, for Asuma too had received a warning from him. Although somewhat concerned about this warning, Asuma knew that the 7 great clans practically ruled Hidden Leaf Village single-handedly at the moment. Even Jiraiya, so unyielding in his presence, had no desire to confront them. This was something Asuma had never anticipated. And Jiraiya's words tormented him. Jiraiya had clearly told him that the reason he became the Hokage was due to Hidden Leaf Village's needs and as a redemption for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even though Asuma acknowledged this answer internally, he felt immensely stifled. After learning of all this, Asuma couldn't persist any longer. All he could do was leave and think about what to do next. But just as he stepped out, he encountered Danbu members, and leading them was none other than Kakashi Hatake. Seeing Kakashi, Asuma's face immediately darkened. However, he also knew that he had anticipated this occurrence. After all, Jiraiya had already told him that his boldness in coming to see Jiraiya was because he knew Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't take any actions as long as he didn't make a move. Not to mention, the 7 great clans had just been implicated in the death of his father. Were they to act recklessly now, they themselves would come under scrutiny. And since Asuma had been back in Hidden Leaf Village for so long without seeing Jiraiya, paying a visit to the current Hokage should have been without issue. But Kakashi didn't give him any room to speak. Kakashi simply told him dispassionately, "Someone wants to see you, the specific location is to be determined. Wait here for now." What if I don't want to see them? Asuma was equally defiant. He was, after all, someone who had dared to leave Hidden Leaf Village on his own as a youth. He wasn't cowed by Kakashi's threat. Whether you see them or not is your choice. I won't force you. But you should understand one thing: you'll have to take responsibility for your own decisions. Kakashi remained impassive, clearly not taking Asuma's attitude too seriously. After all, you're an adult, and you have your family behind you. You know how to make your own choices. Kakashi's words silenced Asuma. In the end, he stayed put, waiting for Kakashi to reveal the exact location. He was also speculating who exactly wanted to meet with him. Though it wouldn't be surprising if it were a member of another clan. About 10 minutes later, Kakashi finally spoke, informing him that it was in the eastern forest. Asuma didn't drag his feet, he immediately headed toward the designated location in the forest. He knew this meeting likely wouldn't yield positive results, but he needed to go nonetheless. At the very least, he wanted to understand the other party's intentions. However, the eastern forest was considerably vast, and Kakashi had not specified a particular spot. All he could do was continuously search within. Or perhaps, all he could do was wait for the person who wanted to see him to find him. Jonin Asuma, long time no see. Just then, a young voice suddenly reached his ears, prompting him to stop in his tracks immediately. Swiftly turning around, Asuma's pupils slightly dilated. Standing before him was a young man with black hair. And this young man made Asuma instinctively go on high alert. Because this young man was none other than Kaido Uchiha, the clan head of the Uchiha family, the very person who had driven his own father to his death. Unexpectedly, the one who wants to see me is you, director. Watching Kaido slowly approaching, Asuma slightly crouched, his posture resembling that of a cheetah, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. His hands were already positioned behind his back, ready to draw a weapon for a counter-strike at the first sign of trouble. You're too tense, Jonin Asuma. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't let you saunter in here so freely, Kaido remarked. Kaito noticed Asuma's preparedness, but didn't take it to heart. He simply walked to a safe distance before stopping. At the moment, his mood was rather decent. After all, he had just recently grasped the basics of Sage Mode. Even if his natural chakra reserves could sustain him for only 1 to 3 minutes of combat, it was more than enough. This technique, after all, has 3 stages, and he's only at the first. He had every reason to look forward to the future. Just as he had finished testing the technique, his shadow clone relayed some information to him. It turns out Kakashi had located his clone and informed him about this matter, piquing Kaido's interest. The issue with the 3 major clans remained unresolved, and within his own 7 great clans, there had been no final decision concerning them. Kaido had never taken a stance, as he was of the mindset to simply observe what the 3 clans would do. But dragging this issue wasn't sustainable. The assets of the 3 clans were already investigated, and their members were now under strict isolation. Continuing this way would push things to the extreme. Kaido realized he needed to do something. Coincidentally, here was Asuma, taking initiative. Kaito saw an opportunity. He didn't care what Asuma might have discussed with Jiraiya, what mattered was the stance Asuma would take in his presence. You're still my senior, technically. Neither of us may have wished for things to come to this point, but such is life, Kaito said calmly, his eyes meeting Asuma's before breaking into a slight smile. Besides, I know about you leaving Hidden Leaf Village. Wasn't it because you disapproved of your father's actions? I'm curious, have you found your answer? Asuma's mouth opened slightly, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to speak. He had found his answer. He knew how the relationship between the Hokage and the village should be, because he truly believed in the phrase, the most important thing for the village is not the Hokage. But facing Kaido, the man who had killed his father, articulating these thoughts became unbearably difficult. In the end, he fell silent. I think I understand your answer, but it's painful for you, isn't it? Kaido continued to gaze calmly at Asuma, but in the next moment, his chakra surged wildly, its aura engulfing the entire forest. Such vast chakra made Asuma feel as if he were suffocating. Especially since Kaido's aura had zeroed in on him, giving him the illusion that he might die in the next second. Have you ever thought about the suffering your father and Danzō inflicted on how many people, how many clans in Hidden Leaf Village? You seek revenge against me, should they not seek revenge against you? Not to mention, your father and Danzō specifically targeted the Uchiha clan, they even had Itachi Uchiha act upon it. If I hadn't reacted quickly and didn't have sufficient power, what would become of the aggrieved spirits of the Uchiha clan? Should I annihilate your 3 clans now to fulfill my desire for revenge? Under Kaido's immense pressure, Asuma struggled, and Kaido's words were a relentless assault on his soul. But these were things he had always known, things he really didn't want to face. In that moment, images began to appear in his mind, images that were incredibly painful. He remembered the way the villagers looked at him when he returned to Hidden Leaf Village. And even more vividly, he remembered the way Kakashi had looked at him just now. That gaze was icy cold, suffocatingly so. Just then, Kaido's aura suddenly retracted, and Asuma immediately collapsed to his knees, gasping for air as if he had been drained of all strength. He was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the water. Kaito had now walked up to him. Looking at Asuma, he spoke in a serene tone. What right do you have to seek revenge, and what ability do you possess to enact it? Is it by relying on the ragtag bunch from your 3 clans? If you wish, I could even provide you with resources to arm yourselves. This would also serve as a good opportunity for me to settle the score for what your 3 families have done to the Uchiha clan. Kaido's words were delivered in a matter-of-fact tone, but they made Asuma feel as if he'd plunged into a freezer. He could sense that Kaido's words were absolutely genuine. That concealed, chilling intent to kill could not be faked. And judging by the chakra that Kaido had unleashed earlier, they could easily accomplish all of this. He had heard that his father had displayed unimaginable combat strength before he died, harking back to the days when he was a pinnacle shinobi over a decade ago. He didn't dare to believe it then, but feeling Kaido's power now, he had no choice but to believe. Because the aura that Kaido had just released could absolutely defeat his father at his peak. So, what do you intend to do? After quite some time, Asuma managed to lift his head and ask, struggling for words. Kaido hadn't acted despite having such power, which indicated he must be holding back for some reason, perhaps harboring other intentions. Asuma, still keen, guessed what Kaido might be contemplating, and so he directly questioned him. He knew this might be his only chance. If he didn't seize it, he might never get another opportunity. Among our 7 great families, some support the complete eradication of your clans. After all, what they did was too outrageous, only your deaths could appease public anger. Kaido looked at Asuma, and although his expression remained placid, inwardly he couldn't help but wonder, had he accidentally mastered the tongue jutsu or something? Otherwise, why had this guy yielded so easily? Kaito had originally just wanted to gauge Asuma's inner thoughts and plans. But now, Asuma was letting Kaito make the choice for him. Could anything be easier and more straightforward than this? But some families do not support this course of action, because Hidden Leaf Village requires stability, and your clans contribute a significant number of ninjas. These ninjas can keep Hidden Leaf Village's strength from waning. As for me, I've not yet made a decision. I'm waiting for you to make yours, and then I'll counter accordingly. But now that you've proactively asked, I can share my thoughts. You may live, but don't even think about reclaiming your former assets. This is your punishment. These assets were gained through the influence of the 3rd Hokage. Starting from scratch offers you a chance to reform and redeem yourselves. Secondly, some people are filled with resentment. They are accustomed to the good life and won't easily comply with our demands. Therefore, these individuals must die. Consider it a form of redemption for the people your clans have wronged. Of course, we disdain the shedding of innocent blood. If someone can persuade those ignorant followers, we might relent. However, if problems arise in the future, don't blame us. Our patience has its limits. Lastly, we need someone to help us deal with the daimyo. I know the daimyo harbors some inappropriate thoughts, which should not be tolerated. Either eliminate such thoughts or replace him with a qualified daimyo. That would be in our best interest. At this point, Kaido paused slightly, looking at Asuma, whose face had turned pale, and gave a soft chuckle. As long as these conditions are met, we will provide the resources that the 3 clans need. And I can assure you, the person who guides them to complete this task can securely retain their position as clan leader and even ascend to the upper echelons of Hidden Leaf Village. The choice has been given to you. What to do next is your matter. You're an adult, you'll have to take responsibility for your choices. Chapter 175. What Asuma ultimately decides is now of little concern to Kaido. The opportunity has been extended, whether Asuma can seize it is no longer Kaido's business. As Kaido himself put it, Asuma is an adult, he must bear the consequences of his actions. In handling the matter of Asuma, Kaido spends the subsequent days hiding in forests. Having just acquired the power of nature, he's naturally curious about the Sage Mode. Especially, he wants to test the limits of this Sage Mode's strength, making Kakazu an obvious choice for his sparring partner. Strictly speaking, Kaido's ideal sparring partners would be Shizue or Fugaku, given that they are all Uchihas with similarly potent eyes. This allows for immediate adjustments in troublesome situations, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. But the unfortunate fact is that both are still recovering, remaining in a relatively weakened state. The density of Hashirama cells in Danzō's arm is no joke. After all, not all Hashirama cells are created equal. Some are good for taijutsu, while others can directly execute wood-style techniques. Given Danzō's key role, His Hashirama cells are certainly not weak. But this does bring about some less favorable circumstances, namely that it's foreseeable Shizui and Fugaku will go through a period of decline after absorbing these powers. However, this is hardly a big deal, given that Hidden Lee Village is relatively stable, and the duration of each slump is likely to get shorter over time. Thud. In the depths of the forest, Kakuzu is sent flying by Kaido's fist. He crashes violently into a tree behind him, and with a muffled sound, the tree cracks and breaks apart. Kaido doesn't pursue him further, he knows that at this point, it's enough. Anymore, and Kakuzu would need a new heart. You really are something. Kakuzu painfully rubs his chest, finding it rather frustrating to be used as a punching bag in this way. But what frustrates him even more is that Kaido is ridiculously strong at this moment. Although they haven't fought at full strength after all, using techniques like fire style in the forest would inevitably lead to catastrophic outcomes. They mostly stick to smaller scale, individual techniques. And Kaido has restricted himself even more, he didn't even use the Sharingan. Yet even so, Kakuzu finds himself disoriented, beaten soundly by Kaido. He noticed that after Kaido displayed those red eye markings, every aspect, be it speed, strength, or even the quality of chakra, has dramatically improved. This is nothing short of incredible, as he has never seen such a flawless chakra mode in his memory. The lightning-style chakra mode from the Hidden Cloud Village is indeed famous and powerful in the ninja world. However, aside from the robust chakra shield, it only amplifies one's speed. As terrifying as that is, it pales when compared to whatever this natural chakra or sage mode of Kaido's is. The potential difference is not even close. Even if Kaido's boost is somewhat limited and doesn't last long in continuous combat, it's still an incredible advancement for someone as strong as him. Are you okay? Kaido looks at the dent in Kakuzu's chest and can't help but ask, somewhat apologetically. The power of the sage mode is immense, even at this first stage, the enhancement it offers is significant. In any extraordinary profession, the closer one gets to the peak, the harder it becomes to make further progress. Kaido knows he is far from that peak, but even getting to his current level has become increasingly difficult. And that's the marvel of Sage Mode, it grants you a massive boost, regardless of your current strength level. Even the formidable Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, experienced tremendous growth after mastering Sage Mode, uniting with his brother to go to war against Otsutsuki Kaguya. And Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands and the Buddha atop his head rely on Sage Art to manifest powers capable of completely blowing up a fully formed Susanoo. Madara Uchiha exhibited unimaginable fighting prowess after acquiring the power of Sage Art. You can only imagine how insane the power of Sage Jutsus really is. To put it bluntly, the stronger your foundation, the more terrifying the boost Sage Mode can offer. What could happen to him? Boss, you're too strong, Deidara incredulously observes everything from the side, hopping over to scrutinize Kaido. Although the duration of your power is too short, using it as a trump card would be even more devastating. Too bad this isn't the kind of art I'm interested in, otherwise, I'd study it well. You idiot, Kakuzu disdainfully snorts. Thanks to his earth grudge fear, his healing speed is quite fast, the dent in his chest recovers in moments. If he combined this mode with Susanoo, the explosions generated would be far more potent. You think only about exploding things, but never how to maximize their potency. Your clay won't accomplish that in a lifetime. Enough, no more arguing. Kaido, seeing the two poised to argue yet again, preemptively interrupts with a shake of his head. These two have bickered more than once or twice during their time together. Kaido has had it with their antics. They're not even an original pairing, and he can't figure out what they have to argue about so much. Mastering natural chakra mode is extremely difficult, you must first sense nature's power. If you can't do even that, forget it. And even if you do sense it, absorbing it isn't guaranteed. Nature's power is perilous, you can be consumed and die at any moment. And Kakuzu, Deidara has been doing something. The guy's already started learning wind-style chakra, hasn't he? Deidara, after all, is quite interesting and obedient. He seems to believe that the art of explosion should burst forth in a moment, brilliant as fireworks. Ah, the pursuit of art should not be a mechanical repetition, confined only to clay. Doesn't the art Kaido crafts employ other means? With this thought in mind, while Deidara continues refining his clay techniques, he's genuinely started to ponder the elements of dust style. And the kid just 12 possesses an unimaginable zeal. Once committed, he commits, thus, he's begun serious research into wind style, preparing for the future. Alright, I need to leave. I'll leave a shadow clone here, Kaido glanced at the time before speaking. By the way, are you guys comfortable living here? Do you want me to have someone build you a better log cabin? No need. We can handle the cabin ourselves, Kakuzu shook his head. Living in this place naturally requires preparations, and a house is the first among them. For shinobi, It's no big deal. Only the aesthetics might pose a slight problem. I don't need it either. Wearing a wig while shopping in busy places is very uncomfortable. Deidara also shook his head. His blonde hair is too conspicuous, so he needs to disguise himself whenever he enters crowded areas. But that's not the crux of it. He curiously looked at Kaito. You're leaving early today, boss. You must have something important to do. Yes, there's a small gathering today. Kaito nodded and spread his hands in a casual gesture. A guy is formally resigning, and he's on good terms with me. So, I must go and see how things are. Chapter 176. Kakashi finally opted to leave the Anbu, a decision that didn't exactly surprise Kaito. After the self-imposed death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi had suggested something similar, only for Kaito to veto it outright at the time. Circumstances were complicated, the Anbu were nearly wiped out. Both Kaito and the 7 great families needed the Anbu to stabilize the situation. So, Kakashi was effectively conscripted by Kaito to remain. His performance in the last period of his Anbu service was indeed commendable. Kaito mused, had Kakashi maintained such a trajectory, he might have become the head of Anbu due to his identity as the 4th Hokage and the merits of exposing the 3rd. But evidently, Kakashi had little interest in such a lofty appointment. Even though the Anbu he was leaving behind was practically sculpted by him, he had no lingering attachment. Kaito eventually supported his decision. Yet being a democratic soul, he asked Kakashi to explain this to 6 others involved. Specifically, he reminded Kakashi that he would have to report to the Hokage despite the de facto rule they exercised. The Hokage was still the nominal leader, and Kakashi had to recognize this, whether he grasped it or not. Kakashi acted in accordance with Kaito's directives. Despite some attempts to retain him, he eventually got his wish and left the Anbu, becoming a free shinobi. Though Kaito felt some regret, it was, after all, a golden opportunity to extend influence into the Anbu. He realized that everyone's aspirations differed. He couldn't possibly force someone into a role, especially if they hadn't provoked him. So, I've always been a person with moral boundaries. Even if I'm a bit flexible, I'm still far more ethical than many, Kaito thought to himself as he arrived at a barbecue restaurant. Kakashi had informed him that the gathering of his shadow clones would be here. Kaito found it odd that Kakashi would invite him. Their relationship, after all, was still relatively distant. They weren't from the same graduating class. Kakashi was about 8 years older than both Kaito and Shizui. To say that Kaito grew up on tales of Kakashi wasn't an exaggeration. Kakashi had graduated at age 5 and built his own reputation on the battlefields, participating almost throughout the entire Third Great Ninja War. Kaito, although an early graduate, had joined after most of the fighting had ended. Between them lay a considerable generation gap. Yet since he was invited, Kaito saw no reason to decline. Strictly speaking, for a long time to come, the backbone of Hidden Leaf Village would indeed be Kakashi's graduating class. Maintaining good relations with them is crucial. This is something Kaito deeply understands. Besides, Kakashi didn't invite me for no reason. I did offer him direction and the opportunity for revenge after all, Kaito pondered quietly. Quickly, he stepped inside. He recalled this restaurant was run by the Akimaki clan. Dining here is akin to lining the Akimaki's pockets. It's unfortunate that tourism is so average nowadays. The income from hotels isn't high either. Why didn't the Uchiha choose a more profitable industry back in the day? Kaito mentally grumbled, although he soon felt a bit helpless. As he entered, the crowd in the barbecue restaurant noticeably turned their attention toward him, causing many to pause subconsciously. In Hidden Leaf Village, Kaito is a man of significant influence, a key figure in the impeachment of the 3rd Hokage, no less. Frankly, without him, impeaching the Hokage would be unimaginable. Forget everything else, the 3rd Hokage's combat prowess alone isn't something an ordinary person could contend with. Without him, any would-be impeachers would have been suppressed long ago. How could there have been a successful impeachment? To put it bluntly, Kaito's importance is unparalleled, and his combat skills are shockingly potent. Nobody could forget what Kaito did that one night. It was eye-opening for everyone in Hidden Leaf Village. And they'd heard that Kaito is a man of good temperament, very agreeable, driven to this point only by the needs of himself and his clan. Young as he is, he's already the clan head of the Uchiha, head of the security department, and one of the de facto rulers of Hidden Leaf Village. Such an array of roles combined breeds insatiable curiosity. Director Kaito, hello. Just as Kaito felt like the center of a zoo exhibit, a panda, perhaps a burly man hurried over. I didn't expect Director Kaito to come. This really brings glory to our humble shop. Ah, hello. Kaito greeted with a somewhat numb smile and a nod. He instantly recognized the man as a member of the Akimaki clan, though unfortunately, he did not know him personally. Actually, I'm here looking for Kakashi. He invited me, but he wasn't specific about where he is. Ah, Kakashi, I know about that. Upon hearing Kaido's words, the Akimaki clan member instantly understood. He offered Kaido a breezy smile and began to speak. Director Kaido, let me take you there. They've arranged a big gathering, all in the back. Thank you, that would be helpful. Kaido nodded with a smile. No wonder he didn't see anyone, they were all in a separate room at the back. It must be said that the Akimaki clan's restaurant operation is genuinely superb, commendable even in the culinary arena. Following this Akimaki person deeper inside, Kaido noticed the atmosphere was significantly more refined compared to the entrance area. Not only was there a courtyard, but also a rather charming little pond. Clearly, this place was reserved for those who preferred not to be disturbed. Here we are, Director Kaido. Just as Kaido was observing the surroundings, the Akimaki clan member halted, smiling at Kaido. Also, thank you, Director Kaido. Enjoy your gathering. Thank you. This Akimaki person is rather intriguing. While he didn't specify what he was thanking Kaido for, his demeanor was exceptionally pleasant. Conversing with someone like this is genuinely rewarding, at least it doesn't leave Kaido guessing. Watching him turn to leave, Kaido then stepped into the room. He was genuinely excited to meet the young talents who were Kakashi's contemporaries. Asuma sat silently at home, his mind constantly echoing the choices Kaido had presented him. Ever since meeting with Jiraiya and Kaido, he had locked himself inside, grappling with a critical decision. Whether it was Jiraiya, Kakashi, or Kaido, each had emphasized one point: he had to take responsibility for his choices. Indeed, Asuma understood this well. He needed to be accountable, not just to himself but to the family that stood behind him. But what should I actually do? Asuma sighed in frustration. He still remembered that upon his return, members of his clan, as well as people from the two neighboring clans, had came to see him. Clearly, they were all eager to hear about the outcome of his meeting and were desperate for the answers they hoped to receive. However, Asuma had gotten no satisfying answers, and now he was utterly lacking in confidence about what his clan intended to do. Kaido Uchiha hadn't lifted a finger, he'd merely released his aura upon Asuma, and that was enough to render him powerless. That sense of helplessness, akin to drowning, had filled him with utter despair. He had already learned from others that the annihilation of the Anbu was a consequence of the collateral damage from the fight between Kaido and his father. In his eyes, if Kaido truly wanted to do something to the Anbu, he undoubtedly could. Although these Anbu operatives could flee due to the lack of geographical constraints and organize counterattacks without worrying about hitting unintended targets, when it came to individual power, Kaido absolutely and thoroughly outclassed them all, Asuma included. So, what choice should I make to safely navigate this crisis? Asuma's eyes shifted to a photo of Hiruzen Sarutobi hanging on the wall. His face was a study in turmoil and confusion. Revenge could avenge his father. However, the consensus in Hidden Leaf Village was that his father's death was well-deserved. Any act of vengeance on his part would clearly place him in opposition to the entire village. What's worse, there was no chance of success for such revenge. Kaido Uchiha alone was terrifying enough. Imagine, then, the horrifying prospect of all 7 great families coming together. And he'd heard that Uchiha Shizui and Fugaku Uchiha were no less formidable than Kaido. But not taking action would complicate things within the clan, for there are always those who yearn to reclaim what they've lost. The power they once had brought them immense benefits, and its sudden absence has left many discontented. Especially in his interactions with Kaido, Asuma realized that Kaido planned to strip them of everything to leave them with nothing so they could start anew. Now Asuma faced only 2 choices, to resist and die, or to accept humbly, leaving a spark of hope for his clan. As for revenge, don't even think about it. Asuma stood quietly, pondering for several days. Although Kaido had set no time frame, he knew it was because Kaido didn't need to. If things kept going this way, his clan would arrive at its own conclusions and take actions without Kaido lifting a finger. From there, everything would spiral out of control, leading to unpredictable outcomes. I think I know what I must do. Amidst such rapid internal torment, Asuma made his shaky decision, closing his eyes tightly and taking deep breaths. Once his body ceased to tremble, he opened his eyes once more, settling his gaze again on the photo of Hiruzen Sarutobi. After a moment, he deeply bowed to the portrait, then took steady strides toward the outside. He had made his decision. Though nearly driven mad in the choosing, clarity and ease flooded in once his mind was set. Besides, Kaido had already laid out what needed to be done. All he had to do was follow Kaido's plan. Reach out to those unwilling to resist, and those unsure of what to do. Bring them to our side. Only then will the clan have sufficient numbers, any chance at rising anew. Asuma saw clearly, he could only proceed according to Kaido's terms to secure his clan's fate. Although his heart ached, his reason persevered. His father had passed away, forced to death but departing with some dignity, even earning a funeral worthy of a Hokage. Moreover, Kaido's words incessantly struck at his core. If he sought vengeance, what about the children and families of those killed by his own father? Didn't they too desire retribution? Avenging one's father is indeed an honorable cause, but when the fault lies with the father himself, insisting on revenge would only drag the entire clan into the abyss. Rather than act irrationally, it would be wiser to contemplate how to lift the clan, already teetering on the edge of the abyss, and restore its honor by atoning for its sins. Perhaps this is the best course of action. And old man, you probably wouldn't want me seeking revenge either. After all, even Jiraiya and the others had no such intentions, and you were one for self-awareness. Asuma mused inwardly, his footsteps quickening. He was not like Itachi Uchiha, cold-hearted by nature. He knew his father had raised him. Even if there had been conflicts between them, upon his father's meeting such a fate, the desire for revenge still arose. He also knew that his clan had nurtured and trained him, and he could not bear to see it sink further into degradation. This is the reasoning of a sane individual, the kind of thinking a rational person should engage in. Also, it appears Kaido Uchiha is contemplating actions against the daimyo. It seems that Shikakunara picked up on something during his time in the capital of the Land of Fire. As Asuma walked, he pondered. Kaido had already revealed his intentions toward the daimyo and would likely take certain actions. In that case, as a former guardian shinobi of the daimyo, Asuma would be the most qualified to speak on the matter. If Kaido wanted to do this, he had no objections. After all, he remembered well how excessively the daimyo had behaved. Clearing out these individuals and reminding the daimyo of who he truly is and what he should be doing was entirely logical and correct. In the end, how could a shinobi allow an ordinary person to lord it over him? And Asuma was even more aware of one thing: collaborating with Kaido on this venture would benefit him, or his clan, tremendously. Chapter 177. Kaido had no idea what kind of decision Asuma had ultimately made, but for him, any decision would be acceptable. The main concern was the time it would take to train new shinobi afterward. Stability was the key and most important factor after all. At that moment, he was sitting in a private room booked by Kakashi and couldn't help but marvel at the young man's extensive connections. Not only did he see Irika and former members of Minato Namikage's guard team, but also individuals like Kurenai, Might Guy, Ebisu, and Shibuya the Rame, among others. One should note that many among them were not of the same generation. They were merely survivors of the same batch that had endured the worst of the three great wars. Beyond these familiar faces from the manga, the presence of Yamato, whom Kakashi had duped, also left Kaito somewhat speechless. And judging by his appearance, Yamato, like Kakashi, had opted to leave the Anbu. This intrigued Kaido. With both individuals who had once led and organized the Anbu under Hiruzen Sarutobi gone, who was in charge now? Could it be a descendant of the Senju clan? Kaido amusingly pondered. But that was it, the state of the Anbu had little to do with him. He hadn't given thought to meddling in their affairs. The security division under his command was already substantial enough, requiring all his focus to manage. Where would he find the time or mood to care about the Anbu? You could say that, except for Asuma, everyone has come. While Kaido assessed these future pillars of Hidden Leaf Village or old acquaintances now making strides in various departments of the Leaf, they too were quietly sizing him up. After all, Kaido's reputation was massive, and they hadn't expected Kakashi to actually invite him. Currently, Kaido was the head of Hidden Leaf Village's most prominent clan and also led the security division, making him one of the village's de facto ministers. Such an individual had, quite bluntly, outpaced all of them. Hence, they were genuinely surprised by Kaido's appearance. Moreover, they hadn't had much interaction with him. The age gap was evident, and they had only vaguely heard some stories about Kaido. They knew that he was a prodigy from a young age, and beyond that, his personality was incredibly amiable. The type who, if you had no qualms with him and could engage in conversation, would assuredly reciprocate, and might even become a decent friend of yours. This disposition was starkly different from their impression of the Uchiha clan, though it did resemble the Uchiha clan after their transformation under his leadership. However affable a person may be, Kaido is an individual whose feats are sufficient to be recorded in Hidden Leaf Village's history books. That fateful night, that one battle, that world-shattering slash, and the lifeless body left behind by the third Hokage, all indisputably attest to Kaido's formidable nature. Of course, they knew there was nothing wrong with what Kaido had done. Following the death of the third Hokage, details about Root had been continuously disclosed, corroborated by the third Hokage's own admission. Almost everyone in Hidden Leaf Village approved of Kaido and the actions of their 7 great clans. Countless people were profoundly grateful to them. But to have such a person appear among them, or should I say, among any group of people, would inevitably induce a sense of tension, wouldn't it? I say, everyone, could you not look at me with those eyes? Seemingly sensing the awkwardness in the room, Kaido helplessly spread his hands. Though your gazes do flatter me after all, everyone has their vanities, but if everyone looks at me like that, it's not going to be good, is it? Humans do need friends, don't they? Yes, yes. Kaido's words stunned everyone in the room for a moment before they quickly responded. His words made them wonder if perhaps they had been overthinking things. Today is a good day for Kakashi. I've reviewed the records, I know why Kakashi entered the Anbu. Kaido didn't pay mind to the crowd's mood, maintaining his smile, he turned to Kakashi. Unfortunately, some things might be hard to change, but at least you're trying, aren't you? What I told you at the third Hokage's funeral, I hope you will keep it in mind. You are you, not a shadow of anyone else. Rather than dwelling on a melancholic past, look ahead. Raise your head and look around you, you have so many friends and so many people who care about you. If you continue in your previous state, you'd be letting down not just Obito and Rin, but also all these friends. Kaido's words, though sounding like an elder reprimanding a younger or a superior instructing a subordinate, were utterly reasonable. And those words stirred up enormous goodwill among everyone present, all of whom deeply cared about Kakashi. Even Guy and Kiranai had once thought of helping Kakashi leave the Anbu, and indeed, they had done something toward that end. Alas, the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen led this matter to a premature end. What they didn't anticipate was that Kakashi would voluntarily choose to leave the Anbu, a decision that certainly eased the tension for everyone involved. I understand now. Thank you for the reminder, Director Kaido. Kakashi nodded seriously. He had a lot of respect for Kaido, despite the roller coaster their relationship had gone through from initial distrust, to feeling exploited, to ultimately recognizing Kaido's wisdom and becoming trusting. Kakashi was further grateful when Kaido, in alliance with the 6 great clans, overthrew the third Hokage's reign and restored the honor of his own father. In many ways, Kaido changed him, clarifying many things in his heart. And being a member of the Uchiha clan only intensified Kakashi's innate sense of closeness to Kaido. Therefore, he trusted Kaido, took his advice to heart, and truly decided to change. Call me Kaido. There's no director here, you are not my subordinates after all. Kaido spoke with a laugh. But then, as if remembering something, he added, of course, if you're interested in becoming my subordinates, that's an option. The security division is always recruiting, after all. Kaido's light-hearted comment instantly relaxed the atmosphere. One couldn't say he was a social recluse or agoraphobic in his previous life. Nonetheless, he had gained some skills in socializing during his college years and working career. Diffusing tension wasn't particularly challenging for him. With his intervention, the atmosphere quickly livened up. However, to his surprise, Anko Mitarashi quietly moved to his side. May I call you Kaido directly? Anko looked up at Kaido with wide eyes, a look that was rather appealing, truth be told. Anko, in Naruto's era, was someone Kaido found quite attractive. Unfortunately, they weren't of the same generation. And from what he recalled, in Boruto's era, her incessant indulgence in sweets had distorted that figure he admired so much. But the woman standing beside him now was not that future matron who had let herself go. At this point, her figure was more reminiscent of the Naruto era, even appearing somewhat more youthful. Of course, Kaido said, nodding with a smile. Then I'll simply call you Anko. Huh, you actually know Anko? Sitting not far away, Kiranai couldn't help but shoot them a curious glance. Of course, I know each and every one of you, just as you know me. Kaido spoke with a smile. He had always retained his memories of the original characters. This, which seemed rather ordinary to him, evidently left quite a different impression on the others, Kakashi aside. The fact that a personage like Kaido could remember them was an honor indeed, deepening their fondness for him even further. Is there something on your mind? Feel free to speak, Kaido shifted his gaze toward Anko, asking somewhat curiously. Well, recently, Anko hesitated for a moment but finally spoke. I felt as if my teacher has returned. Your teacher? Might Guy looked at Anko quizzically, his reaction wasn't particularly fast. Consumed by the thought of sparring with Kaido, he hadn't really registered what Anko was talking about. However, the others did, their faces subtly shifting, as they were unaware of this matter. Ah, that. I am aware, I even met with him. Kaido immediately understood what Anko meant. He chuckled softly before continuing slowly. He indeed visited Hidden Leaf Village briefly, with a simple mission, to pay his respects to his own teacher. Both the Hokage and Lady Tsunade are aware of this, and I had Shisui, my deputy clan head, monitoring him. His skills are formidable and he possesses a heightened anti-surveillance instinct. Shisui couldn't trace him in the end, so we had no choice but to let him leave. Kaido's words made everyone involuntarily swallow. They hadn't expected such a dangerous individual to lurk in the background during the funeral of the third Hokage. Orochimaru's reputation was not just for external show, he was an internally revered and feared figure. Why didn't you kill him? At this point, Anko's fists tightened. Given your power, you should have been able to. What are you thinking? Kaido interrupted Anko abruptly, suddenly questioning whether he should have answered her question in the first place. After all, Anko's relationship with Orochimaru as a student and teacher was quite complicated. When you really think about it, it makes sense. Anko had such reverence for Orochimaru, yet when Orochimaru left, he didn't even consider taking her along. This seemed to indicate he didn't have much faith in her. Moreover, Orochimaru left her with an immature curse mark, a thing truly agonizing to bear. Kaido also remembered that Orochimaru's defection led to the elimination of quite a few ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village. These were people wholly supportive of Orochimaru, or at least those with significant ties to him. Hidden Leaf Village was worried these individuals knew too much. Anko was fortunate enough to survive this purge,